Hello,
Hello.
and welcome to Marshall RIAT livestream. I'm Matt.
And I'm James. We're going to bring you some really interesting talks, demonstrations and interviews from throughout the business, from engineers to managers to test pilots and maybe some special guests near the end.
Yeah.
So Matt, we are both ex-apprentices. Matt, tell us about yourself.
So we met back in 2015 in September,
yeah.
when we started the apprenticeship scheme. We started in the training workshop, as everybody likes to call it, and it's kind of a mock-up hangar where you kind of get the time and the chance to use lots of different machinery and equipment, hand skills, and kind of build up your knowledge and experience.
Yeah.
I personally started off not being able to,
Yeah.
not being able to do anything really.
Yeah.
So I always kind of say my first cut in a little steel piece, which is all you've got to do is put like a slot and a curve in. And my first kind of cut was just all over the place. So
yes, mine too.
It was nice that we kind of got that opportunity to
Develop our skills.
develop and mess up in a way to figure out how we can actually do things.
Yeah,
properly.
and it was nice at the end of it that we all kind of ended with the same sort of level of hand skills, some better than others. But yeah, we ended up making the part of a wing, the bread bin, which is supposed to be a leading edge of a wing, from scratch, from aluminium rivets, and it was brilliant.
Yeah.
We also did a few qualifications in the end together. We just recently finished our HND, which was nice and stressful.
Yes, very.
And now we're qualified engineers. How are you finding being qualified?
It's good. It's a nice dynamic because even though we've been part of the company for 5 years, it's only now that we're kind of really starting to get the kind of the bigger responsibility of actually working at the company.
Definitely.
So it's a lot less stress than kind of coming in on the first day and kind of being expected to, produce all this work.
Yeah.
We've had a long build up, and a lot of kind of hands-on experience that we can kind of
use in our day-to-day life.
Which is really useful. So, how nervous were you on that first day?
As nervous as I am now. So it was funny because obviously we'd not met each other on our first day. It was about 20 apprentices. I mean, this is after aptitude tests. And we got to get to know each other, all as nervous as each other, and thrust into this world where we knew basically nothing about it, and slowly learning new skills and new information. And it was a bit full on at the start, but we got used to it. And 5 years later, now we're on a live live stream.
I mean, a lot of us are good friends now, and I think we've made good friends for life. So it's a lot of people kind of compare it to kind of a university kind of setting, and it's nice to kind of have that group of friends that you go through and you learn with.
Yeah, I feel like we still have that university experience, but in a different way. We get paid to do what we do, and it makes it a lot easier to live in rented accommodation and go out and have fun.
Yeah,
it's been brilliant.
Definitely.
So Matt, today, what sort of people are we hearing from?
So we'll be your hosts, and we'll kind of we'll speak to you throughout the day, kind of between videos and talks and live demonstrations as well. But we're going to start off with a special guest welcome, and he's actually going to live link in, isn't he?
Yes, later on.
So hopefully that kind of that all works. We've had a lot of practice for that, so fingers crossed. And then we're going to introduce Emily and Harry, which are
first year apprentices.
Yeah,
definitely. That'll be good fun. Which will introduce our nut and bolt challenge. So we have a challenge which, when we had to start our apprenticeship, we had to do as an aptitude test. And what it is a row of studs on a board. You can see it there. And you have to put on 10 washers and 10 nuts in the quickest time possible. But because of coronavirus, we have to do it at a distance and with gloves on, which is going to be extra hard.
Yeah. I mean, we had a little practice, didn't we, before, just to make sure our times are up to standard.
Yes.
But so having the gloves on was
I think we'll have a go at the end, not to show everyone up.
Yeah. But so it'll be a great opportunity for perhaps the younger viewers who are wondering, perhaps what they want to do next year or in the next kind of couple of coming years, and kind of talk more about the kind of first years in apprentice life. So that'd be really
the first
good
year
to speak to them.
experience of what it's like. And definitely.
And then at 11 o'clock, we've got Rob Humphries. So he's going to be in to talk about his experience as a pilot and test pilot flying the C-130.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. We'll be talking to him afterwards.
Because that was while he was in the RAF.
Yeah.
And then now he's kind of working for Marshall, so we can kind of see how that dynamic's working out.
Yeah, see what it's like being sort of nearer the top end of your career as opposed to, sort of where we are at the start.
Yeah, and we can kind of ask him questions, definitely. And you can ask questions at home as well to kind of ask him, his advice for younger engineers.
Yeah, which leads us on to, so as a part of the live stream, and because it's sort of connected to RIAT, we would be at RIAT at the moment, we're giving away 3 pairs of RIAT tickets. So all we have to do to enter automatically is ask a question or comment on the YouTube live stream and you'll be automatically entered. So we'll announce the winners at the end and we'll keep reminding you of the competition just in case you forget.
And I think our first question was from Jo, and she asked what are our most memorable or favourite moments throughout the apprenticeship.
Oh, right. That's a tricky question. I mean, for me, it's definitely kind of these kind of moments where you're brought out of your comfort zone. I mean, I don't think we ever imagined
especially out of our comfort zone.
This.
Yeah.
But yeah, because we've had all sorts of opportunities throughout our, 5 years so far, which I don't think you get on every apprenticeship or any opportunity. And it's definitely developed us in very sort of unique ways, I think.
Yeah.
And it's been really exciting. How about yourself?
Yeah, similar. I like the opportunities that we've been given. I definitely couldn't have seen us doing anything like this 5 years ago. So, it has really brought us out of our shell.
Yeah, definitely.
And then the other thing I'd say is kind of the wealth, knowledge and experience that everybody at Marshall kind of holds.
Yes.
Throughout my apprenticeship, I've been able to speak to people with years and years of experience and kind of get all the kind of tips and tricks of the trade, per se, to kind of improve me as an engineer. And I hope to one day be able to kind of pass on my experience to the newer upcoming apprentices.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's kind of a circulation of knowledge, which, hopefully we all keep...
We can pass on.
Yeah, exactly.
If anyone wants to listen.
And then so we'll move on to 11:45. We've got Haydn Jakes coming in.
Oh yes.
So
WorldSkills.
It'd be quite interesting to talk to him about WorldSkills because I think he went to Russia.
He went to Russia last year. Yeah. So we'll talk to him about.
to kind of compete. So that's quite interesting. And then at 12:15 we've got a Wellbeing talk. Obviously.
Yes.
Quite.
Especially at the moment due to coronavirus, it's quite prevalent.
Yes.
How have you been dealing with working from home? It's certainly been weird.
Yeah, I mean, like starting off, it was quite difficult. But IT seemed to kind of iron out all the niggles and all that kind of stuff quite early on. So within a couple of days or a couple of weeks, all set up and running pretty smoothly. It's definitely a first for Marshall, I think, for so many people
and
to
lots
be working
of other companies,
from home.
Definitely,
Yeah, exactly. So
very strange, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see kind of how that develops into the future.
Definitely, whether we'll be on and off sort of week or...
Really quite interesting. And then we're going to cut to break at about 12:45ish, hopefully, if we can.
So we can go to the toilet.
Fill all that time. And then we'll be back at 1 o'clock, where we will be joined by Mark Johnston.
Yep.
So
our boss.
Well, yeah. So we'll have to be on best behaviour. Yeah. So he started off as an apprentice, and he's kind of made his way up through the ranks to quite a high position within the engineering department.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to listen to what his view of things are and how it is going from apprentice all the way to where he is.
Yeah,
and how we got there as well.
And especially for me, and probably the same for you, it's going to be quite interesting to ask him advice for us because we're still quite early on in our engineering
Fresh
career.
Engineers,
Yes, yeah. So it'll be interesting to get some tips and tricks, and hopefully some people at home can ask him questions about everything.
Yeah, definitely. What else have we got? We've got a talk from Chris Botting. We'll also be doing a demonstration. So you may see just in the corner behind Matt, we've got a 3D printer and some other technology that we'll be demonstrating. Some quite interesting talks on 3D printing and also some surface analysis stuff.
Yeah, and that's going to be a live demonstration as well.
Live demonstration.
Yeah, so that'll be
scary.
Yeah. We have got the signs up ready. I think Yeah, because I think he will be playing with some volts and everything.
Yes,
so it's,
many volts.
Yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to speak to him about that.
Yeah, definitely.
And then we've got Ben Ellis at 2 o'clock. So he is another. Well, he was an apprentice at our
from our year.
From our year.
Yeah, but he took a different route, didn't he? So we've gone into the design office, whereas he's gone into the hangar environment. So he's a hangar engineer. I think he's a mechanical engineer.
Yeah, and his kind of future development will kind of be going towards being a technician.
Yeah.
So kind of very different to us.
Yes, definitely.
But I think that is one of the great things about kind of coming in as apprentice and being able to rotate around all these different places, because like we did some time on the shop floor.
Yeah.
And not only did it give us kind of lots of knowledge, but we can feel where we feel comfortable, and then we've carried that on through engineering as well.
Yeah, and
so there's so many different avenues you can go down.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that's going to come across in this live stream, hopefully.
That's what I hope we could get across.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, sort of very shortly, we'll hear from Duncan, and he'll explain sort of why we're here, why we're doing this. I think we've got Phil in the corner. He's giving us how much time we have left.
2 minutes, I think. Yeah, so it should be really good. And then
we've got some really interesting time lapses coming up that we filmed over the painting of aircraft. So we've recently painted the Blue Angels aircraft. We may have some special guests, may or may not be linked to that.
Yeah.
We've also got some of the paintings celebrating 50 years of our connection to the RAF and the C-130.
Yeah.
The C-130 will be very prevalent throughout this because we're celebrating our connection to it.
Yeah. And it's such an iconic platform, so it'll be interesting to kind of question some of our guests and see perhaps why the aircraft is kind of still being flown today, and especially with our kind of special connection with it.
Yeah, definitely. And then we'll sort of end off with our video about what Marshall's been doing throughout the coronavirus pandemic and how we've been sort of coping and helping out throughout. Yeah. But I think we're ready for Duncan now, if Duncan is there.
Hello. Hello, Duncan.
Hello.
Perfect.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. I've been listening. It's very, very good patter going on between you two. Professional.
Brilliant.
So good.
Well then,
welcome. Fine. I'd like to welcome everybody to Marshall Aerospace and Defence Virtual RIAT, the live stream day. I'm Duncan Eldridge, Managing Director of Military Aerospace. Today would have been the first day of the Royal International Air Tattoo at Fairford in Gloucestershire. That's a charity event that has been going on for 47, 49 years. And Marshall has been supporting it for 41 of those years. Sadly, this year, we can't be there for obvious reasons. But we didn't want to put a gap in place, and we wanted to continue supporting it, even though the event itself can't take place in the sun of Gloucestershire. Marshall is a family-owned company, and it's been around for 110 years. That's 10 years longer than Boeing. And this year is the 100th anniversary of our apprentice scheme. Over that time, we've trained 20,000 apprentices, and another 100 are joining the company and the scheme this year. That's a tremendous milestone, and it's something we had intended to make a very big thing of at Fairford. Unfortunately, we can't be there, but we thought we'd do this live stream hosted by our brilliant apprentices instead. So what does RIAT mean to us, and what does it mean to me? Well, I think of the noise, the chest pummeling you get as those aircraft take off from the runway, sometimes going vertically up, and you're clinging onto the fence. I think of snatched discussions with customers. This time last year, we were signing a contract with Blue Angels. General Massiola came over from the States. He's the program officer for NAVAIR, and Air Vice Marshal Dave Cooper signed on behalf of the RAF, and we witnessed the handover of the aircraft that's going to become the new Fat Albert for the Blue Angels display team, that you might see a little bit more about later. It's also an occasion, a strange occasion, feels sometimes like a bit of a cricket match, where you meet Marshall family members, friends, customers, colleagues from years gone by, and colleagues that are still with the company. It's an opportunity to promote careers in science and engineering and technology, and with the apprentice stands in the technical zones are always a highlight. And we hope that you get a flavour today of what a career in science and technology might be like, and specifically in Marshall. So careers in aerospace and engineering, they're full of variety and full of options. Doing something real, doing something meaningful. You'll be part of teams or part of lots of different teams. Technical teams, obviously, but also all sorts of other things. Purchasing. How do you set up contracts with large suppliers to get parts in the right place at the right time to the right technical standards? That's not easy. It's not like going to Tesco and buying toilet roll if you can get it. It's a technical, difficult, contractual task. Signing contracts with customers, that's really complex stuff. Marketing, selling, persuading customers to buy from us, traveling and understanding different cultures, competing and winning, getting the order, celebrating the order, project management, finance, research and development. All of those make a flourishing and vibrant company. And that contributes to a flourishing and vibrant career. For those of you who want to put things into it, you can get enormous out. We've already spoken about Mark Johnston, our chief engineer, who's on later. He started as an apprentice. He's now right at the top of the company, chief engineer for the business. Another person, Frank Butterfield, director of customer service, started as an apprentice. And would you know, his father started as an apprentice before him and was also, slightly bizarrely, called Frank Butterfield. A moment ago, I talked about doing something real and meaningful. For us in Marshall Aerospace and Defence, that's about protecting people in critical situations. And I'm going to give you some examples. Last year, C-130 Hercules, operated by the RAF, our long-standing customer, had a problem overseas. It had been damaged. And it was flying back to the UK into its home base in Brize Norton. And it was late in an evening. And we were phoned and said, can you take it straight in from the Middle East? We opened the runway, we opened the airport, we took it, we got it into the hangars, and by midnight that night we had diagnosed the problem and were working to fix it. Because we know that responsiveness to our customers' needs and keeping those aircraft available for the missions they need to do is critical to our nation and to our customers. That's done by skilled people with many years of experience. We also send people overseas to fix aircraft. So for the RAF, we send people to RAF Akrotiri and have done when there have been engine issues or aircraft issues there. But for different customers, in Scandinavia last year, a couple of aircraft for one of our long-standing customers were caught in a very severe hailstorm. And the flying controls, the flaps, ailerons and so on, were severely damaged. And they phoned us and said, what do we do with these aircraft? Can we move them? We sent a team of technicians there with laser scanning devices to scan all the flying control surfaces, send the information back to our engineering teams to be able to diagnose and triage that aircraft to say, can it fly? And we took the decision and said, okay, they can do one flight back to base to get fixed. In France recently, our teams there have been advising the French Air Force after an aircraft had a severe landing. Again, diagnosing it, can it fly, is it safe? These are critical decisions taken by skilled people. In Canada, our teams are supporting the Royal Canadian Air Force when they're doing things like fighting fires, and they were on call last year to keep that fleet running. In our land business, we make CT scanners that go into containers so they can be transported to the areas of disaster for medical relief. We make transportable transportable hospitals, medevac solutions. We design medevac solutions to go back into the back of aircraft to transport patients back to hospitals. And we do things like upgrade avionics in aircraft. We've continued to do this throughout COVID. These aircraft are used for humanitarian relief. One of our newest customers, the Bangladeshi Air Force, took delivery of an aircraft from us in May, right in the middle of the COVID crisis, and flew it back to their home country and city, Dhaka. On the way, they collected citizens that were stuck overseas and repatriated them. And we're pleased to be able to help in those sorts of missions. Our people keep going through the crisis. They keep the aircraft going. But we also do some things which are a little bit more showy. And so, for example, we painted Boris's aircraft during the crisis too. We take a humble pride in our business. We take a humble pride in the service we give to those on the front line, whether it's the RAF or our allies around the world. I'm proud of our people, their skills, and what they contribute to the world in protecting people in critical situations. If you're thinking of a career, think of Marshall. Think of engineering. Think of science and technology. It's a really fulfilling career. I've been in science, technology, engineering now for 30-something years. I've been working in the UK, overseas, in all sorts of different ways. And you know, what matters is not just your skills in science and technology, but how you get on with people and how people work together. Think of joining us. Think of becoming part of a team. I hope today that you get a flavour of what it's like being with Marshall and you really enjoy it, whether you listen and watch it in one big session or dip in and dip out or catch up. And with that, thank you very much. Enjoy the day. I'm going to pass back to Matt and James.
Thank you, Duncan.
Yeah, thank you. That was brilliant. It was great to hear 20,000 apprentices. I mean, that number is fantastic.
It's extraordinary, and obviously ran all the way through the Second World War, supporting that effort in previous generations and all the crises in between. And the company's just kept developing people, which most of them stay within the company, which is great. Yeah. But even if they don't, they're going and contributing to other companies and the economy around the country, which is fantastic.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for introduction. And I think we'll hand over to...
We'll head over.
Yeah.
Right, thank you very much, Duncan.
Bye.
Bye.
Right. So we are now going to introduce the first of our first-year apprentices because we can't bring them on at the same time because of social distancing issues.
yeah. We've got to keep 2 meters apart.
So, Emily, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
You are one of our first-year apprentices.
I am, yeah. Started September last year.
Yes. How does it feel to be live?
Bit nerve-wracking,
yeah.
but got to go on
Excellent.
with it.
Okay, so what have you done so far in your apprenticeship?
So, for the first sort of 6 months, we've been working a lot in the workshop. So it's working on our practical hand skills, which you guys talked about earlier.
Yep.
Just making loads of things, learning how to file correctly, which is so frustrating because getting a straight line is harder than it looks.
It is difficult.
Did you all stand outside with the square looking up at
the
sky?
You got one of our
It's the same
instructors,
every
I don't
year,
know
I
if you're
think.
Dave, come over and say, nope, there's a bit of light there, start again.
You've certainly learned precision.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating. But no, it's really good fun and it's been like a great sort of roller coaster almost. Because I started from having no experience at all. Like all I knew was how to change a light bulb, and that was pretty much it. So I feel like I've come such a long way and I see some of the things I've made now and it's quite amazing.
Yeah, definitely. So you're obviously just finishing the workshop.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, because of lockdown, you've been sort of delayed. So what are you doing currently?
So at the moment, we've been working on a collaboration project. So hopefully that will come in place for future apprentices. So that's been keeping me busy. And all of us apprentices, first-year apprentices, busy.
And that's quite nice to kind of develop not only your hand skills, but communication. Have you been kind of emailing
100%.
people?
Well, we've been having to reach out via emails. We've been using a lot of Microsoft Teams, Zoom has been really big, Skype. So
other services are available.
Yeah. But no, it's frustrating when you have technical difficulties.
Yes.
But it's amazing how much you can do just online,
definitely.
and sending emails to people I've never spoken to in real life before.
Yeah, it's a very
incredible,
strange thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think the next step is in your apprenticeship?
So for us, we were meant to go into the design office to start doing our rotations before lockdown started, but that's what we've got to sort of go into in the future, however that's going to start happening.
Yes, whether it being virtually, which will be an interesting challenge, won't it?
It will. Virtual rotations, people don't know.
It's a very interesting thing, because we're obviously working in the design office from home already.
Yes.
So when you come in, you'll sort of be contacting us via Skype or email. So it's certainly a task for everyone to get you integrated into the team. And, but
I haven't had any problems as of yet, so I'm sure everyone's so lovely here.
Yeah.
So.
And I think the kind of longer that we do this, the more people are going to be able to use pictures and videos and kind of screen sharing and kind of just to kind of get the point across as if they were sat there next to you. So hopefully, going round, you should be able to still pick up kind of the same amount of knowledge. And
oh yeah, I'm sure I will. If not, I'll just pick it up when I come back.
Yes.
But no.
Yeah. So it should be good.
Brilliant. So what have you been doing in lockdown? Anything exciting?
Anything exciting? I've been doing a lot of cooking and baking.
Yes.
My banana bread, I'm acing it. They're not burnt anymore. Well,
that's good.
Occasionally.
Have you got any here today?
Yep, I'm here today. Have I got any here today?
Yeah.
No, sadly, no.
That's a shame.
I've been too busy to cook.
Brilliant. So what's the best thing you've done so far?
In the apprenticeship?
Or in general?
I have to say it's definitely the workshop, because it's just the people as well.
Yes,
Everyone's so lovely. The instructors, my fellow apprentices, everyone's just so kind and get to know everybody, and I think that's been the best thing, because you've got to be in at 7:30 in the morning, but you don't hate it.
Yes.
It's okay when there's other people around you in the exact same position as you are, and you're like, I can do this. I can start filing at 7:30 in the morning. It's not a problem. I'm loving this.
Brilliant.
But no, I think
And what made you choose that apprenticeship instead of perhaps going what seems to be at the moment a more traditional route into university?
For me, I wasn't really aware of apprentices when I was at school. So when I found out about them, I was like, oh, I'm going to get my degree. I'll get some practical skills alongside that. And after I'd done my A-levels, I was a bit, too many tests, too much work. I was like, I want something that's more hands-on, interactive, and so that's what was the leading factor for me. I just wanted that practical side,
definitely,
which I've received.
Yeah. I know what we found, and kind of we use this example a lot, is one day we were trying to learn how an engine works, and we were going through the kind of the 4 different stages, and everyone was understanding, but we couldn't quite get it. Like, it wasn't just completely clicking. And one of our teachers was able to bring us down the road. We walked into one of the hangars, and he could point out, obviously we spoke to all the people in the hangar and everything and made sure it was all right. But yeah, and we got to kind of look through the engine panels and be like, right, that is that, this is how this works. And it just made so much more sense when you had something real in front of you. And not only just kind of on a small scale, like it was to size. It was on an aircraft, and we could speak to the engineer as well and say, "Oh, what's the issue with this? Why, what needs maintaining?"
See it in real life. You can see it working, and it's just such a difference to reading it in a textbook.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Right.
So we have a challenge in front of you.
Yep. Yes,
you are going to be our first competitor.
Oh.
So first, due to social distancing, we first require you to wash your hands with sanitizer.
Yes, okay.
And then put some gloves on.
I'll do that now.
So if you do that. So what are you thinking is your technique for this challenge? Because you've not done this before,
My
have
technique? No, I've never done this before. Might have had a couple practices, but no.
I see, right.
For me, I think got to use both your hands at the same time. Sort of run away with it, but then the problem with that is you tend to lose them all over the floor, so we'll be picking them up for days. We'll find out.
Okay, so to remind you of the rules, you have to put 10 washers and 10 nuts on the studs. Doesn't matter which stud.
Okay.
And the nuts must be below flush.
Just below flush.
Just below flush.
Are you going to check that afterwards?
Oh, of course I do.
All right, then. I'll make sure.
Time penalties will be applied.
And then once you've done your time, we will write it down on our board.
Oh, so I'm setting the board.
Yeah.
Starting.
Okay.
Put my name on there. At least I'll be on there.
You'll be first.
Yeah, I'll be first on there. I'll be winning for a little bit.
You'll be the best for a few minutes, yeah.
And I think we've got our stopwatch keeper.
Yes,
Yeah.
Phil. Thank you, Phil.
Hold on, I'm not. Okay, right.
Right.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Wait, where's my hands? I'm not allowed to start
So
touching
I say
them, do I?
hands.
Hands on my knees?
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, ready when you
Phil?
are.
Yeah, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
So this is where we like to put the pressure on a little bit. so we like to kind of judge how they're doing it.
Yes, while they're doing it.
The two-hand technique is good. Down the two sides, I don't think I've seen that method before.
It's
obviously,
it's very swift.
if you saw us last year at RIAT, you'll know that this is a recurring kind of game. And it was quite popular,
Yeah,
wasn't
we
it,
got all
last
sorts
year?
of people to do it. The CEO did it.
Yeah, a lot of Marshall people, and quite embarrassingly, really, they got beat by kind of 4-year-olds. So it was.
It's harder than it looks.
How are we doing?
Obviously.
I'm glitching. All good. I'm carrying on.
Almost there.
Well, yeah, almost.
When you're finished, you have to shout cabbages.
Cabbages on it. All right.
Almost finished.
One more. Ah.
Oh.
Cabbages.
57 seconds.
57 seconds.
You know what? With gloves on, I'll take that.
Okay, well
I was
done.
going to say that is not bad at all.
And again, as our first time, that's not bad. I should write you on the board. Emily.
57 seconds.
57.
So that is going to be the time
To beat.
to beat.
Yeah.
The,
I feel like
the
that's a
whole
nice
idea is
starting
kind of beat the
time.
If no one
apprentice.
beats that throughout the day, you win.
Yeah.
So you just got to hope
Do I
everyone
win
else
this
is.
bottle of sanitizer? That's what I get.
Right, I think we're now going to do a quick change. So thank you, Emily, and we're going to bring
Thank
in
you.
Harry, who's our second
First year
first-year apprentice. Yeah, we'll kind of have a bit of a chat to him. So
Thank you very much, Emily.
yeah,
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
As you can tell, that was 3 people clapping. Hello, Harry.
Hi guys.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm good. You all right?
Yes, good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. So, we'll ask you some routine questions, of course, before we
yeah.
get started. Matt, would you like to ask some questions?
Yeah. So we've kind of heard about the shop floor, not the shop floor, the training centre.
Yeah.
What has kind of been your most memorable experience from that kind of time?
What, the whole workshop?
Yeah.
Oh, it's all pretty memorable. I really look back on it fondly. I didn't expect how good it would be. I thought we'd be just doing some activities. But the whole experience, I sort of look back and I remember nearly all of it, like all of the activities, and it's quite good camaraderie between even the techs and us engineers and all the different like apprentices that are there, because we're all doing the same thing and we're all in the same boat and we all have the same problems there.
Yeah, and you kind of work together to find the solution.
Yeah.
It's a very strange thing because every year you get such a mix of people. I mean, from our year, we had people coming in from, well, you were from Gloucester.
Yeah.
I came from Norfolk. We had someone from Liverpool.
So it's kind of bringing all these people that would never kind of be together and kind of struggling
Mission
through in a way,
together.
to get this end goal. Did you find that the activities kind of gradually got increased?
Yeah,
difficulty.
we started off really
Difficulty,
simple,
Yeah.
and then got onto more complicated stuff. And it's quite interesting because we did like patch repairs, and they said like this would be something you'd actually do on a plane if it got shot and there's a bullet hole or something like that. And that was, it was really interesting. And
It's interesting when you do patch repairs because Matt, you're in repairs now.
Yes,
and essentially that's what you design now.
Yeah. So that's the kind of majority of my day is information will come off the shop floor and kind of like dent sizes and things like that, and then we kind of look through prehistoric data or in the aircraft maintenance manuals, which is similar to kind of the information you were given.
Yeah.
And then we've got to make a decision on how we're going to repair it. So. Using those patch repairs or kind of flush with internal doubler repairs and things like that. So, it's good that you kind of get that knowledge early on that you could be using kind of further on in your career, I suppose.
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys have got any advice, seeing as you've already been through the apprenticeship.
What, in general?
Yeah.
I'd say what got us into this predicament. Just always say yes to things, I think, because I think, like we said before, the best thing about what our experience, I talked about for myself, I'm sure you agree, is the extra things you get to do alongside it. So, we have our launchpad activities that happen where we do STEM events in schools and getting involved in that kind of thing, and it really helps, enrich our experience, as cheesy as that sounds.
Yes, yeah, and it puts you in a position that, well, where you get quite uncomfortable, but you learn from that, and then the next time you're so much better. So, I mean, this is your kind of first big appearance, I suppose, as an apprentice.
I was a bit nervous, yeah.
So, hopefully next time you get asked to do something, you can be like, I've learned from all this.
Next time you'll be hosting.
And the bit of advice I'd probably give is to just ask questions.
Yes.
I think it's, especially in kind of an engineering environment, we have a lot of people that are very clever. They know their role, they know their kind of area very well. And if you can pick up just a little bit of information off of them, and you do that with lots of different people, you become this kind of well-rounded starting off engineer.
Yeah.
So that when you go into another department, you've kind of got the experience and the knowledge from everywhere else to kind of help you progress quicker in that place.
That's what I'm looking forward to, is our rotations inside the business. You don't just get a feel for like sort of one area. You go round and then you see how it all interlinks and works together.
Yeah, and you get to see what you enjoy doing the most. So the great thing I found about our apprenticeship is you get to go round the different areas, and really you get to pick where you go. You like repairs, and you went to do structural stuff.
Yes,
now, I've sort of fallen into mechanical and fluid systems because I've enjoyed the sort of complex stuff of that, and then I've gone into the kind of software data analysis stuff, which is basically my hobby, which is great.
Have you got an idea of roughly where you want to be or what you want to do?
Not at the moment. I'm keeping my mind open, and I'm just going to take everything in and just see what I like.
Yeah.
I'm not going to set my mind to anything because I don't want to be quite limited.
And I think that's the best option, because I find, even now, you don't know exactly what you want to do. And I think it's better to kind of ride the curve of, you might end up in a department that you wouldn't even think about now. And that's quite exciting in a way.
That's why I don't want to rule anything out, because once you've ruled something out, you probably never even tried it.
You close the door.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Why did you choose the Marshall Apprenticeship? Did you have lots of different apprenticeships or information days you went to? Or
it's because I'm quite local and I've grown up around the area, and you hear a lot about Marshalls. Also, I've had people that I know that work here, like older people and also people my age as well. It's just local, it's close, and it's really interested me. This sort of stuff really interests me. I've always been asking the question why this works, how does it work, and it's led me to here, really.
Yeah, good.
I think it is.
We've had a question.
Oh, brilliant!
We have a question.
We have a question from Ryan, which is anything that you would like to see changed in the approach to an engineering apprenticeship.
Okay, so we'll just repeat that just in case everyone can't hear at home. So from Ryan, is there anything you would change about the apprenticeship?
That's a hard one, because it's all worked so good for, especially my year at the moment. There's nothing that springs to mind that would say, we need to change that. It's just about testing what happens.
Yeah.
I'm trying to answer the question, but it's quite hard.
It's difficult, I suppose, because you've done your sort of first year, you haven't done the next stages.
Yeah, I suppose maybe someone later in their apprenticeship could be a better person to ask.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really change anything at the moment. It's all pretty good.
Yeah. I'd say, from our point of view, the apprenticeship's changed quite a lot from our time anyway. Things adapt, things change sort of to the current climate. For us, we were very lucky. We got to go into the hangar for a long time, and I know that's changed. Qualifications have changed. So it's difficult to say what we'd change. I don't think there's anything I would change that I find this would be better if this was different. Although you always have ups and downs in your career, in your life, I think those things are really good to develop you.
Yeah, and I think, like you said about the lower points or the rotations that perhaps aren't for you, you probably learn more about yourself and about a role by not thinking it's for you and kind of muddling through it, because you've got to have those difficult conversations like, oh, I don't really understand this, or this isn't my kind of bag, this isn't kind of where I've got knowledge in. And I think that's where you kind of,
build on that.
Build on that, yeah.
But in my rotations that we're going to go into inside the design office, we were having a chat earlier, maybe it's good to go into the hangars and see what the people in the hangars, maybe in a different sort of department, are doing, because we'll be all in front of computers in the offices. Maybe it's worth the time and hands-on experience about what the people actually fitting stuff on the plane does.
Yeah.
From a design perspective, you'd probably be better to see how everything works, so you know what's going on.
And I know that definitely helped us. I mean, like, I think we ended up doing 2 or 3 years in there, and it was brilliant. You know, we were very lucky. I was certainly on a really great team, and you know, they all sort of took me under their wing, learned a lot, did a lot of ceiling scraping, but that's how you start. But it was brilliant, and I feel like the knowledge you gain, it's simple things like, you know, the properties of a material. Like, if you've never worked with a material before, so like, you know, aluminium on an aircraft, if you've not worked with that before, and then you suddenly have to design something, you know, you might not realise the limitations that has.
And you don't appreciate how you can mould and change the shapes of parts and that kind of thing.
And like, although you will learn it, you know, when you do your HNC and that kind of thing, it's a different kind of way of learning it, so that like you kind of it sinks in more. If that makes sense. Yeah. But if you get a chance to, I would definitely recommend having a go.
So.
Got another question.
Another question, brilliant.
Another question from Thomas, who expanded on something Duncan mentioned about real and meaningful. And does the apprenticeship scheme feel like a more real way to learn than theoretical?
So Thomas says, does the apprenticeship feel like a real way of learning or a more meaningful way?
Definitely. I feel like having the experience of applying what you learn to an actual real thing, like that you're actually going to be working on when you're older or when you've qualified, is so much more beneficial. I found sometimes at school you'd be writing stuff down and doing problems and you wouldn't really know what they contributed to. You'd be like, why am I doing this? And here it's like, you know why. You're here for a reason. It's really like
everything is applied to something. It's like the reason why you're doing this is because of that. You know, or this this kind of equation or this kind of theory is applied to this, and that's why that works.
That's what I found the most interesting, was throughout high school, when we were doing maths, I found it quite hard to concentrate, and it was more that thing of, you know, I don't know how this is applied in real life, so I'm not that interested in it. As soon as we started learning here, because it was, you know, this is the theory of flight, this is the equation for lift, that kind of thing, you're like, okay, I understand, this is why we use this is why we use differentiation. I never thought we'd actually use it in real life, but here we are.
And in school, did you ever think that you would be able to get to this level of maths?
Not at all. I mean, I felt my time in like GCSEs, I certainly wasn't at my peak learning. I definitely found it difficult. And I think coming into this apprenticeship, because we started off doing a sort of level 2 MVQ and our hand skills, and then we moved up to a level 3 MVQ and a level 3 BTEC, which is like equivalent to A-levels. And I found, because it was assignment-based and that kind of thing, it just suited my learning better. And I think that's something to really keep in mind if you're, you know, looking to do university or an apprenticeship, is if you're a more academic learner, you know, university might be right for you, and that's great, because university does have its benefits in certain types of engineering. You know, if you're more interested in research and development, that might be the way to go. But if you're interested in, say, aerospace or mechanical engineering, then an apprenticeship gives you that more practical side of it and that more applied general side, and I think that's really important.
How's like what level of learning are you at now? Are you university?
The course. So we're doing a degree apprenticeship. So we do a level 6 in aerospace engineering. We also do other stuff alongside that, like the hand skills and electronics. So it's degree level. It's really good. It's really interesting. Are you the year that's doing it through like a live stream? We're doing a university course from a university in Blackpool, and like all this virtual learning is sort of normal to us because we have two big screens on the wall and cameras, and we learn through the screen, like a massive Skype call.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, whoa, at start. But yeah, it
Is it got to the point now that it's just normal?
Yeah, it's just normal.
Your teachers...
So sitting at home now on our laptops, all of us in the call, it's just your standard,
That's
really.
normal, yeah. That's brilliant, yeah.
So can you see that kind of going into the future and kind of, you know, with Marshall doing it as well?
Oh, definitely. It saves travel and it saves all the expenses, and it gives you like more time, like learning and researching. You've got all the resources here instead of having to travel all the way to Blackpool, where maybe you don't have all of the specialist resources.
It's a long way to go as well.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Do you find the quality of the teaching, up to standard, even though it is virtual? Do you find it's easy to learn?
Oh yeah, there are some like teething problems, like when asking a question, if there's multiple people trying to ask a question, like you probably found out on Zoom, you can't all speak at the same time, and and it gets a bit noisy.
Yeah.
But there's a system for it. You put a comment or put your hand up, and it also makes it like there's more etiquette. Like you don't talk over each other.
Yeah.
It's more flowing, and you can hear it clearly.
I guess that all takes practice as well, doesn't it? So the more you do it, the easier it will become. So you've talked about your rotations, and you've spoke about the kind of course that you're doing. Where do you see yourself in the future?
That's a hard one, really. Like, I see myself here.
Right here.
Yeah, right here.
Doing the challenge.
No, like Marshall seems like a really good company.
Yeah.
And I see myself progressing through here, gaining experience. I really want to go into like you say, R&D. Like you want to find something that no one else has got, and you want to give it to the people. And
So you're sort of innovation-y focused.
Yeah, you want to think of something that no one's thought up.
Yeah.
And
I suppose everyone's...
And I know you've been speaking to Chris kind of in our practice days and kind of behind the scenes as well. So anybody else that's interested in kind of R&D, I think it's 1:30. It'd be really good to kind of to drop in and see that part of the live stream.
Yeah, it'd be great. And it would be great to have some good questions as well to test them.
Yes, yeah.
We have another question.
Oh, brilliant.
This is from RHP.
Oh, RHP.
Okay.
How does Marshall support apprentices from the transition to school to apprenticeship, and that's socially and education?
Socially.
So from RHP, they're asking, how does Marshall help transition from school to work, essentially?
I think they break you in quite easy. Like with the workshop, as you start off, all the hands-on skills sort of breaks you in after a summer of not really doing much.
It's a controlled environment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where you're allowed to make mistakes.
Definitely. And then they also give you stuff to learn on the side of that. You also get classes. And
always busy.
Yeah, always busy. And you're learning about the subject. And I feel like they break you in slowly, and it's quite nice. And on the social aspect, because, like I said earlier, you're all in the same boat in the workshop, you all sort of get along quite well because... you've all got the same problems, and you're like trying to figure out how to do this one thing, and then someone finally figures it out, and you're like, oh.
Remember that well. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a brilliant thing. I always find that sort of time is really good to look back on as well. It's interesting because we've only been in the company for 5 years, which in the grand scheme of things isn't a lot. But it feels like forever because we've gone through all these different stages, and we've known each other through the whole thing. Yeah. Now we're on TV-ish together. But yeah, and it's brilliant, and you keep those friendships that you make as well throughout because
definitely,
you go through so much together. Right, so we're told by Phil that it's time for you to do the challenge.
Challenge, okay. I'm guessing I've got to put the gloves on, wash my hands.
Wash your hands first.
Yeah.
Then gloves. You will have to remove the nuts placed because Emily forgot to remove them.
What is it? I can just do the inner nuts.
That's up to you. If you want to make it more difficult,
I'll take the challenge.
Okay. Your choice, Harry. So, do you think you're going to beat Emily's 57 seconds? Are you confident?
It's with these gloves. They make it harder, a lot harder.
Well, she was also wearing gloves.
We've got another question.
Oh, we have another question?
Okay, yeah.
Excellent.
It's another question from Ryan.
Right.
And he wants to know if there's anything that you think could be done to make apprenticeships maybe a more acceptable route, like the university route you were saying it's the common way. What can be done to maybe make apprenticeships like that?
Okay, so Ryan's kind of questioned how we can make apprenticeships more, accepted in the community, I suppose. I know when I first kind of said, and I don't know if Ryan's probably about the same age as me, maybe. And when we went in for an apprenticeship, there was kind of a lot of, oh, really? Is that really what you want to do? You know, it didn't seem as accepted as, oh, I'm going to university. Now, something that myself and James have been doing a lot, along with kind of a lot of the other STEM projects and things that we've been doing, a lot of the other apprentices, we go into a lot of colleges and schools and kind of explain that, well, actually, if you get the same level of learning and you're getting all this experience at the same time,
and you get paid to do it,
and you know, and you're getting paid to do it as well.
It's a nice little bonus.
Yeah, and you're going to just end up with so much more experience and so much more out of it at the end.
And like I said before, it does depend. Like, you know, university might be right for some people, and apprenticeship is right for others. And it's not, you know, whether you do well or not in school. It's how you learn and what you want to do. If you know you want to go into this industry, do an apprenticeship. If you don't know, if you just want general engineering or a high level engineering, then university. And it's very much open.
And a lot of the time, it is a lot harder. You know, you're in school, in work 5 days a week from 7:30 till, well, for us, 7:30 till 3:30. And we've done that for the last 5 years. On top of that, we've done our MVQs, our BTECs, our HNC courses. And you've got to learn kind of outside of that work time. So, like time management, and you build all those kind of skills as well.
Yeah. Speaking of time management, Harry. Right, are you ready?
Let me just move everything out of the way.
Okay, are you confident?
I'll just do the little bits inside. Okay.
I'm here to cheer you on.
Okay. Here in the background, if you can hear it. Right, are you ready, Phil?
Ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Go on, Harry.
Go on, Harry. Faster.
But not too fast.
Faster, not too fast. Faster. Remember, 10. Not 11, not 12.
Later than 57
10.
seconds.
Oh, he's dropping them all over the floor.
How do you think you're going to do when it comes down to your turn, then?
I'm not looking forward to it. But I'm going to make sure that everybody else really struggles.
Oh, my glove got
so
stuck.
that when we come into play, you know, we
we'll
can do a good time.
Of course. If we don't do very well, are we going to pretend that we got a really good time?
I think we'll just cut the live stream there.
Yeah, that's fair.
We'll just have we've got the camera guys in on this. You know, if we start going over a minute, we'll just cut the live stream. Yeah.
How's it going, Harry? Checking on Harry.
Cabbages.
How are you feeling? Oh yeah, don't
Feeling
say
good.
cabbages.
Cabbages? Why
When you
cabbages?
finish.
Just say cabbages.
It's our trigger word.
Cabbages. Oh god, that one's not coming on.
Oh dear.
Bit of a stick.
Oh, this is close.
Cabbages.
All right, hang on. Stop, stop.
Oh.
Hang on, where? So,
Do you-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh.
He's forgotten one.
Oh.
He's forgotten one. Do we count it? What do we do?
I think that's a 10-second penalty.
10-second penalty.
Oh, okay.
52, well, 1 minute 2.
1 minute 2.
1 minute. Oh, so not quite.
Maybe
faster
you'll get a
than
chance at the end to redeem yourself.
I'll try again.
Oh dear. What was it? 1 minute.
1 minute 2 seconds.
1 minute 2 seconds.
Can you just put a penalty? Like, say that I got a penalty.
Yeah,
I'll put a little,
like a
key.
little wet thing.
A wet- like
a
Top
wet
Gear.
lap. Yeah.
So 2 times. Oh, you probably can't see that from there. But right. So Emily's still in the lead. It's all to play for. Speaking of all to play for, don't forget to comment for a chance of winning RIAT tickets. We have 3 pairs to give away. You'll be entered kind of into a random draw. So
I don't think we know how we're going to do that yet.
But we'll find a way.
We'll sort that by the end of the day. That's Phil's
Right,
job.
could you remove the nuts, please, Harry?
Of course.
Thank you very much.
So what have we got coming up next, James?
So we're about to show a video of Rob Humphries, a video on his experience as a pilot, a test pilot flying the C-130s, and then we're going to talk to him.
Yes, I think we have got him live. So if anybody gets any questions throughout the video, feel free to pop them in the comments, and we can ask him.
Brilliant. Okay, so I think it's time for the video.
Hello and welcome to the RIAT live stream from a wet Cambridge, where I'm standing in front of a Royal Air Force C-130J aircraft. I'm Rob Humphries, I'm the Business Development Director for Marshall Aerospace and Defence Group, and basically what that means is it is my job to go out and find new business, to develop new products, new services for customers, and to help keep these outstanding aircraft in the air. I joined Marshall in early 2017, having learnt to fly with the company back in 1988 when I had a Royal Air Force flying scholarship when I was a kid. As 10 years old, I decided I wanted to be a pilot in the Royal Air Force. It gave me a huge amount of focus through my teenage years. I came here to Cambridge to fly and learn to fly on a Cessna 152 as a teenager, and then I joined the RAF straight from school, trained as a pilot, and spent the next 27 years of my life flying aircraft and doing a number of ground jobs. After pilot training, which took about 2.5 years, I found myself at Royal Air Force Lynham, which was in Wiltshire and was the main operating base of the C-130K model Hercules, which the RAF had bought in 1966. We bought a large fleet of aircraft. They're a fantastically reliable and robust aircraft. You can do just about anything with a C-130. I spent 6 years on the front line, best 6 years of my life, flying around the world, flying tactically, so that's down to 250 feet above the ground, with the back end of the aircraft full of either paratroops or aerial delivery loads, which we dropped by parachute, or we landed on natural surfaces, so gravel or sand, to offload them. Once I'd done that, I was posted to the Heavy Aircraft Test Squadron, and my job was as the project test pilot on this thing, which was the then new C-130J aircraft. It's an upgraded and updated version of the Hercules that has been in production for decades. It has new powerful engines. It has a completely new suite of avionics. So the flight deck, which we can't sit on today because we're trying to protect our great workforce here at Cambridge from any risk of cross-infection, the flight deck is glass cockpit, so it's TV screens just like you see in a modern airliner, and has a big head-up display for the pilots to look out of. So a test pilot is an experienced frontline pilot who's had specialist training so they can work in the role of a customer test pilot. Most militaries have test pilots. They're trained to a very high level, but what they really do is try and fight the corner of the frontline pilot who is going to find themselves someday or some night in a difficult situation. And what they really need to know, they really need to rely on the aircraft that they're flying being safe, being fit for purpose, and actually being certain in the knowledge that they can get the best out of that aeroplane. What's the difference between the legacy aircraft, which is the range from A to H models, which were built up to about 1999, I think, and the C-130J, which came into production. The Royal Air Force was actually the first customer for the C-130J. So the first thing is these engines with their 6-bladed carbon fibre propellers. They're a lot more powerful and a lot more efficient. So the fuel burn is lower for this aircraft compared with the older aircraft. And it also gives you a lot more power. So when you put the power forward on a J model, it really moves. On the older aircraft, it actually feels like you've got one less engine. They have a full authority digital engine control, which means that engine handling is a lot easier, and it means that the engine is generally more reliable. The RAF's been flying the C-130 since the mid-60s, over 50 years of service. Why is that? Well, I think it goes back to the aircraft being about the right size, being incredibly robust, and actually if you look around the world, what you find is that most people out there who have a serious tactical job to do, the US, the French, now the Germans are buying this aircraft as well, they think it's about the right size, incredibly robust, and it actually does what you need it to do. My best experience in the C-130, and I've got a lot, so a lot of really special moments. I've seen some absolutely stunning parts of the world. I spent a month in Alaska flying tactically around the valleys when I was in my early 20s. I've seen the most stunning sunrise over Greece. So this is for you who want to be pilots. So we're going through a real slump in civil aviation at the moment. And what I would say is, if you were looking at it and thinking, oh, there's no way I can be a pilot, don't worry about that and don't give up. It is a hard road ahead, whether you want to fly one of these things, you want to fly a modern combat aircraft, or you want to fly an airliner. It's hard work. You have to learn to do something that we were not made to do, which is to fly. So you need to get the essentials right, which is work hard at school. If you're at school, you need to be able to understand how these things work and how flight works before you get in it. So the basics are important.
Right, hello, and joining us now is Rob himself. So
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm all right, actually. It's a beautiful day out there.
It is.
Yes.
The weekend is ahead of us.
It certainly is.
Yeah. So how are you kind of dealing with the kind of current situation? How is that impacting and affecting your role?
So I stepped into a new role right at the beginning of lockdown, which I've got to say was pretty bizarre.
That's bad timing.
I saw the people that work for me. I've got a small team, so I saw the people that work for me for the first time about 2 weeks ago, face to face. So that was really kind of odd.
Yeah.
And I know them, so it was not too bad. But it took quite a long time, I think, to work out how to work. Our IT team have been fantastic. So we went on a new IT system about 18 months ago. And that meant that we could take half the workforce, the people that didn't physically need to be on site, either here, Bryce Norton, or at Kirby Moorside in Yorkshire. We could take them in the space of literally about 24, 48 hours and move them off-site. Yeah. So that was really good. And then the IT team have made incremental upgrades to the system throughout, which has really helped. And they're still going. Yes. So it's improved. Yeah. But I think it's just taken us a little while to work out how to be effective. Yeah, so I'm business development director, which means that we have to talk to our customers. And a lot of our customers were dealing with the same kind of issues. And the highest priority was not talking to a whole bunch of people out there, it was getting themselves sorted out internally.
Yes, definitely.
So that's just taken time to fix, really.
Yeah.
But I think we're doing that now.
Yeah.
We worked out how to do virtual visits. So we had a ministerial visit with a guy called Graham Stewart, who's the Minister for Export to the UK government. Did that last week, and that went very well. The comms team, who are around here, who you can't see, they did some fantastic work filming the things that are going on behind closed doors, so that we can show people without actually bringing them here on site in Cambridge.
That's brilliant.
That's been really good.
Okay, and how was the kind of response from the customers? Because obviously it's quite different to how we would normally interact with them.
It's been good. I think people out there want to engage, they know they need to, and they need to move forward, but they don't know how to. Yeah. So for the whole of industry, finding ways in which we can talk to our customers, we can listen to them, has been really important. For the UK, culturally, we're pretty good down the phone, I think, or on email. Yeah. There's a lot of people we deal with who are culturally very different. Yeah. Okay. And understanding them and being able to interact with them in a way that's natural to them is important. So getting back into business travel is going to be really important. There are some things, forming relationships, you have to do face-to-face. You can't do that down an email trail. No. So being able to get back to some sort of normality whilst not taking silly risks is going to be really important for us.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant.
You want to ask me an aeroplane question, don't you?
I mean, we do have, because obviously you started off in the RIAT.
I started from the Air Force, yeah.
And I think we were saying as a pilot, so what did you fly and what was your experience?
So I joined the Air Force straight out of school and trained as a pilot, a heavy aircraft pilot, and I flew the C-130 Hercules on the front line for 6 years. And I then trained as a test pilot, went through a year-long, very intensive training course, and then served for the rest of my flying time as a test pilot at Boscombe Down in Wiltshire.
Okay.
What's it like going from being a pilot, test pilot, to doing what you do now? How's it different?
There's a natural, in a lot of respects, there's a natural extension.
Yes.
So aerospace is what I've known and loved since I was a kid. What I do now is try and help people with problems in the aerospace industry. Yes. And in my new role, actually, in other industries as well. I mean, we do a mixture of land systems, manufacturing and aerospace in MADG. So it's a very broad and diverse company.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's kind of one of the points that that we want to kind of get across in this live stream, especially for the younger audience, is that there is a vast, diverse kind of roles within engineering and within especially the aerospace sector, and that you can kind of go from one to another role, and a lot of roles kind of flow into each other, and you can take that experience forward. So it's perhaps not a role or a job that you kind of get stuck in. You know, you can progress and you can build up to, well, wherever you really want to be, really.
Yeah, so there's a huge variety of things that people do, and I see around our company engineers working from designing very new things completely from scratch. So really a blank sheet of paper, creating new ideas, new designs, through to people actually embodying those onto aircraft who have very specific and very highly developed hand skills. And I can see that we've got Haydn on a bit later, so you can talk to him about hand skills and how skilled some of this work is. In my last role in Marshall, before I became Business Development Director, I had the privilege to have a number of people work for me who were responsible for repairing some of the broken aeroplanes that come in here. Yeah. And what I saw in a small repairs section was some design engineers working alongside people who'd come from an apprentice route, so had very well developed hand skills, knew the actual aircraft inside out, and having them work side by side as a team, a designer who really understands the theoretical side of engineering alongside someone who has got much more practical understanding of what they're trying to do is incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean that's kind of the position I'm in now. So I've just qualified as an engineer and I'm now in the repairs office.
Okay.
So I'm kind of taking that that hands-on knowledge of about 2.5 years on the shop floor and bringing that into an office. And it's quite interesting because you get some of the really experienced guys and they'll kind of question and go, oh, I haven't been on the aircraft for ages, you know, what about this and that kind of thing. So it's nice to kind of bring in that kind of fresh knowledge and fresh experience.
So how have you found lockdown in repairs?
It's been interesting. We kind of started off because we are quite a team collaborative kind of working together. So being at home on our own is quite new for us, especially when I'm starting to do my own stress reports and that kind of thing. So not being able to rely on a stress engineer that's kind of just sat over there to go and speak to him, I've got to come up with the solution by myself a lot of the time. Although we've got kind of these kind of new communication devices that we're using and platforms of Skype and Teams that we're using a lot more heavily now. And the more experience that they're getting with that software, the more I'm getting out of it. Yeah. Because it's getting to the point they can, you know, share screens and we can talk about stuff and we can draw on stuff. So, yeah, it started off, you know, everyone was a bit like, oh, you know, how are we going to do this? But now we're kind of back to full production, really. You know.
I suppose in a way it makes it almost easier because normally, you know, you'd have your paper drawing printed out sometimes. You'll be, you know, going over to each other, showing each other documents. And with it all on kind of one screen, you're centralising it all, I guess, and it makes it a lot easier to kind of convey what you're, you know, what the information you're trying to get from people.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
I think have we got a question?
Yes, we have a question from Andrew.
Hello, Andrew.
He asks, what areas of aerospace or defence, or even engineering in general, could Marshall potentially work in the future that we don't currently work in?
So we have a fantastically diverse company, as I said. And it's everything from touching aircraft in the hangars that are broken, so modifying them, repairing them, surfacing them, through to building some quite advanced composites at a factory in North Yorkshire, in Kirby Moorside. So there's a huge range of things we can do. So from a business development perspective, we need to find a balance of things that are balanced in terms of risk. So we can't take too many high risks as a business. We're relatively small and privately owned. So we've got to be quite careful about what we do. But there's also a time scale. So we need to do things that are good for us now, so we can keep the people we employ busy now. But also we've got a longer horizon. Now, there are programs and projects out there in the UK that we can go after that are here and now. Just supporting aircraft, servicing aircraft here and now is really important work. But actually, if we look right out into the future, there are things like the Tempest aircraft that RAF is procuring that won't come into service until the 2030s. That is a fantastic engineering program that would be great to be on. So we are talking to people about that, and that will drive high-end engineering, high-end skills in all sorts of ways across the UK. So programs like that are real investments, not just in the product that's going to come out of the other end, a sixth-generation fighter that can be exported widely, but also in our own capabilities, not just as us and Marshall, but us as a company, country.
And I suppose working on, you know, an aircraft of the future, you're developing your people's skills so they have longevity. So, you know, people like us, we learn sort of more up-to-date skills. So when it comes around to furthering our career, we are ready to move on to those kind of projects and that sort of thing. And I think that's really interesting. Yeah.
So, you know, you mentioned Tempest as one of the future projects that could be, you know, that we could perhaps be working on. How do you kind of scout out these potential projects, and which ones, or how do you decide which ones are more interesting than others?
Okay, so what we're trying to do in business development is solve people's problems. That's essentially the issue, and they may have problems in the future, they may have problems here and now.
Yeah.
Relationships are absolutely critical. Waiting for some sort of request for proposal to be published and then picking up the phone is really not great. No. You need to be out there talking to people, and that's one of the reasons why COVID has been so difficult for business development and sales teams, is because we can't be out there talking to people. So you need to talk to customers, but also need to listen. And listening is one of the most important skills for anyone who is selling or doing any kind of business development. Not just to understand what people need, but the way in which, what's important to them, the way in which you need to solve their problem. So talking to as many people as possible is great. We have a huge range of relationships across industry because we're a medium-sized company, so we're not a huge equipment manufacturer that people see as either, you know, the big beast or a competitor. Yeah. We tend to occupy a space between a lot of the big manufacturers, and that means we can do things very quickly, and that is important in its own right. It means that we're not a threat to the big players because we can't be. Yeah. But we also have to thrive by creating value for them in unique and different ways, which is essentially what we do.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So would you say? So you said we're kind of in that middle ground. Would you say our customers are more important than perhaps a larger company? Because if we're only kind of dealing with certain people and kind of getting in that middle ground, are they kind of more important to us?
I think any company, it doesn't matter if you're a one-person startup or if you're gargantuan. 100,000 employee strong organisation. The moment you think your customers aren't the most important thing in your life, you're done for.
Yeah, definitely.
So we are. Marshall has a long history, and it's kind of woven into the fabric and the DNA of this company, of being really responsive to its customers' needs. And that is probably of the different things that could really mark it out. Customer intimacy is probably our biggest strength. Okay. So we will have a customer on the phone say, I need something tomorrow and I'm desperate, and we will pull out all the stops to make it happen. Yeah. Great example recently is with the Prime Minister's Voyager. I say the Prime Minister's Voyager, it's a working tanker for the Royal Air Force.
Yes. Yeah.
It's been painted in a nice colour scheme here in Cambridge. We had a call from the Royal Air Force saying, can you do this work for us? It's important. We need to get it done. So we pretty much dropped everything and did it for them. And it flew out on time. So,
yeah, and it's amazing that we have that kind of relationship where they can ask us something, so kind of last minute, and we can provide that service.
I think they know they can as well. Yeah. And that's important.
Absolutely.
People understanding that you're there to respond is absolutely critical.
And I know that kind of we're developing the way that we can produce things. So Chris is, who we're talking to later, has kind of looked into the producing parts for aircraft using 3D printers and things like that, which means that we can have a much faster and much much quicker turnaround. So when you say that, one of our customers say, we're desperate and we absolutely need this part for some reason, we're kind of setting up to be able to meet that demand and meet that kind of speed.
So we have a great, I don't know if you talked about manufacturing support, so we have a great agile manufacturing capability based here. Largely they work in metal, but with the 3D printing not exclusively, so they can do plastics as well. And their role really is to support the hangars. We often find, and these C-130 aircraft, they're incredibly robust, but they get flown extremely hard, and they get broken. And we often find that some of the things that are broken, to get one from the supply chain is hundreds of days. And we will work with the manufacturer, Lockheed Martin. They let us produce a new part under license, and then we use this team sitting on the other side of the road here in Cambridge, who have a huge variety of manufacturing techniques and equipment, and they will just build a new bit and have that fitted to the aircraft within a day or two. It's an incredible capability and quite scarce.
One of my rotations was actually in that department, and I found it fascinating because, and kind of linking back to where I am now in repairs, we get a lot of alternate manufacturers. And like what you're saying, a part's damaged and we can't get it for whatever reason, especially kind of currently with kind of, transport being perhaps a little bit less than what it was before. And we've kind of got to compare the two materials and compare the manufacturing techniques. And then, like you say, get in contact with that team who are fantastic at kind of, telling us what their needs are, and so together we can produce something hopefully quite quickly. So
I'm aware that Phil's hovering with a question.
Yeah, we have two questions.
Brilliant.
The first one is from Emily, who asked, what's your most challenging task since lockdown?
And the second one? I'll come back. Let me think about that and come back to the second question.
What's the most challenging task during lockdown?
No, I was waiting for a bit of time to think about it. I think trying to work out how we could be effective as a business development team.
Yes, it's a very difficult challenge.
And you could see that happening across the partners we work with. People are trying to work out how to make it work, and so this is a defence industry. We have pretty high security levels of security in our IT systems, so it's often difficult to talk to people or to have reasonably secure conversations. For actually the right reason, it's because everyone's got their defences up. So working out how to work with people effectively when you can't talk to them face to face, when sometimes the bandwidth on some server isn't great, has been a real challenge. But I think slowly but surely we've worked out how to do that. As I said, we've done these virtual tours, virtual visits, and we're doing more and more of those.
Brilliant.
And the second question?
Second question for Rob as well. What is your proudest or most rewarding moment working with Marshall?
Proudest or most rewarding moment working with Marshalls?
Probably got a few. So sitting out 2 or 3 weeks ago, on the airfield here, watching the Voyager that we'd just painted for the Prime Minister's use take off was fantastic, actually, because it really showed that we can do something. It's great to see an aircraft painted like that. The UK hasn't had anything like that in a long time. It looks fantastic. And actually it's a real symbol of, I think, what we need to do as a country as we come out of this lockdown. So that was great. There have been a few, actually. A few really nice moments, usually involving customers, when you can see the smile on people's faces.
That's brilliant.
I guess it's nice to be able to give, once you come to an agreement and everybody's happy with like the outcome, and you can just, that's nice that we've been able to fulfil whatever requirement that you needed for,
Okay. Brilliant. You haven't asked me any questions about airplanes.
Oh, we have another
we've got another question.
Keep them coming.
Chris is saying great content, and thank you, Rob, for sharing your story on business development. But Chris wants to know that, do you think or do you feel the market will return within 6 months to the normal momentum?
No, I don't. I think there are some very significant changes I think have come. I mean, anyone works in civil aerospace has had an absolutely torrid time, and I don't think civil aerospace is going to come back BA have just announced that they're retiring the whole 747 fleet. Right. So I've got friends who fly 747. Yeah. Now that's a disaster for people individually because their jobs go. Big companies that we're used to dealing with, whether it's BA or Virgin, whoever, are going to find it extremely tough. Yes. And I think until people get the confidence to get out and travel, then that's going to be difficult. Absolutely. So that side of the market is going to be difficult for a few years to come.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't underestimate the impact and the bleed across onto defence of that. I think in defence, it's going to be interesting. The British government is having an integrated review, which is essentially about the way in which the UK faces the outside world after Brexit. Okay. That involves a big defence and security review as well at the same time. And how the government chooses to respond is pretty important to us and our future business.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Well, I know I've got a friend who might actually be watching. So he's been training to be a pilot for the last 3 or 4 years, and he's got to a point now where he would be at the point where he's looking for a job, and obviously because of this, it makes it very difficult. Yeah. There's a lot of people who, are affected in quite a bad way, and it's whether they'll be able to get back on the market or on the job market.
It will take time. I mean, it will pick up again.
It will.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. It's like you say, it's that moment of uncertainty, isn't it? And once hopefully everything clears a little bit more, we can see that rise again, and people start travelling and go back to somewhat what it was like before.
Right. We have our challenge here.
You didn't ask.
Would you like to do our challenge and try and beat the Apprentices so far? So, if you could wash your hands first, and then gloves.
Let's get a couple of gloves.
How do you think you're going to do?
Okay, so I've done this before.
Yes, you did it last year, didn't you?
Now the problem with this thing is I have fingers that are like carrots. So this favours people with small and nimble fingers, not people like me.
It is, yeah.
And it does, so it's fixed.
Like we said, we've this is a challenge that we did on the
RIAT Techno Zone last year.
Yes, yeah. So very dexterity kind of based. But I'm sure flying aircraft, as long as you have, will you'll be okay.
Yeah, I can tell you this is different to hauling 70 tons of metal around the sky.
Luckily, we don't time you to put gloves on.
We were going to have that as part of the challenge, but
that's cruel.
Yeah.
I think we're going to have to go soon. I want to get mine out of the way.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah. We'll see how I rank on the board. Don't worry, Phil's ready with the timer. Any minute now.
So it's actually a trap, isn't it? Because it makes absolutely no sense to wash your hands then put gloves on.
That's
so
true.
all you're doing is slowing down my glove donning
time.
He's figured it out.
I think we might come in with gloves on, ready to go. I think
that might be a better option.
Yes, yeah.
Gloves on.
Okay.
Right. So I have to do what then? Put
10 washers, 10 nuts.
10 washers, 10
in the
nuts.
quickest time possible, anywhere you like, but the nuts have to be below flush.
10. So that's 8.
Yes.
So it's not easy.
Right.
It's not all in a line.
Yeah.
So
10.
What's your tactics?
Put the washers in
round the edges, round the top. Well,
we might be overthinking this. Right, we ready to go?
Ready when you are. Are you ready, Phil?
Oh, just a minute. Hold on.
Preparations.
Okay.
Okay. Hands by sides. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, slow start. Oh, yeah, we could do it. And just to make it even more complicated,
we'll
ask you some questions
we'll
whilst
do
you're doing your thing. So, how long do you think the wingspan is of a C-130?
I'm 32 feet 7 inches.
That's correct.
Sorry, we all knew that.
What is the cruising altitude of a C-130?
It's going to say on your bit of paper up to 40,000 feet. I tried to get a 40,000 feet once in a C-130J, and I think we topped out at about 39. So,
so ours says the cruising altitude is 28,000 feet.
Yeah, so
you normally maximum altitude is what?
Yeah, you normally fly around about 28. So the problem with cruising in a C-130 is you're a bit too slow to be tangling with the airliners who are up in the 30s.
Oh yeah, of course.
You can get up there, but you just get in the way.
Have you ever had any scary moments whilst flying?
Oh yes.
Can you tell us?
The scary moment. Well, there are moments when you're kind of up against it, so you're working hard and focused, and then there are kind of things that put the fear of God into you. big thunderstorms.
Yes. Oh yeah. Of course. Yeah.
Almost flying into the ground. Done.
Okay. Oh, now first I have to check. There is one that's not quite flush, but because it's pretty much there. Phil?
At 1 minute 13.
1 minute 13.
It's probably quite slow, isn't it?
So you are currently third
on
the leaderboard. But that's not bad because there's only 3 people. Where's my green pen gone? Excellent.
Who was on before me?
The 2 first year
You're sitting there doing this. As if it's some sort of, no one's been practicing then.
They did have a little bit of a trial run, but we did want them to have a good time because it is the kind of beat the apprentice kind of.
We wanted a good start. Emily's still in the lead with 57 seconds.
So we have a beat the apprentice competition. What sort of company is this?
There's always next year.
Yeah.
What was your do you remember your time last year without the gloves?
Not very fast. But it was. It's easier with the gloves because they just they make your fingers slightly
controversial.
I was going to say the apprentices said it made it harder.
I found it very difficult gloves on.
Yeah,
but I think I was wearing very small gloves.
Perhaps they were just using that as an excuse.
Brilliant. So coming up, we have Haydn Jakes coming on talking about WorldSkills. So he'll be in shortly. How have you enjoyed being on our show?
It's been good.
Yeah.
It's been a blast to be here. Thank you for having me.
It's been great having you, and let's had some great questions. Any more questions? You have a minute to ask them, so please ask them quickly. Also, it'll be a chance to join our competition for some RIAT tickets, which would be brilliant.
Yes. Last question for Rob.
We have a question.
Danny.
Hello, Danny.
Would you recommend any young generation to join the RIAT?
Yeah.
Would you recommend any young people join the RIAT?
Absolutely. I genuinely, if I had my time again, I'd do exactly the same. It is the best way to spend the best years of your life.
Brilliant.
Yeah. That's the last question.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
I think we're just going to go to a 10-minute break, and we will be back around 11:45 with Haydn to talk about WorldSkills.
Yes.
So
time to go to the toilet.
Yes.
more than an apprentice. I'm a Marshall apprentice.
I'm more than an apprentice. I'm a Marshall apprentice.
I'm more than an apprentice. I'm a Marshall apprentice.
I am more than an apprentice. I'm a Marshall apprentice.
Hello and welcome back to the Marshall live stream. If you've only just joined us, I'm Matt and this is James and we're your hosts for today. And we're going to have a number of guests throughout the rest of the day and some challenges and yeah, just to kind of talk you through what it's like working and being at Marshall.
It's a casual chat.
Yes, yeah.
So, hello Haydn.
Hi James.
Would you like to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. So I'm Haydn Jakes. I'm an ex-apprentice here at Marshall Aerospace and Defence Group. I did the craft apprenticeship in airframe and propulsion, so I was on the hangar floor. And last year I won the gold medal in the aircraft maintenance skill at the WorldSkills Gold International Finals.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You have a medal here today.
I do, yeah.
So what was it like doing the competition? How did you start?
So I was doing my apprenticeship here at Marshall's and in the last year of my apprenticeship, I was in my 4th year. I was actually selected out of the Apprentices to go and compete nationally for WorldSkills to represent Marshalls. And that was in spring 2017. And I went forward, so the first stage of the WorldSkills for aircraft maintenance at least is you go through a series of heats. And at my particular heats, we had 16 competitors from all over the UK, the top apprentices from, we had apprentices from companies like Airbus and the Royal Navy, Royal Air Force.
Yeah.
And from there, the top 8 were then selected to go and compete at the national finals, which happen at the NEC in Birmingham every November. And it wasn't really until I got to the national finals in November, actually, that I realised the scale of the competition. So WorldSkills is a series of competitions nationally and internationally for anyone that's done an apprenticeship or is going through vocational training. So, for example, when I got to the NEC, I didn't know that butchery were competing as well. We had hairdressers, roofers, forensic scientists, HGV maintenance people, all of these people. All of these people that have done apprentices or are doing a vocational college course, all competing in their area, which was really cool. At the national finals, I scored quite well. I managed to get a silver medal. So top 2, second best aircraft maintenance apprentice in the UK at the time. And then from there, what WorldSkills do is to select their next international competitor. The international competition is taking place every 2 years, and changing location is we go through 2 phases. We go through what's called the Squad UK phase, where they take a number of competitors from each skill and they get specialist training in how to perform under pressure and specialist training in their area as well. And they go through that training, and then in March, before the competition, we go through what's called Team UK selection, and that's a competition just for the competitors in Squad UK, where one person from each skill is then represented, is then chosen to go forwards and represent the UK in their skill at the international finals.
Oh wow!
So
that's high pressure then.
Yeah, quite high pressure all the way through.
So what sort of things did you have to, what was involved in your sort of training and the final sort of tasks that you had to do?
Yeah, so my tasks, there were 5 tasks that I had to do at the international finals that were assessed. I had a sheet metal task, a composite damage inspection that I had to do, daily inspection on a Russian helicopter.
Oh, right, interesting. Was it a full helicopter?
It was. They managed to get 2 helicopters for us to
cool.
do inspections on, Russian helicopters as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
Which I never worked on helicopters.
Let alone Russian ones.
Yeah. So that was an interesting experience.
Okay, yeah.
And then there was a mechanical component refit and removal, so a bit like a control systems rig that I'm sure you guys will be familiar with as well. So that was quite a long task. That was my last task. And then I also had to do an avionic and electrical installation task, which, I mean, when I did my apprenticeship, I specialised in mechanical, and I'd never really done anything electrical other than what we did in the workshop.
We so the basic well-rounded, kind of task in then, really.
Yeah, so it's everything aircraft maintenance, really. They're looking for people that are sort of almost at the Part 66 EASA B1 sort of level, where you've got a very good understanding of aircraft systems
and the processes, I suppose.
Yeah. So, but also in addition to that, in addition to the specialist training that I received, I got competitor training. So all of the competitors, both in squad and in Team UK, would go to Loughborough University for a weekend at a time, 1 or 2 times throughout each phase. And we actually received psychological training in how to perform under pressure.
Right, yeah.
So I'm not sure if you know, but Loughborough University is actually where Olympic athletes and Team GB go to get the same sort of psychological training that we were receiving. And in fact, we had Olympic athletes.
What sort of psychological training is it?
Mainly things like performing under pressure, how to pick yourself up if you get something wrong. So, for example, if you were doing a task and you got something wrong, it's really important that you were able to pick yourself up and carry on.
Absolutely.
And not let that kind of hold over you in a way and thinking about it on the next task.
So, I mean, myself, I won the competition by 1%.
Yes.
So, for me, if I made a mistake, if I could carry on and just scrape that extra 1%, that is ultimately how you win the competition.
And that definitely transfers over to, the work life, you know, because in engineering, it's impossible not to make a mistake at some point in your life. We've all, especially in our early kind of years, done something wrong. And it's great. It's a great quality to, accept that you've done it wrong.
Own up to it. That's the big one.
And also, learn from it as opposed to wallow in it and let it bring you down.
Affect you for the rest of the day or whatever.
So what was it like in Russia?
It was a new experience. So I was actually fortunate enough to travel out to Russia twice. So once I was selected into team, and I knew that I was going to be competing at the international finals. I travelled to Russia in May and took part in their Russian national finals, the equivalent of what we have here at the NEC, as a guest competitor.
Oh, right.
And that was actually really advantageous for me because the nationals there were being held at the same venue.
So you had a bit of experience.
So I knew where the restaurants, the toilets were. I was familiar with the venue. And these were all small little bits that gave me a slight edge when I got there in August to actually compete at the international finals.
Did you get to meet many of the competitors, become friends with many of them, or?
Yeah, it was it was a weird dynamic for sure, because you're sitting every morning. We had a morning briefing, and you're sitting amongst these people are the best in the world at what they do, and you sort of get to know them. You do sort of have friendly chit chat, but at the end of the day, you're there to win.
Yes, it's kind of that hidden rivalry. Sort of thing,
so you're friendly, but Yeah, we've got a group chat. We're all
You're still talking.
So, yeah, we do all still talk.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. Okay. No, brilliant. And how long were you in Russia for? And I don't think that you can speak Russian. So
No.
what was there kind of language barriers throughout the time you were there and all that kind of thing?
So when I was there for the international finals, I was in Russia for about 10 days, and it was 4 days of competition. So we arrived a bit earlier. We did quite a few things in Russia actually before the competition. They were really nice. They received us really well. Mm-hmm. One of the highlights of Russia for me, in fact, other than the competition, was we got to take part in a scheme called One School, One Country, which is a WorldSkills international thing where each team from each country will go to a local school near where they're competing. So I actually got to go to a Russian school.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Got to meet some Russian kids, and you know, to them we were superstars because we were like all in our Team UK gear, and yeah, so that was a really cool experience. They learned English on the language thing. They learned English to be able to talk to us, and in fact, some of the school kids actually sang the Beatles to us as a sort of like to welcome us there. So yeah, so we had some Beatles songs.
Yeah. What was it like? A school quite different there to
yeah. So. Yeah, I guess there were some similarities. I mean, obviously a school is a school, but the way they had it was they have like numbered schools, and it's very structured. Okay. I think they have more years in a single school as well. So whereas here we sort of separate the schools.
Like kind of three sections.
I think they sort of have longer in the single school, so you have younger children mixing with older.
Yeah. Okay, that's very interesting. So obviously you're an apprentice.
Yeah.
While ago now. So I can't remember whether you're a year or two above us.
It started in 2013.
So 2 years before us.
2 years,
So what was your experience of your apprenticeship?
Wow, so... yeah, 4 years. That was 3 years ago that I finished. So I had some amazing experiences in my apprenticeship. I know earlier I was listening, and and yourselves, you go out and do the outreach presentations and the STEM. So I remember I did all of that, doing what you guys are doing now. So that was some amazing opportunities that were given to me. I remember giving a presentation once to a sort of diplomatic group, and it was senior military leaders from all over the world, and some of the key sort of business players as well were there, and it's a bit of a diplomatic tour of England, or the tour of the UK, So that was a really cool opportunity for me. And I remember on the shop floor, the one thing that really stood out for me about Marshall's was that we don't just do the maintenance here, we also get involved in aircraft modification. So I was involved in one of the flight deck upgrades for the Austrian Air Force many years ago now, in the cockpit flight deck upgrade. So I was involved in that project, and I don't think if I'd done my apprenticeship anywhere else that I would have had that opportunity.
No, maybe not.
So early on in your kind of
career.
Career, and with the experience you'd had.
Yeah, it was really exposed, really in the deep end. So I got some invaluable experience that I've definitely taken forward.
I think it's amazing that we've got quite sort of not so much small projects, but we've got quite localized projects, and it's amazing through our apprenticeship that so early on we get involved with those things. You do learn those kind of skills very quickly because you're, like you said, in the deep end. And definitely.
Yeah. How do you think Marshall, that experience and the apprenticeship scheme and for the training helped you with your WorldSkills?
Interestingly, when I got to WorldSkills, all of the different tasks, the 5 tasks that I covered earlier, they all had different weightings, and the most important of all of them was sheet metal. So we do a lot of that here at Marshall's on the shop floor, a lot more than you would normally.
And,
so I remember you were in the training centre doing a training.
I actually came back to the training centre to train full time for about two months before I went out to Russia. But having that exposure to sheet metal and sheet metal techniques, and I mean, the guys on the floor, they're just incredibly experienced. And you learn little tips and tricks. That you learn a lot in the workshop. You learn the little tips and tricks when you're out in the shop floor. So things like that, for example, we had to put some rivets in on our project, and I remember I was having some issues with the rivet gun. So instead of using the rivet gun, I put the project on the back of a vice and use their hammer to tap down a rivet.
Okay.
Instead of using a rivet gun.
Yeah, and it's being able to have that adaptability, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know,
that experience.
Yeah, and none of the other competitors knew to do that, and surprisingly, none of them really had the exposure to sheet metal that I had had.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was definitely.
Do you think maybe the other competitors didn't have as much time before? You know, because obviously they're all apprentices. Maybe they didn't have as much practical, you know, knowledge before they went into it. Maybe as much as you had through Marshall.
Yeah, interestingly, China, for example, they select their competitors years in advance, and they train full time just for the competition.
Very Olympics.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so
wow,
China actually gave a presentation recently at a WorldSkills conference where they very openly said that they intend to win every single gold medal, either at Shanghai or at the following one in Lyon in 2023. So China are feeling very confident. But so they train full time. So for me to go, I mean, that's why I was training full time here. So I thought I've got to catch up with these guys. So
and the fact that you beat them.
Exactly.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
What would you tell a younger apprentice, or perhaps somebody that, you know, likes what they hear from you about WorldSkills? What would you tell them, and what advice would you give to perhaps take part in the future?
I'd say you don't know until you try. I mean, when I first got put forward for WorldSkills, I didn't know what it was. I remember I drove to Chester and stayed overnight in a hotel and then took part in the heats at Coleg Cambria in North Wales the next day. And to me, none of it really made sense. I didn't really know what it was. And like I said earlier, it wasn't until I got to the Nationals that I realised this is a really big thing, really big competition.
I don't think any of us knew either.
No,
you know,
because hear of it until sort of you started going through the process.
I know that Marshall's got an apprentice going for it this year. So, but obviously with COVID,
Right. Okay.
So, so in terms of advice that I'd give to anyone that wanted to go for it, whether from Marshall's or elsewhere, I'd say definitely give it a go, because you don't know until you get there how well you're going to do. I mean, I didn't know how well I was going to do. It turns out I did really well out of it. So I'd say to anyone, give it a go, and once you get there, just trust in the skills that you've been given and the training you've been given, and you will probably find that will carry you quite far. And I guess that's what I would say.
Brilliant. If anybody's got any questions that they want to ask,
I think we have one.
Okay. We have one. Yeah, brilliant.
Got a question from Phil. No relation.
Oh, not Phil. Okay.
Hi, Phil.
Since winning your gold medal, who are some of the most famous or influential people that you have met?
Influential people that you've met.
So in terms of, when we did our training, we actually met, we did some training with some Olympic athletes from Team GB, so Olympic volleyball players and athletes as well. So they were heavily involved in our training, which was really nice.
It's a really interesting mix, because I suppose, in a way, I know it sounds like this event is much more prevalent in other countries, and it's interesting that we didn't hear about it too early. And I wonder whether it will start gaining in traction.
So hopefully it will. I mean, other people that I've met, I was fortunate enough to go on BBC Breakfast when I returned, and I met Steph McGovern, and had an interview on BBC Breakfast, which was really nice. So what we need to do, what I hope to do, is that the WorldSkills will slowly gain traction here in the UK like it has in other countries, and it will become a lot more widely recognised.
And I think making it, you know, this big event will really help highlight, you know, these key skills that we have, because, you know, obviously the Olympics is televised, and so children growing up, you know, I want to be an athlete. But if this is televised, maybe we'll finally get more people going, I really want to be, you know, an aircraft engineer. Which we do get, but not in, you know, the same way, not the same amount. And,
definitely.
And that's such an interesting sort of concept, you know, moving over from, and I think lockdown has done this as well. Shifted our perspective, you know, from celebrities over to, you know, NHS workers. And
I mean, it's more important, obviously, now more than ever. I mean, with the UK's current situation, that we really highlight that the UK do still have the capability with these skills to be able to keep up with industry worldwide. So for us to go out to these international competitions and perform well.
Well, winning.
Yeah,
yeah.
So yeah, that's a really key point, I think, for the UK.
Yeah.
So it would be really interesting to see how WorldSkills sort of grows over the next few years.
Definitely.
And using your experience from WorldSkills and you know the win from it, how do you see yourself in the future? What's next? Where are you going now?
So I'm studying at the University of Nottingham at the moment. I'm studying aerospace engineering, and all that was when I was coming towards the end of my apprenticeship. I was 21 years old, and I wanted to go out and experience university really more than anything.
Yeah.
So I went out to university, took a year out last year to allow me to focus on the competition.
Yeah.
But I've restarted that this year. I've just finished my first year at university, so I've got another 2 years left, and hopefully I would quite like to join the Royal Air Force and go through like Rob did, and go through and become a test pilot is sort of the career aspiration.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Which for me is sort of a perfect mixture of the engineering experience and knowledge that I've got, and also I quite like flying.
Yes.
So,
Brilliant.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Now I think we're at a time where we would like. Oh, wait, never mind. Phil's got a question.
Well, no, we have another question from Joe, which might be linked to where you were going, which asks how the pressure of a major competition is linked to potentially the pressure of the nuts and bolts.
Okay. Definitely. So,
I mean, obviously this is a lot higher pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the medal ceremony, there are only 50,000 people at the medal ceremony.
Yeah. But if you lose this, we get to keep your medal. So
I don't know about that.
Okay. Right.
I just want to beat Rob.
That would be hard. Okay, if you'd like to wash your hands and don some gloves.
Definitely.
Don some gloves.
So, Matt, how do you think he's going to do?
I've got quite a lot.
Do you think it's been a long time since he's actually really done, it's been a long time since the competition.
Yeah. Do you get much kind of hands-on skills with the uni, or perhaps you were a little bit rusty with your dexterity?
No, we don't really do much hand skills at university. I've definitely overdone it on...
Have we got...
It's all right.
It's all right, it'll dry.
Okay. And then if you pop on some gloves, I think we've got 2 sizes there.
Yeah. So this was something that I did learn when I did my competition, was something that I wasn't used to either, was we had to work with gloves on the entire thing.
Okay.
So...
Well, you're bigging yourself up now.
Oh.
Is that something that you practiced for?
Yeah.
Because it's different, isn't it? You know, you get a different feeling with...
to go a size bigger.
Oh dear. Just pop that on the floor.
Sling him in the back.
Yeah, it was definitely something we practiced with. So we basically practiced for every eventuality, really. And that was a really important part of our training. So once we knew that we had to compete with gloves on, for example, everything I did after that, I did with gloves. I mean, I was even walking around the house with gloves to try and just get used to having them and improve my dexterity with them. Just that small increase in chance of winning. So.
Yes. Right. Okay, I think we've got Phil.
Is Phil ready on the timer?
Oh, he's just got to log into his phone.
Okay, Haydn, are you ready?
As I'll ever be.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
So we've got to put the pressure on really here. I mean,
we got our SC130 questions. Where did I put them?
Oh yeah, that's put us on the spot. Haydn, what is the height of a Lockheed Martin C-130? Do you know?
Roughly.
About 3 deers stood end to end.
Okay, that's an interesting answer. Yeah, we've got 38 feet here. What power does each turboprop produce?
4,700 shaft horsepower.
Oh, he's got that right. Yeah, fair play. There we go.
Reading up. No extra points, I'm afraid. And also, when you finish, remember to say cabbages.
Cabbages.
This is our word of the day.
Yeah, we didn't enforce that with Rob.
Did I forget that?
Yeah.
So I have to dock his time.
Yeah.
And make sure all the nuts are below flush.
Yeah.
That's a very important detail. We let Rob get a little bit away.
Cabbages.
Good.
Okay.
54 seconds.
54
there we
seconds.
go. There we go.
Well, you've lived up to your competition. Are they all?
Yeah, they've all got washers on. I thought I didn't get that one because it's got a silver washer.
You've got 2 washers on 1 stud.
Oh.
Does that double? I've got 2 washers.
We'll allow it.
Yeah, I think we'll let that one go, I think.
So our new top What was it, 50?
54.
54. Excellent. Thank you very much, Haydn.
That's all right. So I think we've just got a couple more minutes. So,
is there any more questions coming through for Haydn or for us? Or?
I think I've got a question at the moment.
Oh.
I'll jump in.
Okay.
So, you're kind of currently doing university.
Yes.
And you've done the apprenticeship.
Yes.
That's quite a unique position.
Yeah.
Now, I know you perhaps might be a little bit biased towards the university because you were quite keen to do that anyway. But what is the difference between the two? And what would you recommend to somebody that is just really unsure about it in an engineering sense?
Yeah, so I've actually had this question quite a few times throughout the competition and afterwards as well. If you're unsure, I would say go and do an apprenticeship because university is something you can do at any age. You can always go back to it. There's open university degrees if you want to do distance learning. There's opportunities like that. So if you're unsure and you think that an apprenticeship is for you or vocational college, even if you're unsure you want to do an apprenticeship, you can go and do a college course in a subject similar to what you want to do. But yeah, I would say go for the apprenticeship first and stick it out, get through, because you'll come out with some amazing qualifications and experience. And then when you go to university, you'll find that actually you already know quite a lot of the learning material anyway, and you'll find it a lot easier. So I would say go for the apprenticeship and go through it, get those qualifications, and then when you come up towards the end of it, then you can think about maybe if that's still something you want to do, you can still go to university.
Okay. Because I mean, myself and James were currently going through the apprenticeship, and we're looking at a potential open university course.
Yeah, doing it alongside work.
Starting this year. So it's interesting you pick that up as kind of like a side by side. Completely forgotten the question.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Or do you find, so obviously with lockdown, universities are changing slightly. So are you going into virtual as well?
Yeah, so my university announced that the majority of the training will be going online, and then we'll also be having some in-person but smaller seminars and labs and workshop experience. So yeah.
Can we see the medal?
Absolutely.
I just feel writing that down. Wonder what he was going to write there.
There you go. So I'll get it out for you.
Hold up to the camera.
And you can,
Oh no, I can't touch it.
Yeah, you can.
No, we can't.
Oh no, you can't, can you?
No, we're
close.
Yeah. There you go. So that's the front.
Is it real gold? Is it solid?
No, I think it's just gold plated. I did check.
Did you write it?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I get that asked quite a lot. So I actually prefer the back. You've got the different touristy parts of Kazan there.
Yeah.
And it's got some really nice pattern on the bottom, nice engraving. So yeah.
And we're auctioning this.
There's only 2 of these in the UK. So,
oh right, okay. Priceless.
So, we have got another question.
Another one from Sam. And that is just how has the lockdown affected you, and how has it affected what you're doing now?
So lockdown has basically put a wobble on my summer really, because I did originally intend to return back to Marshall's to work back on the shop floor over the summer. And that was another one of the advantages of having done the apprenticeship first. Was I'm able to do that and go back to work in what I've done.
Yeah.
And then go back to university in September. But unfortunately, with the COVID, I wasn't able to return as I planned. So I found myself with a lot of time back at home, just going over my notes, going over university, and so that's sort of what I've been doing with lockdown.
Have you had a bit more time for hobbies? What type of things?
Yeah, so I actually play trumpet, so I found that I've sort of been sitting
and you've brought us
down.
in today.
No, fortunately not, James. But so a bit more trumpet practice than I normally would get. So
Well, I think that just about wraps us up then.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Haydn.
It's been it's been brilliant. Definitely learning about the competition and hopefully some of the viewers at home as well. Just kind of getting a bit of advertising for it, and hopefully we'll get another gold medal.
Shanghai, August next year. So
it'd be brilliant. So
brilliant. Thank you very much, and good luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So next up, we've got a little diversity video, and then we're going to be joined by Joe to talk about Wellbeing. It's quite relevant at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see how Marshall are kind of dealing with it. Dealing with it.
Absolutely. So, enjoy.
I think Marshall is a really special place to work because I get to work with and meet lots of people from different backgrounds, from skilled fitters and technicians to stress analysts or flight dynamics engineers, all possessing unique skills and talents, and each one of those people making Marshall just that little bit more special. Marshall offers opportunities to people regardless of their background, and people are employed purely on their merit and potential and not to fit targets or quotas. I think that makes every person here feel a vital part of the team. Marshall's making a real difference to creating an environment where there's diversity in the workplace, from starting Launchpad in 2014. Marshall started Launchpad to bring the local community together and teach local children about science, technology, engineering and maths, and to create an environment for inclusion. We also have a dedicated learning centre called Aero Academy, where business apprenticeships have now expanded to cover 9 different qualifications. Aero Academy develops and delivers a range of in-house training courses which promotes an employee's professional development within the company.
Marshall's really caters for all learners, including those with extra learning requirements. They will take their time to go through the content with them to ensure that they have the same understanding as those without those extra learning requirements.
At Marshall's we're all given equal apprenticeships, so we all end up coming out with the same thing. We all come out with a college course, we come out with our MBQ, our PEO2s, we come out as skilled, we come out with all the hand skills, the knowledge that we can require. If we put into it, we get out of it exactly what everyone else will as well.
The programme is open to a broad range of people, equal opportunities for those from any background, and really gives everyone that opportunity to shine.
Working in a team brings up the synergy, and I'm a Cypriot and I work in a team with many international people from Britain, from France, from Germany. The important bit is that this many people with different backgrounds bring their cultures in it, and it makes it a fun environment to work with.
Engineering has been seen as a male-dominated environment, but here at Marshall, all opportunities are equal and available to everyone. We work together as one team. We're all from different backgrounds, but we work together to meet the same goal, which is making the mission possible.
After a varied 22 military career, I was looking for my second career opportunity, and I came across Marshall's. It allowed me to have job security, varied career opportunity, and I found that the Marshall family culture is what I needed.
I'm a third-year apprentice. I've got 1 year left of training before I'm fully qualified. I came straight out of A-levels into Marshall, and I get to learn around highly skilled people until I myself am also fully skilled.
At Marshall, I feel appreciated and respected, and I believe that as a company, people are at the heart of our success.
And welcome back. We're joined by Jo Boyd, who is our head of Wellbeing at the company. Welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
Good. So you're here to talk about well-being and how Marshall is kind of dealing with it, especially in the current sort of climate. So we'll leave it over to you, and then we'll have a chat afterwards.
Okay, right. Great. Thank you. Well, I suppose the first question really is, what is well-being? Well-being means different things to different people, and around the world it means different things. So I always think it's good to determine, to be clear about what I am talking about. And I'm talking about people being in a positive state of mind and health, physical as well as emotional, financial and mental, that enables them to really be the best they can be, to be positive and productive at work, to add into their community, so they bring something to others in their lives. So it's really is a holistic view of people as a whole. So we know there's a lot of connection between mental and physical health. We know there's a connection between financial and mental health. So there's lots of overlapping. So it's good to sort of determine that's what we're talking about, particularly in the sense of work, which I really find interesting. If I think about back to, say, my parents' generation, when they were working in the 70s, they would never have talked about well-being, particularly at work. They wouldn't have talked about it at home even. It wasn't until the 70s that people really started to think about their physical health. And I think it's only in the last 5-6 years that people have really started to talk about mental health. And that's really important to realise, because we have different generations at work at different stages in what they will talk about and what help they need. So traditionally, anything mental health-wise, you would not bring to work. You would not want to discuss that with anybody. That would be a very private matter. But we're moving away from that. Like I say, in the 70s, people started to talk about physical health, and then so they're more comfortable to do that. But even at work, they'll only talk about physical health that's been impacted by work. So maybe not another issue they have. But all these things really impact, if I go back to the statement, they already impact how somebody is productive at work and whether or not somebody can fulfil their potential. So if we want people in work to be productive, to fulfil their potential, to enjoy what they're doing, and to be happy and healthy, we have to consider all those things in work. We have to take that holistic view. So the things we do here are we look at, we have occupational health, which is very traditional, but we also have mental health first aiders to enable people to be able to look for support. They know where to go for support, and to help people talk about what they may be challenged with. It's a journey for some people won't want that, but we're really conscious that the 16 to 18 year age group that is coming into work is more comfortable talking about these things, more able to ask for support and understand what support they need. So we have to be able to respond to that. We have to be able to support it so that you can come into work, fulfil your potential and have a great career.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah.
So you mentioned about the kind of various wellbeing officers, I suppose, or supporters around the company. What kind of training did they get?
So all of we call them wellbeing champions, because not everybody wants to be seen to be talking to somebody that is trained in mental health.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a bit of a subtle approach. So we call them wellbeing champions, and they went through a full 2-day course on mental health first aid. So they're able to support people who are in some sort of crisis, so they can help people that may be suffering in the moment with a panic attack, as an example, or somebody who has other symptoms such as anxiety or depression, and they may come to them to ask what services are available, how they can get support, and that they're fully trained in those kinds of I don't like to word the illness, but you know, those kinds of situations that people find themselves in, and can help them through that, help them find support. They're not counsellors, but they are there to support people. If somebody needs help talking to their line manager, say, or just needs the details of a service, they're there. So
I really like that first aid, because for me, I used to be a lifeguard, and I've done my first aid training. You know, in terms of like physical like bleeding or nosebleed or broken parts. So to kind of put it in perspective as that first aid, and it's like, this is the first person you can go and talk to and find out information. I really like that kind of, that terminology, which is great.
Yeah, it really helps somebody that just doesn't know where to turn.
Because everyone, and we kind of learn, especially through our apprenticeship, where you do meet people who are completely, on the different level of their sort of journey through life, you're people of all ages and who are going through, or getting married, getting divorced, every kind of life event. And it's really interesting to see how different generations also deal with those problems. Because I found, working in the hangar, you have people who deal with things in certain ways. And that might be quite different to the way we deal with things, because of the way we've been brought up. And it's an interesting challenge, especially when you've got people who deal with things in different ways, because you have to be able to read the other person and read how they're dealing with it, and not make things worse, and ask them how they are, and that kind of thing. Yeah.
And that's another great asset of another reason for having the Wellbeing champions. They're a great asset in being able to maybe spot when somebody's having a difficulty and struggling, but they may not recognise it themselves.
Yes.
Because we do have people who will know that they're going through some challenges in life.
Yes.
Marriage, divorce, moving house, moving jobs. Even a promotion can cause difficulty for some people. But they may not spot the signs. They may not spot what's going on for them.
It's very hard to, you get tunnel vision, don't you? When you're feeling something, everyone else can see it, but you're very much, in your sort of own head.
Yeah.
And it's a very useful thing to have people to go, look, you're not right. You need to get help.
Absolutely. Yeah. And having those Wellbeing champions, they can help spot that.
Yes.
And they can have those conversations that say to somebody, something's going on here.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Yeah.
This is what I am seeing. Because sometimes, some generations of people will not go and ask for help.
No.
But they might talk if you spot something.
Yeah, if you kind of prompt them give them that access into the conversation.
Yeah, they think they've got it under control.
Yeah.
They think that people don't notice. Once they realise someone notices, in itself, somebody taking some time and care to talk to you about something is a massive help.
Yes, yeah. And I think in some generations it's also sometimes seen as a weakness to, show your true emotions, absolutely. And it's really important to realise that it's not a weakness, it's just being human.
Absolutely.
We've all got it.
Absolutely, and I think that's one thing that COVID may have taught people.
Yes, I think so too.
The government were very clear right from the beginning. You need to stay at home, but you do need to look after your well-being.
Yeah.
And that's about physical exercise because it has a connection to your mental well-being.
Mm-hmm.
So the government have talked about it a lot in the last few weeks, and I think that will really, really help with the well-being agenda and for people to feel comfortable to ask for support or inquire about support, because, like you say, it's just part of being human.
Yes.
It's how our brains are wired. Any change, any threat, we react in a particular way that can cause us an issue if it's prolonged, and getting that support will help that. So yeah, that's one thing COVID, I think, will help with.
Yes, definitely.
It's normalised it, I suppose, a little bit.
Yeah. And I noticed in my team that, the government kind of released a lot of that, and then it got the team leaders talking, and it was like, oh, how is everyone feeling? Are you all all right? If you need, a bit of time off or whatever, or just shout, and we'll kind of put the things in that will help you carry out your role, your duty. So,
absolutely, it's been in some ways one of the I don't want to say positive outcomes.
Well.
But something we've gained from COVID is there are some things that have been quite levelling, and everybody is worried about something in some way. So it's having an impact on people's well-being in some way, whether they're worried about their children, whether they're worried about their job, whether they're worried about how they're going to pay their bills. They're different or how they're going to socialise for some people. The worry may be different, but we're all feeling something that we may not have felt before. And so, like you say, so where people are starting to feel it themselves, they're more aware and saying to other people, well, how, if I'm feeling like this, how do you feel? How is this impacting you, and how can I help?
Definitely. And it's great to get those conversations flowing.
I found working from home, ourselves, like you say, you start feeling things that you've don't necessarily normally feel in your life, because there's definitely a sort of air of, you know, insecurity and that kind of thing when it comes to, you know, jobs and, you know, our life, because everything gets put on hold, and it is quite a scary thing not being able to see what's coming. Yeah. And I still feel at the moment, you know, we're slowly getting out of that, but there's still that kind of feeling of, we don't know what's next. Is there going to be a second peak? Is there, you know, there might not be, but it's not knowing, I suppose.
And I think it's, especially with all that going on, and then because you can't really do much else, it's kind of a time for people to reflect on, you know, what's happened. So it's almost like a break in life of just, all the brakes have come on, and you've just kind of processed a lot of past feeling, and it kind of brings up, a lot of feeling again, you know.
Yeah, and you see such a difference in that response, in that some people see that as a positive, being able to take a pause, being able to reflect. You know, we live such busy lives.
Yes. Yeah.
We're full on, we're on demand, you know, with social media, and, you know, you're contactable 24/7 hours a day. Yeah. So there's no real escape.
No.
So for some people, it's good to have that pause and to be able to evaluate, actually, what's important to me.
And I find it interesting, because we were talking in there, and sometimes it's also gone the other way with lockdown, where you're working from home, you know, so you have access to your work emails at home. So there's a little niggle in your head going, oh, just check my emails at, you know, 5 o'clock in the evening, and you slowly realise you spent the whole night working and things like that, and it's difficult to have that break, isn't it? Which is certainly important.
Yeah, setting yourself up to work from home and to be able to do that it is so important, because otherwise, like you say, it can have that detrimental effect, because there's no journey home where you can maybe reflect on the day and shut the door behind you.
Mode sort of thing,
exactly, and change you know, your mindset about and thinking about something else. But the other thing is about that is, you know, you talked about the unknown. There's so much unknown. When you're in that situation, you look for what you can control and what is familiar. So for some people, working in that way, although it's really not what I would recommend, may have helped them cope.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
You know, it's familiar, it's purposeful, it's productive.
And some people get very, I know it's funny, because there's kind of two types of people, where people who get really stuck into the work and it kind of takes over their life, and then some people who kind of have multiple sort of avenues to think about. And I find for the people who, you know, who like to get stuck in, maybe that's better, because you're always working and you don't get to perhaps reflect on things as much as other people would. But you know, for some people, so for me, you know, being able to work and continue with some sort of normality has been really, it's been great. But I've talked to a lot of people who have small children who are not at school. You know, it's not a typical home working scenario. You're working and trying to do childcare, and for some they're trying to homeschool, and actually there are other people at home all on the Wi-Fi, which then becomes unreliable. You know, this all starts to add to the stress, as well as the situation and the fact that children aren't getting educated. So and that's certainly a much more difficult situation when you've got children.
Absolutely, and it's really not ideal. So it's taught us a lot about home working, but it's also taught us a lot about, I think, what's important for people.
And hopefully now we're kind of seeing kind of the end of the tunnel, and as people perhaps start to come, don't want to say it too loud, as people start coming back to work, what kind of what can you put in place to kind of help people come back? Because if, like, yesterday was the first day I'd walked on site in months.
First time we've been around so many people.
It was quite daunting to kind of be back and where we were, even though we were quite relaxed doing preparation for this. But actually going back into the office, you know, what can we do, or what can we help with?
I think we have to go back to basics. And when we think about basic human needs, I'm talking about safety. And it's physical safety at this point. Without that, we won't get into any other position and be able to, you know, really be productive. It's about making sure that people know what the rules are, where the sanitizer is, where the thermometers are, what does 2 meters distance look like, can we work in that way? If we can't, what are we going to do? And people really need to be comfortable with that. You know, we've got a bit of a mixture, because we've had some people still working, and they've got used to a particular way of working. So they'll be nervous about people coming and not understanding how we now work, because it's changed. So we need to make sure that they are comfortable, that people understand what they're required to do. And then the people coming in, like you say, like yourself, who I don't know what I'm facing when I get to work. I know life's changed and I know work has probably changed, but I don't know what that looks like. And actually, am I going to be safe? Or am I going to danger to anybody else? Or am I going to take anything home to somebody? So it really is about, for the moment, we're still battling with COVID, reducing the infection, reducing the spread. And if we don't do that, that's what will cause people bigger issues.
Yes, because a lockdown over winter would be much more depressing than lockdown over
Absolutely,
summer.
Absolutely.
I think we have a question from Phil.
Yes, we have a question from RHP. Who says, asks Joe, in light of the pandemic, what changes would you like to see nationally, outside of Marshall? What changes could the country make or the world make to improve well-being?
One of the changes, it's a change I think that already happened initially. I'd like to see more of, and it's about being compassionate. You know, it's compassionate leadership, compassionate with each other, kindness and supporting each other as a community, whatever community you're part of, whether it's work, school, you know, your local community. It's so important. We saw a massive outbreak of that at the beginning, where people started to look after their neighbours, and we saw that camaraderie and the clapping for the NHS. But it feels like that's falling away a little bit as we go back to normal. I'd like to see that as a more permanent change. I think that people were more familiar with their neighbours, but I wouldn't like it if people then went back to how it used to be.
Because there are some people that, you know, maybe that they are retired and they're elderly at home, so that was kind of the norm. And then suddenly you have all these people, it's like, well, okay, we'll start going around checking on people, which is lovely, and it's a great community atmosphere. But then if that starts falling away again, it thinks, well, you know, what about those people that are still at home, or, you know, people that are ill, you know?
I think it would be such a shame if it all just gets forgotten.
Absolutely.
That is possible.
And in the workplace, it's about, you know, he talks about managers asking people how they are, that compassionate leadership, recognising when somebody's perhaps not themselves, recognising they might need a break, recognising they might need some support. You know, that for me is how we need to work.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. More specifically to aerospace, there's something mentioned here about kind of working in confined spaces. And how we can deal with the well-being of people in, you know, not normal situations, which are kind of posed in an aerospace industry. How do we differ from everywhere else?
Are you talking during COVID, or are you just talking in a normal?
Well, I mean, that can be in general.
Okay. So about the isolation, and I mean, isolation for prolonged periods of time is not a good thing. So we just need to be mindful of that and make sure that we, you know, people rotate through some of those jobs that, you know, do lead to isolation. I mean, we are at work, so, you know, it's not all about social. But you know, we do get chemicals like oxytocin from working with others, which gives us a real good lift in mood. So prolonged periods of time in confined spaces really isn't the way to go. So it's being mindful of things like that. We've done some education, we need to do some more education so that we do have that understanding about how you know, if we want to get the best out of people, what changes do we need to make?
And if you have any more questions for Joe, so you're still on for a bit, make sure you comment, because you have a chance to win some RIAT tickets. Still got to keep pushing those. So anyone who asks a question, you'll be automatically entered into the competition, and we've got 3 pairs to give away at the end of the event. Joe, would you like to try our challenge?
This will put me under huge stress.
That's true, we do have to look after your well-being.
This is the ironic thing. I'll have a complete meltdown.
We won't make you do it.
There's a reason I don't work in a hangar.
It's
these. But no, come on then.
Okay,
no,
so first, if you'd like to clean your hands with the sanitizer, and then don some gloves. So I'll explain the challenge again. It's 10 washers and 10 nuts on any of the studs.
Okay.
And the nuts have to be below flush, so there just has to be a bit of stud protruding from the end. If that makes sense.
Not really.
So just make sure the nuts are on, you know,
that they're
at least
fully
halfway.
on, but
Yeah,
only right. Okay. Yeah, I think I get. This is a challenge in
the
itself.
glove is a
We should
challenge
have
as
tied the
well.
glove.
Yeah. I think there are 2 sizes.
There are 2 sizes available, just in case.
I think
it's probably
with the sanitizer.
The sanitizer makes you wet. Yeah. Again, this is all more challenging.
Yeah, we are definitely coming in on with our gloves already on. If we do the challenge later
I
on,
think we have to do it fair.
Let me try that on.
Fairly fair.
But yes, we had earlier on. We had our 2 first-year apprentices who got just under a minute, or just over a minute, and then we've had Rob, who slightly, yeah, and then we had Haydn, who's our gold medalist. I think he was on. Yeah, on before.
I think, to be honest, he's probably quite glad he's in the lead.
Yeah. But he's got quite a lot of pressure on him.
That one's not.
So, yes, you've got 54 seconds to beat if you want to win. No pressure.
10. I'm a bit competitive, but I am clumsy at the same time. So
Well, that might actually play.
I can't even get this glove on. How long have we got?
That's all right. Yeah, we've got time.
Lunch next.
All right.
Yeah, so after this, we'll be going for a quick lunch break, so we can have a little break. And then we'll be back at 1 o'clock, where we'll be joined by Mark Johnston. So it should be interesting.
Our boss.
Yeah. Can't say anything wrong.
Joe, how are you feeling?
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Sorry.
Phil, are you ready? He's not ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, Phil's ready.
Give me a countdown.
In 3, 2, 1, go. Number 10. This is intense. We should have had music for this. I feel
Yeah.
Had a keyboard.
Yeah, you should have brought your keyboard in.
Yes. How do you think you're gonna? How do you think Joe's gonna do?
I think she's going to do well.
Yeah.
But it is very difficult.
Fiddly with gloves on.
Yeah.
I found the gloves get stuck.
Yes, that's what
in
I'm
the washers,
finding.
Yeah.
Just for the added
I'm not
pressure.
looking forward to my go.
We
Yes.
have a message from you from David.
Oh.
Come on, Joe, show them how it's done.
Oh, I can show a lot of
Throw her
things,
off,
but
David.
this is one of them.
Oh. You can do it.
Oh.
Are you excited for lunch?
I am excited for lunch.
I'm quite excited for lunch.
I think we've got a various amount of sandwiches.
We have a lot of meal deals from an unnamed shop.
Yeah, quite a nice shop
Quite
though.
nice.
So yeah. But
how are you feeling, Joe?
Stressed.
you're doing very well.
Just knock the washer
This
off.
is how not to treat your workers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
This is a
Definitely.
good example
Definitely don't want
of
to
how
put them.
stress makes you clumsy.
Definitely don't want to put them on a live stream, giving them a difficult
And I feel like
dexterity
commenting
challenge.
whilst they're doing it also adds extra pressure. Ooh, almost there. Don't forget and say cabbages when you're done.
Oh, cabbages.
Oh.
Good. 1 minute 35.
That's not bad.
That's a very good time.
Is it?
Yes.
Felt like forever.
Yeah. So a lot of our apprentices have obviously had a lot of practice with kind of small
skills.
nuts and bolts and
Yeah.
everything. So
Well
very
done.
very respectable time.
How do you feel now? Better?
Glad it's done. Yeah.
That's all
Do I get the
we're
job?
with you. Brilliant. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's been a really interesting talk, actually. And it's been quite eye-opening as well to see what we're doing, to kind of help out people and, especially being part of it and living through it ourselves. It's nice to know that that sort of thing is out there and available. Yeah. But yeah, thank you very much. And I think we'll go to a break.
Thank you.
This morning I drove to work, but if it's a nice day I'll bring out my classic Mini which me and my dad restored.
I'll come and make myself a cup of tea and have a chat with a few of the guys as they're coming into work, and then around about 7:30 you start to hear familiar sounds and noises, and it's almost like the place is coming alive again.
I normally get in at 9. I like to pat the boys on the head before they go off to school.
This morning I'm going to be involved on a 737 interior carpet change.
Then a little bit later on we'll head over to the ops room where we have a status review of each of the aeroplanes that are in work.
We've got Cambridge University coming in where they're talking about graphene.
My main base at the moment is 17 hangar, so that's where we've got the majority of the civil work.
I still try and get out and see the hangar, see the aircraft, see what's going on.
Hangar 9's my favourite. Most of the exciting work goes on in there. We've got the CT scanner in there at the moment.
16 hangar is really quite unique for the foreign military work it does, but this is where the history is in 10 and 12 here.
The design office is quite a calm place where you have a lot of people very focused on the engineering problems that are in front of them.
And when I moved in here, some people actually christened it as the Harry Potter broom cupboard, but since then I've rearranged it, personalised it, and just generally made it mine.
This afternoon we've got some interesting stuff.
A critical design review with an overseas supplier.
Discussions on 5-year business planning.
Looking after a new graduate on the management scheme.
To be honest, our job is quite a tiring job. By the end of the day's play, you're quite looking forward to going home. But in a nice way, you've done a good day's work, but you do feel it.
People do get absorbed. They get absorbed in those great conversations, in that great engineering, and they lose track of time.
Goodness, there's many things that are special about Marshall.
There's just such a wide variety of knowledge and expertise here.
We work well as a team. We work well as individuals.
We can sit down with the board members and your ideas often get accepted.
The family do care about the people that work within the business.
I think we are extremely well trusted by our customers.
The company wouldn't be what it is without the great people that we have.
To be quite honest, I never cease to be amazed by that breadth of skill.
It is fun that we get to do this for a living.
Hello and welcome back to the Marshall RIAT live stream. If you weren't watching this morning, I'm Matt and this is James, and we've still got some guests and challenges and games coming up. But yeah, over to Mark, who you may have seen in the video before.
The man himself.
Yeah, that brought back some memories when we made that video. How are you guys feeling?
Yes.
You've been at this for quite some time now.
It's been a while now.
Oh, the live stream today?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, yeah.
We've had lunch, we're re-energised, we've been to the toilet.
All good.
Yeah,
we're ready
to
for round
go.
2.
All good.
Yes.
All good.
So, Mark Johnston, you're our chief engineer.
That's right.
But you started off as an apprentice at Marshall.
did.
Would you like to tell us a little bit about your journey?
That seems a very long time ago now. A very long time ago. August the 28th, 1984, I joined the company. It's quite actually a little strange anecdote. I was thinking about this in preparation. My son is going to be 16 in October. Yeah. So not very far away. And that struck me quite hard because I was 16 and 2 months when I joined the company.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so fresh face, straight out of Cotton Village College, which is only just local, down the road here. And joined Marshall as a technician apprentice at the time.
in 1984. Did the same thing that you would have done as your apprentice with
Yeah.
Kieran and Robin, the two trainers going through the training school.
And I'm guessing you did the bread bin?
I did it, yeah, did the bread bin,
Yeah,
of course, all those things, yeah, the control yoke.
Do you still have any of them?
Unfortunately not. I do have the one which I did when I challenged Kieran again.
Oh, you did
about
it again?
2 years ago.
Right.
I got invited back in to see if I still had the skills.
Did you?
I did pass the test first time, unlike because we did the hexagon one, and I passed the test first time. I didn't pass the test first time as an apprentice. That's probably took me about 6 attempts in that type of thing. But yeah, I still managed to pass. And actually, reflecting back, the hand skills that I learnt then, I still use today in my everyday life. You know, the whole muscle memory thing of doing that is so useful.
Yeah,
brilliant. But went through my apprenticeship just the same way as you guys have done. Joined a course. The design office, it was the aircraft drawing office at the time.
Yes. Oh.
And so the ADO, of course, an office full of drawing boards.
Yeah, very different.
Very, very, very different, and a very different atmosphere because, of course, at the time smoking was still allowed, so it was a layer of smoke. That was strange, so a layer of smoke over the drawing boards as you used to work away. And, of course, the first thing we did was learn how to print neatly. And learned how, because I was pretty good at technical drawing at school, so I thought, I'll become an engineer, I'll become a draftsman.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I did, and was what I wanted to do, and that's what I had the initial passion for. And then over the years, that gradually progressed. Took on a leadership role. Actually, shortly after I left my apprenticeship, I was first piece of luck, I think, that actually it was working on some of the tank programs that we had in the late 80s, early 90s. And from there, gradually took on more and more leadership roles, and in many ways, unfortunately, left behind the sort of the design activities and took on more leadership roles. Over the years, I've worked on a variety of aircraft and platforms and stuff that we've done here. Interestingly, one of the first aircraft I worked on, and I'm definitely not this old, was a Meteor. Reflecting back. So the Meteor was converted many years ago into a drone for Lambeda, for missiles.
Wow.
And we did a modification. And I remember working on that as one of the first jobs I did when I was still on the drawing boards. But then as project manager on the Duncan for the Royal Flight 125 aircraft, working through most of our tank programs. I think I saw the TriStar into service and out of service. Quite interesting, because I saw the TriStar in as a draftsman, and then when it finally went out of service, I think I was engineering director.
Oh right.
So that's an interesting thing.
Yes.
You know, the life of the TriStar with the RAF mirrored the life of myself here at Marshall. Of course, you know, working through those tank programs in particular, I had a brilliant opportunity to spend a lot of time over in Seattle working with Boeing.
Oh, cool.
Through 97 through 2001 on the 747 and 777 programs.
Were you over there kind of permanently?
Not permanently, just every now and again going across for a couple of weeks, working with the Boeing guys out there, integrating our tank. It was really good because we've got a great understanding of the overall aircraft aspects. I think Boeing really respected that, and we were able to work with them in a very joint way to optimise the installation, understand what was good for the tank, but also what was good for the aircraft, and that was really good doing that, doing those types of things, and met a lot of great engineers over there, and of course learnt a lot of different things we were able to bring back. Of course, then most notably, what I consider to be my last proper job was the strangely enough, was the A400M flight test bed.
Oh, right.
Probably one of the most challenging flight test programs in the country for many years. So that was where we stuck the A400M engine, the TP400, onto a C-130 and went and flight tested it to deliver what was service results into Airbus military for them to be able to undertake the first flight of the A400M.
I also remember seeing pictures of that on a C-130 platform, and you just think, it looks so strange to have one. Was it engine position 2?
Number 2. Yeah, number 2 position.
So much larger than the
everything
other
else.
And the prop seems so close to the fuselage.
There's a great picture. A very old friend of mine, a chap called Tug Wilson, who was a brilliant fitter that used to work here for many years. I'm pretty sure it was him that held up a rule to the gap. And so the 12-inch rule, and there's a picture of that somewhere which shows how close we were to the fuselage. Yeah. But that was and that actually probably, if I look back, that was the proudest moment in my career, because it was December 2009. I think we got the first flight of that, and I just remember coming in. Of course, we'd had all the build up to it, and the whole company seemed to come out to watch it. We did that.
So a big moment.
Big moment to do. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And then from there, I became chief designer, and then was chief designer for about 3 or 4 years. Became engineering director, I think, in 2013. I think so. I was engineering director for about 5 years, and then I got the opportunity to go back to what I love, which is the engineering, and so took on the sort of overall role for Marshall ADG of the chief engineer, which is what I do now.
Yeah.
So that's a brief potted history of
What's been your favourite career spot, kind of time period of, was it chief engineer or one of the other roles you've taken on?
It's interesting, actually. I think now's one of the most favourite. So it's going back to what I love to do. Whatever I've loved to do in this company has been all about the people, actually. So what I always bring up is those great moments when I was working with the Boeing team and that sort of thing on the tank program, or working with a great team on the A400 in-flight test bed, and reminiscing how we celebrated after that.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't go into how we celebrated after that first flight.
Maybe not.
That's some interesting memories, and I'm sure some people who may be watching might remember that too, or not remember it, as the case may be. But it's those times when you have a real shared experience. And I think now, the great thing that I have is to look over a real broad range of engineering, because it's not just about aerospace now, with how we've brought the land side in, and of course at the moment really privileged to be able to support the X-Event program, so the negative pressure ventilator that we've picked up and started working on in March, and got a prototype up and running, and were able to run some very early trials within a matter of weeks that show that product to be potentially very beneficial for anybody with any respiratory difficulties.
How did that project come about? How did we get involved? If we can say.
I can rough. I mean, there's a group of enthusiasts and brilliant people out there who recognise that negative pressure could be a really beneficial thing, and we were contacted by the High Value Manufacturing Catapult because these enthusiastic medics and engineers needed an organisation to come and help them and turn it into reality. And the High Value Manufacturing Catapult thought, we know somebody who can do something, and they contacted us. Patrick Wood, our CTO, called me and said, "Mark, can you join me?" It was a Sunday. I think it was back end of March. Can you join me on a call? And the rest is history. And now who knows? We'll see where it goes. It could be a great new opportunity for us as well.
It's exciting to be part of a company that can almost have this enthusiastic idea or kind of prototype, and then turn it into something more and push it forward.
Absolutely. I think it's always been part of our ethos, actually. I bumped into Haydn on the way out, and we caught up, and I was reflecting on that. And of course, but going back to again when I started, I had the privilege, of course, although I didn't speak to him very much, I did in later life, and maybe I'll come to that. But when I first joined, of course, Sir Arthur was in control. And I remember, I have this memory of him as I'm working on the drawing board, come bursting in through the drawing office and go striding down to Bob Ward's office, the engineering director at the time, and just seeing that, or maybe Roy Gates, might have even been that earlier than that. But I think he always had the ethos of doing things differently, the whole diversifying. Again, I was telling Haydn when I first joined the company, there were buses down in the hangars down there, and there was a bus division. I had engineers working with me who'd started in the bus drawing office and that sort of thing. So I think there's always been an ethos of okay, we're an engineering company. We can work through and develop things and use our skills to just move over to something and take it in a different direction. And I think this is just another example of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely fantastic.
It's kind of exciting to be a young engineer in a company that strives to do that, because you know, it could be next month that I'm on something completely different.
Yeah,
you know, and that's really exciting to me, because when I was growing up, I was I don't want an office job. It's like the last thing I want to be is in an office. And then I started thinking about engineering and how I enjoyed engineering and putting things together and taking things apart and finding out how they worked, to then be in an office.
Yeah.
And it's like, but this is never where I wanted to be. And then kind of breaking down of how, you know, day to day, I'm here, I'm there, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Next month, you know, there's this opportunity or there's that opportunity. So it's so diverse that you don't become stale, you don't just be working in an office, you know.
No, totally agree. I mean, some people might think me mad to have worked in the same company for 36 years, hesitate. Ooh, that's a long time. But that's the exact reason that I've been here for that length of time. Every time, clearly along the way, you might think, oh, maybe I want to do something different. But every time I've had that thought, something different has come through the door. You know, and what great things we can do here. And I do think that you will get a much broader understanding of engineering here much more quickly than you would in a lot of other places.
I've already found, like, you know, we were both just qualified, and I moved into fluid systems engineering, and now I'm working on the HUMS project, doing software engineering and that side of things, and that actually played really nicely into my side of hobbies. So I've kind of fallen into what I enjoy, you know, within the first few months of qualifying, which I did not expect to happen at all.
And that initial rotation before we became a qualified engineer, you know, we got to meet so many people, we got to try so many different kind of roles and tasks and challenges, that, like I went back to repairs group because that was something that I really enjoyed. And so, it was nice to kind of jump around and get that varied knowledge and experience that I can apply in that role. So,
repairs group is a really great, really great opportunity, actually. You know, what they deliver and how they deliver it and how that's developed over the years. It's you know, I spent some time with the repairs team. Obviously, it was slightly smaller then. I seem to remember it was about 3 of us upstairs in the ADO all those years ago. But nevertheless, it's great. You know, clearly there's a lot more aircraft. The aircraft get older. There's more to do on them. Regulations change. You know, there's all sorts of things that mean we have to do more. But it's a really great opportunity. And coming back to the networking you were talking about, that means you can go. When you can, you go out onto the shop floor, you get to meet people on the shop floor, you work with those guys, you understand what they can and cannot do, and actually you take that forward in your career because you get to understand aircraft and get to see aircraft flying here every day and go and work on them. It's definitely fantastic.
An underrated kind of skill you also get from engineering is being able to talk to people. Because I know when I join, it's not the sort of thing you think about when you come in. You're like, oh, am I good with hand skills? Am I good? And then when you come in, you realise that 80% of the real work is talking to people and communicating. And
it is definitely. I mean, I came back to the bits that I enjoyed was where I had the great relationships and with the people. And at the end of the day, unless you can communicate, unless you can network, unless you can build relationships, both within the company and outside the company as well, you're not going to make a success. So it's so important. You're getting some great practice today.
I mean, this is kind of the first time that we've been live on camera, especially for so long. And I mean, we knew each other because we started on the same year apprenticeship. So we came in 2015. And we were quite shy.
It's really funny because we've just happened to be in the same opportunity at the same time, so we've both kind of gone up together.
And to the point we can bounce off each other, and it's it's really good. You mentioned right at the start that your son is 16. And we're hoping that we've got similar age or younger viewers, and we're hoping to try and explain all the different opportunities within engineering, within Marshall, or within all the opportunities an apprenticeship scheme can give. If you were I mean, pretty much giving your son advice, you know, what would you be telling him?
I think it's a really interesting one, and actually I had a great opportunity about 3 weeks ago with the Air League to do an interview, and I was talking with 2 graduates, Josh and Francis, on that particular day, and those guys had a graduate background, and yet we were talking about apprenticeships, and for me it comes down to, I went into this quite a lot during that interview around choice. And I think people need to go out and understand that choice is available to them.
Yeah.
They said, it's quite interesting to get their feedback, I guess they were similar age to yourselves, so probably circa, what, 5 to 6 years out of school, that sort of thing, maybe a bit longer. Yeah. And they weren't given that choice. The school was very, very biased towards university. It was different for me. The school did give a very clear choice in terms of you could do an apprenticeship or you could go to university. Actually, I don't think I was mature enough at that time to have properly taken advantage of university to really make sense of what that meant to my career. So for me, it was the right decision academically to come to Marshall, do something a bit more something a bit more active with my hands, that sort of thing, more structured. And then later I did get the opportunity to go to university when I actually knew what I wanted to do and how I wanted to apply it for a reason for my career. So I think it's clearly it's difficult. If I was advising my son right now, I know what I'd be telling him. I'd tell him to get off his Xbox and do his schoolwork. And if Luke's watching, you definitely got to get off your Xbox, please. So yeah, that's been the biggest struggle during lockdown. I will admit. But yeah, I think everyone's different. Some people, university is going to absolutely be the best for them. Others, an apprenticeship will absolutely be the best for them. But people mature. People will have different aptitudes to things at different stages in their lives. So for me, it's all about choice, and that's what I said on the Air League.
And it's nice to hear you say that, because I feel like that's kind of, you know, from our position as well, where I know from my point of view, from my high school, I didn't know anything about apprenticeships, and they never mentioned it, and so I was worrying about, oh God, how am I going to get into university? And then I did A-levels that didn't work for me at all, because I wasn't advised of what to do. And then I did a engineering BTEC, and suddenly it was like, oh wow, this is brilliant. And then through that I found apprenticeships, and then here I am.
I was going to ask you, how did you get that? So it was the BTEC, was it?
Yes, so I did a BTEC, and then found the apprenticeship and sort of applying. We obviously got in at the same time. And now we're kind of looking into doing our Open University degree, and I feel so much more comfortable and ready to do that now. We've done everything we have done. Back then, I would not have been able to do a degree.
Yeah, so similar experience to yourself, because I came out of college, and my A-levels were okay. They weren't great, but they were okay. And the college was pushing for university. I think perhaps their numbers or whatever, you know, whatever it is. I knew that wasn't the right route for me. But now, 5 years on, like we said, we're looking for our degree year at an open university. So we now feel we're ready in, you know, not just knowledge, but other type of experience to get the most out of it. And we know as also that the topic's going to be difficult. You know, it's a degree. That's what we want, and that's what we expect.
But fun. Definitely.
And we're at that level now where we've got that network as well. So not only are we ready for it, but we've got the support within the company to help us out if we need it.
And I think I'm excited to do the units that we're doing, because there's really interesting topics.
Whereas back before starting the apprenticeship, I was like, oh, none of this is exciting me. I want to be hands-on. I want to be
you've got learning. You need to have a context, don't you?
Definitely.
And the context that going out and working in an environment and talking to people gives you that context and gives you that direction of travel. I'm interested. Where do you think you guys will be in 5 years' time?
5 years' time.
What's that? That's always a...
So I have a bit of a plan. I've got kind of a 5 year kind of where I want to be, and currently being in repairs, I'd quite like to increase my knowledge and experience in structures. I'd like to be to become that kind of structures specialist or work towards that, whilst also kind of building my stress knowledge. Because I feel like hand in hand, if I can understand a structure and understand some of the stress behind it, I can design something that will work. Yeah. Because I mean, you must know, obviously, through your experience, and
you might know.
That kind of coming up with the wrong kind of prototype at the beginning, it just gets more and more expensive to change that. So being able to come up with kind of the right answer the first time, or a better solution the first time, that's where I'd like to be. At that level, or working towards that level. So.
Brilliant.
Yourself, Jim? Yeah, so it's difficult for me because I sort of had a slight plan, and then things kind of went a bit the other way, in a good way, where I joined Fluid Systems, so that's kind of where my first rail was. But now I've been doing this HUMS project, and I found I've enjoyed the work I've been doing a lot because it really ties into my hobby. So it's a little bit of programming, it's a bit of data analysis, it's a bit of electrical design, which, considering I was a mechanical engineer at first, it's quite funny how it's gone the other way. But I've really been enjoying being on the kind of research and development side of things and the kind of innovation side. So hopefully I would like to kind of stay on that kind of rail and hopefully further that development.
Absolutely. I think there'll be more and more opportunities in this company as we go forward to develop your skills.
Yeah,
absolutely will be. I'm confident of that. I'm very confident of that.
Right. So I think we're running out of time. So
are we? Has it gone that quickly?
It's the perfect time to introduce the game right in front of you. Now,
I have. Yes.
Have you done? You've done this before?
I've done this once before.
Was that at RIAT last year?
No, it was outside when we had the session outside the core run.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's interesting. So earlier on, you said that you muscle memory comes back into play. And so I knew I had to bring that back up. That
the time to beat is 54 seconds. Haydn World Champion. If you can beat him, you get his medal. So first, you need to wash your hands. And then don some gloves.
Yes. Wash hands, don gloves.
The rules are 10 washes and 10 nuts. Anyway, you like.
A lot of people have put too much on.
Just put too much on.
Again, the look on your face is just going, right.
We keep talking about timing, putting gloves on.
Oh, dearie me.
You've got 5 minutes.
I might need that 5 minutes to clear off this lot.
We have joked along the way about putting on your gloves being part of the time, because that seems more of a struggle than... I'll just let this dry off a little bit, everybody. Just bear with me while I just shake my hands a little bit. Just like, dear, oh dear. Right, so I won't put the small gloves on.
You have small or large?
Large.
No medium gloves.
Large. Okay, that's one of those.
Have you got any tactics?
Have I got any tactics? No.
Okay.
See, this makes, of course, putting this stuff on your hands. Look at that.
Well, I think
we've given everyone a fair trial.
Yeah. Whoever did the risk assessment on this, like, we're going to have some fun here.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely need to get. So I'm going to try and do this with two hands.
Do we have any questions from anyone at all? Or? No questions yet. Ask some questions. Remember, if you comment or ask a question, you have a chance of winning a pair of RIAT tickets. We have 3 to give away by the end. So please ask questions.
Please ask questions about why the chief engineer cannot get 2 gloves on.
What's brilliant is we have this on record.
How did you get there?
Permanently.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's all right. You can kind of reclaim that title by doing really
So do
well.
I have to get these into safety?
Yes.
What would safety be?
Oh, 2 threads.
Okay. So no, we're just going
just below flush. Yeah.
Just below flush.
Are you ready?
Am I ready?
Phil ready? I'm ready. Phil's ready. Okay. In 3.
This is
2.
This is impossible.
1. Go.
So as chief engineer, I think we really need to put the pressure on.
Yes, of course.
Because
it starts slow start.
But
also it's a really slow start.
So I feel like
we can't say too much, I suppose.
You're doing really well. Have we got RC130 questions we can find?
Oh yeah, we do.
C130 questions.
I was going to say, would you know the maximum altitude of a C130?
would I know the maximum altitude of the C-130? 30,000 feet?
So we've got here 40,000.
Yeah, right, if we can get there on a good day.
Yeah.
That's what Rob said.
Rob earlier said 39. Yeah, 39 was about the maximum he ever got.
Yeah, probably, but it wouldn't get there very often. Yeah. I'm doing terribly at this.
I mean, it may look slow sometimes, but the slower ones tend to be faster.
Yeah, so you have got to shout when you're done, because
you've got to shout cabbages.
Phil over there's.
You've got to shout cabbages.
Yeah, it's the word of the day, I've decided.
Cabbages. It's a Cracker Jack, is it? You don't remember Cracker Jack?
We like to have fun here.
Now, see, I'm probably lost count here. I haven't got a clue of how many I've put on.
See, perhaps that was a bad organisation tactic.
That was a bad organisation tactic.
Yeah. Rob counted out, didn't he? Which I thought was quite.
See, I'm trying to do that in my head.
Right,
so I've actually.
Have you done 10?
I've done 11.
Okay, take cabbages. You don't get extra points for 11, I'm afraid.
1 minute and 26
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have done 11.
And I've got washers on. I've done 11 and a half.
1 minute 26.
Oh dear.
Okay.
For 11.
That's a respectable time.
Right.
I mean, we were kind of saying 10-second penalty.
Don't say that Rob beat me.
Rob beat you. I'm sorry.
I'm gutted.
But I mean, our apprentices' time have stuck really well. I mean, it's only Haydn that's beat them, but obviously
he is world champion.
Yeah. So
these things did not help. I can assure you.
Brilliant. Can't touch. Time. Yeah. So next up we have Chris Botting. And he's going to be doing his 3D printing and innovation demonstration, which is
really exciting.
Having watched it yesterday, it's both interesting and a bit scary.
Yes. We're being pointed at something. Oh, okay. And Ben Ellis at 2 o'clock is going to be joined by a special guest of 2 aircrew from the Blue Angels.
Brilliant.
So,
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that should be really good. We've
awesome.
actually seen it kind of moving around today, so it's
that's awesome.
Yeah, seeing through the window, which is brilliant.
So, it's a great chance for us to have a break.
Yes, yeah. So I think we're going to step into a 3D printer video now, and then we'll be joined by Chris.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Mark.
Well done, guys. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Hi, my name is Chris Botting. I'm a materials process and additive manufacturing engineer here at Marshall ADG. We utilise 3D printing for prototyping, de-risking, and we also produce final parts as well. And we're very proud to say that we have achieved certification for these parts under EASA Part 21J and Part 21G. This enables us to be able to produce final components for flight, and to date we have 15 parts flying on various aircraft around the world.
Hello, you join us standing up now. We're here with Chris Botting.
Hello.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Chris Botting. I'm the Environmental and Materials Engineering Manager here at Marshall Aerospace and Defence Group. And I'm going to show you some of the technologies that we use day to day. So we're going to start off by talking about our 3D printing capability. So this is the smallest machine that we have here. This is the Ultimaker 3. We've got 5 machines at Marshall. This is the smallest one. We've got ranging in size from about a double wardrobe down to a sort of fridge freezer down to this sort of size. They all work on the same principle. So this is the raw material that we use. In this case, this is a polymer called PLA, but we can print with lots of different types of thermoplastic. Basically, the way the machine works is we have filaments of this material around the back here. They get fed over the top into these heated tips here, and then the material is melted and extruded out and builds up the part in layers. So what we do is we create the CAD model. So here's an example of a model that we have here, a C-130 Hercules. So we use CATIA V5 software for that. We then upload the model into a piece of software called GrabCAD, which is here. This then processes the part, it slices it into layers, and then maps out where each of these individual layers is going to be, and it also puts in the support material as well. So obviously we can't print onto thin air, we have to have a material to print on top of. That material is then dissolved or broken away afterwards. So it's just processing the part now. So we've manufactured probably somewhere in the region of about 150 parts so far. We've had machines on site for 3 years. Variety of parts ranging from prototype parts, so we've done some PPE face masks here. So all of our manufacturing division are currently wearing these rather attractive face masks, which were 3D printed with just a sheet of acetate over the top for COVID-19. Through to aerospace grade parts. So Matt here is holding one of the first parts that we've qualified for flight and flew. This is a piece of ducting used on the interior of an aircraft. It's made from a very special high temperature polymer that is flame resistant. If it does burn, it doesn't produce any smoke, and if any odours that come off it are non-toxic. So it's very important that we meet that requirement for interiors and cabins. In case there's a fire on board, then all of the parts in the cabin are designed not to burn to allow you to be able to escape from the aircraft. So very specialist. We've currently got somewhere in the region of about 50 parts flying on various platforms, majority of which on the C-130 Hercules platform. Which brings me on to the part that James is holding. So what we did here was we had a customer requirement. They wanted a new switch housing to be fitted to the control yoke. But in order to demonstrate how the switch would be, we decided to 3D print a buck of the control yoke. We then 3D printed a prototype part, fitted it to the control yoke, normally the other way around. No, the button.
I'm an engineer.
There we go. We gave it to the customer, and they were able to try it out. And they said, "Oh, we really like it, but the switch is a little bit far away from the thumb. Can we modify the position?" We said, "Yep, no problem. Go away and have some lunch." They came back after lunch. We'd modified the CAD, 3D printed a new part, gave it to the customer, and got their acceptance. And the part that James is holding now, that is the very first part that we ever flew. So we're very proud of that achievement.
That's cool.
And at the time, I think we were one of only a handful of companies in the world to be able to certify this particular type of process of additive manufacturing for flight. So the model's finished processing now. I don't know if you can see on the screen, but the orange sort of colour material, that's the support that it's generated, and the green material is the model material. And we can go through that model slice by slice and review it, and then we can see that how it's building up the parts on this printer bed here. Okay. So what I'd like to do now is move on to talk about some of our other technologies that we're using. So we've spoken a lot about aerospace technologies this morning, but we've also got advanced composites capabilities as well. So, and when we're working with composites, then obviously we need to produce materials where we're combining fibres, such as this, with a resin system to produce a final finished part. And it's very important that when we produce, put the resin onto the fibres and when we glue the parts together, that they're very, very clean. And the way that we can do this is we can measure the cleanliness of a surface. And there's 3 ways that we can do this. So the first way is we use these pens. So these are special pens. And all we do simply is write on the surface or draw a line on the surface. And we're looking to see whether that pen will produce a continuous line or whether it will bead up. So in this case, it's beading up and can be easily rubbed off. So that's one method. We can also use these special inks. These work in exactly the same way. So again, we're looking at coating the surface, and we're looking to see whether it's going to form a continuous film or whether it just sort of descend into droplets like that one is doing. And then finally, we can use this piece of equipment here. This is called a mobile surface analyzer, and it works by measuring the shape of the droplets that are formed on the surface. So underneath here are two little injector tips. One is filled with deionized water, and the other one is filled with a very special fluid called diodomethane. What we do is we put that onto the surface that we want to measure. We click this button, and then it produces this graphical display here. And effectively, it measures the angle that the droplet makes with the surface, runs it through an equation, and then it gives us this magic number out at the end. And that is measured in something called dyne. And for us, the magic number is 40 dyne. So that's how we measure it. But we can go on from measuring it, and we can actually change it as well. So this is a very special type of material. This is a material called Dyneema, and it's made from polythene in the same way that plastic bag would be made from polythene, this, milk bottles, that kind of thing. And polythene's a fantastic material. It's very, very strong. The Dyneema version of polythene is claimed to be the strongest fibre in the world. It's also very light. It's lighter than water. So water has a specific gravity of 1. Dyneema has a specific gravity of 0.97. So very lightweight, very good material. And 6 millimetres of this, as a composite structure, will stop a 9mm bullet. So it's used a lot in bulletproof vests and composite armour and stab-proof vests as well. However, there is a problem with polythene and polypropylene, and that comes back to this. Basically, it is very difficult to get anything to stick to it. So how do we do that? Well, you can modify how sticky a surface is in a couple of ways. So firstly, you've seen here, this is a polypropylene tub, and you can see that it's not wetting it out. What we can do is we can use a flame to treat the surface. So don't do this at home. So just very quickly wafting over the surface, not enough to melt the plastic, just enough to do that. And what happens then is that when we write on it, you get a continuous, unbroken film. And actually, it's much harder to remove. You can't then remove it. So we can do that. That's obviously not necessarily practical. Having open flames and things can be quite dangerous. So the other way we do it is we use something called plasma. So a plasma is the fourth state of matter. You've got a solid, liquid, a gas, and an ionised gas, like an energetic gas, which is a plasma. And what that plasma does, exactly the same as the film, as the flame, it treats the surface and modifies the surface energy. So what I've got in my hand here is called a corona discharge, nothing to do with any viruses. It's got 2 electrodes on it, one here and one here. These are 6,500 volts each, total of 13,000 volts, so I'm not going to touch the end. And what we do is we pass air over that. As the air goes through, all the little air molecules are stripped of their electrons to create positive and negatively charged ions, and these then influence the surface. So I'm going to turn it on and do it now. So I don't know if you can see that. I'll hold that up there. Okay, so you probably can't see, but I've treated half of this polypropylene now. If you compare the half that's been treated with the half that hasn't been, then you can easily rub off the ink from that side, but you can't remove it from this side. And you can also see that if I pour some liquid on, you should be able to see the difference as well. So on the left-hand side here, it should just form into droplets. Oops. And on the right-hand side, well, that's not massively clear, but you should see a continuous film. So you can see the difference. Oops, making a bit of a mess. You can see the difference here between wetting and non-wetting. So what we can do is we can take a process like this corona discharge. We can treat this super strong, super lightweight fabric. We can then put a resin, a special kind of glue, on it, and we can make panels from it. And then these panels can then go together to manufacture armour or lightweight panels, which can be used for body armour, for cockpit armour for the Hercules, for armour for vehicles, very lightweight. And unlike sort of traditional ceramic armour, which shatters on impact with the bullet to absorb the energy, these rely on entanglement of the polymer chains, and they can absorb multiple impacts before they're basically no good anymore. So that's a very quick overview of some of the technologies that we have here at Marshall and we get to use. I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Would you like to come sit down?
I'll come and sit down, yeah.
We'll carefully move back to our seats. The seat has been wiped down for you.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, as Chris said, if anybody has any questions, feel free to put them in the comments, or I think we've had some emailed as well, which is quite formal. So yeah, we can have those asked over. I don't know whether James. Oh no, there we are. So we have got some
Yep. Okay.
questions ready for you.
Yeah. Okay. For it.
So you were one of the first to use 3D printing to modify flight-approved parts on aircraft.
Yes.
That you know, we were one of the first companies to
Yes,
get that
that's
going.
right, yeah.
How do you feel that kind of other aerospace companies are now seeing the value of this technology and starting to use it more and more?
So 3D printing has been described as a disruptive technology in the same way that composites was. And what a disruptive technology is, it means it has such a large impact, it disrupts the way that we do things. So the future will be far more 3D printing and less conventional machining. It will never replace conventional machining, but a good example of that is this week an article was published from BAE Systems looking at the Tempest aircraft, which I believe Rob spoke a little bit about earlier. And BAE Systems are asking potential suppliers and manufacturers of parts to look at 3D printing those parts. They want to look at how they can manufacture parts rapidly with no long lead times and expensive tooling, and 3D printing is a way of enabling us to do that. We can also manufacture highly complex parts that would not be possible any other way. So if we were talking about the aircraft ducting, for example, that was used on 2 aircraft. Each part was used on 2 aircraft. So the only other way to manufacture a complex part like that would be to use an injection mould process or possibly blow mould process, both of which use very expensive tooling. We're talking tens of thousands of pounds, probably 4 to 6 months to get the tooling in place. We then have to approach an injection mould company, get them to put the mould on their tool and mould it all for 2 parts. Whereas we went from nothing, generated a CAD model, generated a prototype part, and fitted the final part to the aircraft in 2 weeks. And there's just no other way other than through 3D printing that could have been achieved.
And that's quite a complex part as well, so I can't imagine that the first print would have been correct. You know, you would have had to have gone back and modified and got to a point where...
Yes, so what we did is we used a number of different technologies. So we used our laser scanning capability. We laser scanned the aircraft that the part was to be fitted into and created an accurate digital twin of that aircraft with all of the pipework and electrics, cables and everything. We were then able to create a 3D model of that in CAD. We then trial printed a part using ABS material, the red material, which is much cheaper than the aerospace grade material. That was trial fitted to the aircraft. The design was then tweaked a little bit. before we committed to manufacturing the final parts. But as I say, we managed to do all of that within 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic turnaround.
I think we have a question.
Yeah, we have
Yes.
Two questions.
From the audience. The first one is from RHP.
RHP again.
Who asks, what's your favourite technological advance in aerospace?
Oh, that's interesting.
Crikey. I'd probably have to say 3D printing. So I love additive manufacturing. I think it's really interesting. And the scope of the technologies that are out there is incredible. Anything from laser beam fused powder bed, electron beam fused powder bed, wire arc processes. We've got the what we call FDM, fused deposition modelling process for polymers. There's also a very interesting technology called atomic diffusion additive manufacturing, which relies on polymer filaments that are filled with metal particles. So you 3D print the part in exactly the same way that printer up there is doing, and then after you 3D print it, it's printed oversize. It then goes into an oven. They burn off all of the polymer, and you're left with a solid metal part.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, and the really neat thing about that is there's no powder handling concerns.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of health and safety issues around handling of
Dust
metallic
issues
powders, dust, explosions, etc. But with the ADAM approach, then you don't have any of those issues.
Absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, and I think additive manufacturing is only going to continue to grow. And as I said before, it's a disruptive technology, so it will change the way that we work and our day-to-day lives.
Absolutely.
And we've had a second question from Bigar.
Bigar.
Who asks, what is the biggest product that you have ever 3D printed?
The biggest product you've ever 3D printed?
Okay, so the biggest product we've ever 3D printed wasn't made in one go. We made it over a period of weeks, and we joined it all together. I'm not allowed to tell you what it is.
That's a secret.
But I can tell you that it was over 2 meters long. The biggest product that we've 3D printed in one go is in that cardboard box over there. It's about this big. It's a duct adapter, and it's used on ground running equipment to connect hoses to aircraft for supplying fresh air to them while they're on the ground. As I say, it was about that sort of big, about that sort of diameter, and that took about 3.5 days to build that in total.
So not only are we using 3D printing on aircraft, we're using it to help our maintenance, our maintenance and our tooling and
So we can 3D print in rubber materials, which we're using for protective covers for maintenance on aircraft. So we can fit these parts around to allow the technicians to get in with spanners and things without risk of damaging the surrounding area. We've used it in health and safety, so we've 3D printed a number of scalpel holders that are used across the site. As I say, we 3D printed the screens. Currently in our manufacturing support facility over the road where we do all of our machining operations, all of the staff in there at the moment, probably around about 100 staff, they all have those 3D printed visors, and they were all produced in-house as a result of the virus.
I think what's amazing about 3D printing as well is, 3D printing because they're getting cheaper and cheaper, they've been introduced into schools and those kind of environments. And so now children are growing up learning, they already know how to use a 3D printer. So when they eventually come into places of engineering, their skills will be, much higher than ours are.
Yeah.
And new innovations will be able to be made because of that.
I think that they're also getting bigger and bigger. So the University of Maine, I think, currently have the record for the largest 3D printer. Again, it uses the same process as that one over there. And that was about the size of a single garage and was able to produce a speedboat in one go.
Yeah,
so
wow.
Quite impressive technologies.
Yeah, wow.
And so everything you've said is quite positive towards 3D printing, but why isn't everything 3D printed?
So 3D printing isn't a magic bullet, effectively. So for 3D printed parts to be cost effective, they need to be quite complicated. If you're 3D printing a right angle bracket, you may as well just fold up a piece of aluminium. It's never going to be cost effective to do that. The other thing is the limitation on size. So particularly when it comes to metallic 3D printing, the size of the bed that you can print parts on is quite restrictive, because if you think you've got a powder hopper underneath, so the biggest printer that I'm aware of at the moment is a meter cubed bed of powder, and just to fill
That's a lot of
is,
powder,
is
yeah.
thousands of pounds worth of metallic powder to fill that.
And I suppose that much powder makes it more dangerous as well.
Yeah, and you've also got to store that powder
Yeah.
because you want to stop any oxygen things getting to it. So a lot of size limitations. So it's got to be very complicated. It's got to be sized to fit. And also, it's not ideal for low volumes. So they've looked into a study recently and they compared processes like this with injection moulding.
Yeah.
And they've sort of said that less than 10,000 units per year, additive manufacturing can prove to be cost effective. Yeah. But more than 10,000 units a year, it's worth investing in that injection moulding tool.
Yeah.
For us, as a relatively highly complex, low volume manufacturer, it's ideal for us. As I say, we produce 2 off of those parts, so it absolutely fits in with our business completely.
Yeah, brilliant. Right, it's time.
It's time for this. Okay. I was putting it off.
If you wash your hands, have some gloves. While you're doing that, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and for a chance to win some Blue Angels merchandise, which is new, so that's exciting.
Yeah.
And also don't forget to ask any questions or comments so you have a chance of winning those RIAT tickets, which are still available.
Yeah, because I think we're going to put you all into a hat and draw out a name. So hopefully, I think we've somewhat sorted it out now. But yeah, by the end of the day, we'll have 3 winners, and we'll hopefully announce them on the live stream.
And coming up next, so our associate Ben is going to take over and interview the Blue Angels pilots. Oh, no, no. Special guests.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
We already told. That's exciting. But first, Chris, are you ready?
No, what do I have to do?
So,
I've not done this before.
10 washers.
10 washers.
And 10 nuts.
And 10
Any
nuts.
of the studs you like, in the quickest time you can. What's your tactics?
I'm going to go for a row across the top, I think.
Okay.
That's 10, isn't it? Yes.
All right. Phil, are you ready?
Oh, I think the
Oh, no, it's not. And 2 more, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
The
row across the top and 2, yeah.
Don't do too many, don't do too less. Okay, Phil's ready.
Okay.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
God, it's really hard with gloves on.
I feel like there's almost more pressure if you remain silent.
Okay, that's a different tactic, yeah.
Zoom in on his hands.
Oh, I see, got stuck under the glove.
You can do it, Chris. It's a fast start. It's a fast start going all washers first. That's an interesting tactic, and I would go for myself, I think.
It's a bit wasteful though. They're going everywhere.
It is a bit, but you don't have to worry about mess because you only need 10. Don't forget to say cabbages once you're finished.
Oh, that came off again. Oh, I can't do it with the gloves.
Now, Chris, have you done much practical training in your time?
Well, I have a 1973 Land Rover and a 1970 Mini, so yes.
Ah, so you should be at all hands.
Not on aircraft, but I'm well used to working with rusty metal.
Almost there.
Yep, I'm done.
56 seconds.
56 seconds?
Oh, where's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well done.
So you have beaten our apprentices.
You were second place.
Ah, very good.
Not quite Haydn though.
But you were 2 seconds behind Haydn, which
that's
considering he's WorldSkills champion.
That shows how long I've spent on Land Rovers.
Yes. Well done.
You seem very kind of passionate about this subject. Is it something that you've kind of always been interested in, or what point in your life did you become interested?
New technology. So I always love new technologies, and very, very passionate about it. I like going to conferences. I like looking at where the latest developments are going on, and what I really like is being able to take technologies that are new and apply them to our processes to make it more efficient. So, for example, measuring surface energy and corona and plasma treatment have been around for a long time now, but they're normally used in sort of production of plastic carrier bags for printing on things like that. So, in terms of being able to utilise them on very high-tech Dyneema fabrics for body armour, and combining those with resin and things is relatively new, I think. So, that's quite passionate to be able to do that.
Just to the camera, can you state the real name of Dyneema?
Dyneema. So Dyneema is actually ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene.
There we go.
UHMWPE.
I was waiting for that.
Basically what that means is, so normal polythene like plastic bag and things is called LDPE, low density, has very short polymer chains, very flexible, bend over it. Ultra-high molecular weight has very long polymer chains, and that's what gives it its enormous strength.
And its enormous name.
And its enormous name, yes.
So next we have a video of the first ever C-130 landing at Marshall in Cambridge from 1966, a long time ago. So I think we're ready for that now. And afterwards, Ben will be on with the Blue Angels. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you, guys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ben. I work in the hangars here at Cambridge Airport on the iconic C-130 aircraft. Currently working on the C-130H for the Swedish and the Dutch aircraft, so the older equivalent. And as you may have seen in news articles, things like that, we have the Blue Angels C-130J, their new aircraft to support their display team here in Cambridge at the moment. It's soon going to be ready to start its flight tests, and we've got some very special guests here with us here today. They're from the Blue Angels display team. Gents, if you'd like to introduce yourselves.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm William Huckaba, and I'm a C-130 pilot with the Navy Flight Demonstration Squadron, also known as the Blue Angels.
Hi there, my name's Chris Maxheimer. I'm a loadmaster on the C-130J in support of the Naval Flight Demonstration Squadron.
So first of all then guys, how are you finding the UK?
Oh, it's excellent. Honestly, great accommodations. You know, we got over here when the country was in lockdown, so we went into our 14-day quarantine. Spent a lot of time in the hotel, but since then we've been able to get outside. Really enjoy a lot of the gardens and the greens around here. Really good food, and been able to get outside, ride bikes. So love it here in Cambridge.
It's good. Have you enjoyed the city?
Yeah, outdoor spaces, the gardens, down by the River Cam, just hanging out, watching people. It's been a good time.
Excellent. That's good. So first of all, it'd be great to find out what your roles within the team actually are. So we'll start with yourself.
Yeah, man. So I'm one of 3 pilots with the C-130J. So we basically, our primary role is just to go out and fly logistical missions to support our team. So we like to get all the people and our gear to where we're going. As an aside, I also am the aviation safety officer. So I like to get out there and make sure that we're following all the procedures and things that we need to do to keep our aircraft and our aircrew safe.
Oh, that's brilliant. And yourself, Chris?
So I'm a load master, also a flight engineer on the C-130J, so I'm responsible for the safely loading, unloading, calculation, weight and balance, monitoring systems in flight, assisting the pilots with normal emergency procedures, then as well as I perform the pre-flight test, post-flight tests, and then at the conclusion of flight, any maintenance, we're going to assist the maintenance team in correcting any discrepancies.
Absolutely. As both of you are here at Marshall Aerospace, we do the full service checks of C-130s, of the legacy and the newer aircraft, the Js. So obviously, you know, we enjoy the role. So it's a very rewarding thing to have the Blue Angels here. I say everyone's getting rather excited about it. One thing I did want to discuss with you, teamwork is such a huge part of what we do here at Marshall's. You know, out in the hangars, we've got our designated teams that we work on the inputs, and we get a really good team dynamic going. Why is teamwork important to you guys?
Well, you know, at the Blue Angels, teamwork is really just the backbone of everything. We rely on that trust with every maintainer. You know, it's not just the 6 demonstration pilots or the C-13, C-130 pilots. It's collectively a 140 personnel team coming together. So having that trust, knowing that those maintainers, just like you guys, return an aircraft back to a host nation and they can safely fly back to their country. Same thing every single day, every single practice. We come to work knowing that our aircraft is ready to fly, and then they rely on us as well, just to get them to where they need to be so that we can execute our mission.
As well as the pilots, so who else as part of the team tends to come on to the air shows?
So we normally take about 40 support personnel to assist the pilots in getting the demonstration up. So of those 40 people, everybody's learning everybody else's job. In case somebody gets injured or sick, somebody else can cover down and help them out. And then, like Captain Huckabee said, being able to trust that somebody can fill in for my role if I'm not able to be there. And I can, you know, people also rely on me, so that's part of the big teamwork picture.
Yeah, trust is such a huge thing in any work to make any cogs tick. Let's talk about the C-130 itself then. In your opinion, why is it such an iconic aircraft?
Well, you know, C-130, it's been said, has been the longest aircraft still in production today. So it's obviously very reliable. A lot of changes have been made along the way, but you can really do just about anything with it. And you know, where we come from in the fleet, it can do a range of different missions. Lockheed Martin has made an aircraft that's just really incredible to fly, a lot of fun. But really, it's something that we can utilize. It's reliable, and we can use it day in and day out, 300 days a year.
Absolutely, it's a long lasting. It's proven through time how brilliant of an airframe it is. That's fantastic. In terms of then the actual displays itself, how will you utilize your new C-130J?
Yeah, so primary role of the C-130J that's coming with the team right now is to be that logistical platform. Something we heavily rely on, like we said, 300 days out of the year, 30 different cities that we're going to. We've got to have something that can get us there, usually on a Wednesday or a Thursday, and then get us home on a Sunday. In addition to if we have a part or a thing that we need to go grab, either from back home or on either the East or West Coast in the States, you know, our team will crew up, we'll go get that part, bring it back in order to get 6 jets up for the next show. So it's really important to have kind of that on-call logistical support, and that's our primary role. As we focus into future training and get all of our wickets taken care of, we will also be joining into the flight demonstration as well.
Excellent. Have you got any, post the pandemic world, have you got any air shows planned or coming up that you've got scheduled in yet, or are you still waiting?
I think we're still waiting for final word. You know, as the pandemic's going on, everything's evolving. Just trying to get a feel. Of course, we'd love to get out there and do it, but we're going to do everything safely and make sure everybody's, you know, not getting sick.
So yourself, Chris, you're have an engineering background, an engineer by role and by trade. When did you know you wanted to go into engineering and into the military?
I've always loved working with my hands. My family, they taught me how to work on stuff. So I've always loved working with my hands. And then the Marine Corps gave me the ability. I've been to numerous service schools for engines, to be a load master, and really how to hone my skills and apply them specifically to the C-130. So it just kind of feeds off my love of working with my hands and figuring out how things work and fixing them and stuff like that.
Absolutely. I'd like to take you back to your first ever flight, if that's all right. Could you just, I'm sure we've got a lot of people watching who are aspiring engineers, aspiring pilots. Can you tell me what it was like for you, that first ever feeling of flight?
Absolutely, yeah. So first flight for me was probably general aviation at a young age, 10, maybe 13 years old. And just going up with a family friend just to see, the art of flight. That really got me hooked. Later on, I went to the United States Naval Academy. I was able to do some internships in the summer as I was studying aerospace engineering. And it was really cool just to get down to some of our test facilities there in Pax River, fly some of the F-18s, some of T-45, some of our trainers. And that really just kind of gave me that extra bit of encouragement to continue going down the path of flight. Then once I joined the Marine Corps, I had a couple of opportunities to solo in different aircraft. And the first aircraft I truly soloed was down in Florida. It was just a Cessna 172. And we were talking earlier about your time in your first solo.
Absolutely.
And how awesome it was, just how quiet it gets up there when it's just you by yourself.
It's a huge sense of freedom you don't seem to get anywhere else.
And it's something that I don't take for granted, flying a C-130 is a multi-crewed aircraft. I love having the crew masters up there with us, load masters, because we can just have great conversation. And you don't have that weird feeling if it's just you and the engine.
Absolutely.
So.
Something which I didn't appreciate fully until I joined the company and began working on the aircraft myself when I came out of our apprentice training school was the sense of responsibility that you have. When you're working on the aircraft, you know that you have that responsibility of the lives of the people on board. Do you feel that ultimate responsibility every time you get there?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Like Captain Huckabee said, it is, at least on the C-130, it's a crewed aircraft, so there's always going to be at least 2 pilots and then 2 load masters. So you're always, at a minimum, going to have 4 people in the air. So when we do our pre-flight checks, you're checking, make sure the aircraft's safe to fly for all 4, and potentially, up to 100 people on the plane. If you have a full ride of passengers. So it's always in the back of our mind, keeping each other safe, keeping passengers safe.
And again, it's where the teamwork and trust element comes back into it. You've got to trust the guys around you to ensure everyone's keeping everyone safe. You both had brilliant military careers by the sounds of things. If you could pick one highlight over this, what would it be?
Yeah, so I had an opportunity to deploy with a detachment in Spain and Italy. While we were there, we got an opportunity to work with some of the Spanish, and it's called the BRIPAC. And so working relationship with them that kind of grew over about 2 years, 18 months, and we were able to see them develop as a team of basically paratroopers, and then as well our skills, we were able to hone those skills, which is allowing people to jump out of your aircraft, as well as different type of cargo loads coming out. So it was really cool just to see 2 different countries working together, like you said, that teamwork, accomplishing the same mission and building those relationships. Those are some of the things I look back on and really enjoyed, and I'm very grateful for that opportunity.
International relationships are always so important.
Absolutely.
So with the different customers we have here, there's several different air forces we maintain for. Keeping that customer relationship is so vital for business, for everything really, and I think it's very important. What about yourself, a career highlight?
I would probably say when I was stationed in Japan for a couple times, the humanitarian assistance, disaster relief ones are probably the most rewarding for me. Specifically, 2013, the typhoon in the Philippines. The Filipino people needed our help, and we sent 8 planes down there, and we were taking, I think the most I took out in one lift was 238 evacuees from, where their town had got destroyed, and would fly them up to Manila, and we had 8 planes doing that 4 or 5 times a day, and that was probably one of the most rewarding things, was helping people in need. And we're just doing typically our normal duties, but it was actually saving people's lives. So
that's ultimately military is there to do, is to protect and save lives. That must be fantastic, rewarding. I must ask, what was it like to fly in an aircraft for the first time, knowing that you've been responsible for some of the servicing that had been on that?
It's a lot of pressure at first. My first time on a C-130 flying in the Marine Corps, I was a student in flight training, so you're so nervous about not messing up or letting down your instructors. I probably can't even really recall. I just remember I was nervous. Like, am I doing everything right? Am I getting my calls right? Did I check that? Meanwhile, you've got a guy that's been in the Marine Corps for 20 years kind of breathing down your neck, not helping out the situation, but giving you the stress that you need to thrive in our job. So it's kind of looking back, there's a lot of stress at first, but then you get your feet underneath you and get better. So
I was lucky enough myself when I was out in Sweden, just on a trip not related with Marshalls, but we were getting a flight from the south of Sweden to the north. They told us it was going to be a C-130, and what came in was the tail number of the aircraft that I'd spent my first year of my apprenticeship out on the shop floor working on. I'd been involved in maintenance on the landing gears, the engines, the flying controls, the lot really, and that was such a buzz for me, because this is my work, my efforts that I've gone to, and I'm partly responsible for the safety and the well-being of everyone on board. So it's a wonderful feeling, really.
We've got a question.
Oh, we got a question.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
A question from Will, who asks if you will be using the jet-assisted takeoff when leaving Cambridge.
No. Well, sorry. The JATO is something we've used in the past. We called it the Last Blast. It was back in 2009. So it's something we don't routinely use. Chris can probably talk more to why we don't use that now, but essentially the canisters got old and we were unable to use them. So it's not really something we'll need with the C-130J. So.
Obviously, the C-130J engines are a hell of a lot more powerful than your legacy aircraft. Well, than the old legacy aircraft, but anyway. So yes, it's good. On that note, what are, if you could tell, ladies and gentlemen, what the main differences between the two aircraft, the legacy and the new J aircraft?
So when you look at this, we call it a legacy versus a J. They look almost identical. The structure's the same. The J model has upgraded engines and propellers that they're more powerful, more fuel efficient. And then in the flight station or the cockpit, completely redesigned with avionics, flat, glass screens, a lot of automated systems that allow better control of the aircraft systems to be automatic and controlled via aircraft or automatic components. So mainly it's the avionics. And then the engines and propellers are the big three main differences.
That's fantastic. I think, gentlemen, it's time for us to have a go at the Apprentice Challenge that we've got going on, the Nuts and Bolts Challenge. We've had every guest so far has given this a go. We've got some times on the leaderboard back here, actually. So I think the fastest time so far, actually, is we'll look at 54 seconds. Ooh. So fingers crossed we should be able to put up a challenges. We'll do one of you each, one at a time, and we'll see what times you get, shall we?
Gloves on.
Yeah.
So what's the premise of this? What do I got to do?
So the task is you've got 10 washes and 10 nuts that you've got to get onto 10 studs in the fastest time possible. Okay. So the nuts should be flush with the top of the stud.
Okay.
And so the washers should be underneath the nuts on each one of them.
Just 10 of them, not all. All the
I'll
studs
give you,
here.
yes, sure. I'll give you a countdown.
You've got to get it all of it off.
So it'll be getting them on. So you've got a washer that you'll place on. If you, So pick one of those up. That'll go straight on the stud, and then the nut will go on afterwards. You're just going to wind the nut down until.
Okay, so just 10
flush
of them.
and flat with the top.
Just 10 or all of them?
10 of them. Just 10. Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
Excellent. We'll count you down then. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Go.
These gloves don't help.
Yeah, the dexterity.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a game changer there.
Well, this is a big hit at the Royal International Air Tattoo last year. Had a lot of people come in for attempting this challenge. But the fastest time there was 32 seconds, which is incredible, really.
I think that's 10.
Yeah.
Warm my hands up here.
It's a huge manual dexterity challenge. We actually use this on our apprentice assessment days.
Oh, really?
So this is one thing we certainly used to. When I started, one of the tasks I did on my first assessment day here had to get as many done in a period
What was
of time.
your time then?
Well, we had to get as many done as possible. I can't quite remember how many I did, but it was a time challenge.
Tougher than I thought.
It is tough. Just the 10.
That one's
getting close.
Busted. Get it out of here. Oops, that's it.
Last one. Last one. Is that the last one?
I'll do one more just in case. I can't count real good right now.
That's it. Last one. And that's it. Stop the clock.
1 minute and 6 seconds.
1 minute and 6 seconds. That's a good effort. That's good going.
I realized about halfway through, I don't want to give any tips.
Okay.
I'm not going to say what I learned from it. I'll take it apart for you, though.
Some more hand sanitizer.
It's ridiculous how small and fiddly they can be. It's really testing your manual dexterity. But it seems like such a simple challenge. So the time pressure gets to you.
Yeah, the pressure doesn't help.
Yeah.
What was my time?
1 minute 6 seconds, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
1 minute 6 seconds.
Good going.
Then can I grab some of those gloves just to keep it,
Let's say 54 seconds is your time speed for the record, but I think if you get under 106, I think that'll be what your main aim is.
Okay. All right, I'll put these on.
So, I say,
It's like I'm going into surgery here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a spectator sport, so obviously everyone back at home.
Yeah, anyone if you want to cheer on, please.
Yeah.
This is a little more challenging than I thought.
Absolutely. Okay, you ready to go? Okay, count you down. 3, 2, 1, off you go.
Oh boy.
Oh, I wouldn't have done that.
Should I go get the trash talk? Yeah.
I'm sorry, you got it, sir. You good?
Yeah, teamwork. Oh, the dexterity's not good there.
Teamwork goes out the window when there's competitions involved.
Yeah, right? All right, here we go. 2 more.
Let's say that's 8 washes, 10 washes now. It's good. On to nuts. Go feel the tension.
Yeah. No pressure. Take your time. It's all right. Just do your best.
You may have flown aircraft. You may have been involved in some serious.
Yeah, I don't
displays,
do a lot of turning wrenches. Huh?
This is the peak right now.
Oh, that one's busted. No. 2 more.
Your entire career has led to this exact moment.
Yeah. All right.
I'll stop the clock there.
What do we got?
1 minute and 10 seconds.
Oh, unlucky.
All right.
Good efforts, though, gentlemen. Well done.
You did the same thing I did. I didn't tell you.
They're
You
definitely
used
some of the
both hands
quicker
at
times
once.
we've seen for today. So well done. Good job, gents. Fantastic. Have we got any more questions from the public at all? Any more that have come in? More at all? Okay, that's fine. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for spending the time to be with us. I'm sure everyone watching is appreciating to learn exactly what it is that the C-130 is going to be doing within your display team and what your roles within the team are as well. So thank you very much for taking time here, and I'm sure we'll reconnect some time in the future. But thank you very much.
Thank you,
Cheers.
Ben. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
as it.
And thank you, Ben, for speaking to our 2 crew from the Blue Angels. So myself and James are now back to speak
Hello
to
again.
Matthew
Harvey, who wants to make an entrance.
This is unplanned. Well, it's definitely...
You know, it would be really awkward if you couldn't
Hey
hear
guys.
music on the live stream. Hello.
It wasn't my idea, by the way. Yeah? I've never ever wanted to do an entry to Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah.
And actually, as a kid, do you guys know The Big Breakfast? Or are you too young for that?
Yeah.
So there's a programme on Channel 4. I always wanted to be on The Big Breakfast, and I just think this whole setup is a bit like The Big Breakfast, so I feel like I'm on it.
Almost as famous as The Big Breakfast.
So we've managed to kind of fulfil a childhood dream.
It's great. Entrance to Eye of the Tiger, and I'm on The Big Breakfast.
Brilliant.
Fantastic.
You're welcome.
But we're in the Jet Centre, so I was hoping for a glass of champagne or something, is that?
Oh, that comes later. That's the after party.
Yeah, okay, good.
You got that?
All right, got the hand sanitizer.
yeah.
So,
bottle of water.
would you like to introduce yourself, Matthew?
Yeah, my name is Matthew Harvey, and I am the sales director for Marshall Aerospace and Defence Group. But what that means is, in essence, I try to keep pumping the lifeblood into the business.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have some questions.
You do?
Yeah, we do.
I wasn't warned about this.
Did
I write them?
I don't know, did
Quite
you?
possibly.
No, I never did.
So in recent years, the hangars have been extremely busy with international C-130 aircraft.
Yes.
Can you tell us which countries we are supporting today?
Ooh, now I always get asked that question, and it's a difficult one. So it's actually good to step back, look at the map, and let's go from left to right. But it's difficult, isn't it? Because the globe's round.
Yes.
But you know what I mean, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so we, North America-wise, so we support the Royal Canadian Air Force through the office that we have out there in Ottawa and the facility that we've got also in Abbotsford on the west coast. We also recently have been supporting the US Navy. You saw the guys from Blue Angels there. That's a recent customer, very important, and we're looking at developing that relationship. So there's 2 for you. You can count them as we go along. Let's move into Europe. So we've obviously got the Royal Air Force. We've got the Swedish Air Force. We've got the Norwegian Air Force. We've got the Danish Air Force. We've got the Austrian Air Force. We've got the Royal Netherlands Air Force. We also support the French Air Force. Let's keep going down. We've got a recent contract with Cameroon, so we support the Cameroon Air Force as well. Let's keep going east. We've made massive progress in recent years in the Middle East. So we support the Royal Bahraini Air Force. We support the Kuwait Air Force. We support the Qatari Air Force. We support the Royal Air Force of Oman and also the Royal Flight of Oman. Keep going across. We also now are very proud to be supporting the Bangladeshi Air Force with their new C-130 J fleet. And we've done some ad hoc support over the last few years as well to the Polish Air Force and also the Royal Saudi Air Force as well. So I think that pretty much, I didn't miss anything.
I was going to say, sorry if you missed anyone.
There's a lot more than sort of we think about, I think. There's definitely a lot that we cover.
But there's a lot there now. There's a lot there. We're very much an international company.
And it was interesting working on the shop floor for a little bit during our apprenticeship. Because I did a lot of foreign military work. I did a lot on the Austrian and the Swedes. So, and it was interesting just as we were coming out that suddenly there was kind of new names popping up, which was, it was nice to see, you know, different aircraft coming from all around the world kind of coming to Cambridge.
Absolutely. And I think that very much gives us our, what I would call our real unique selling point as Marshall on the C-130, the plethora of customers that we support. Because as we all know, as the engineers will always tell us, every C-130 is different. And then if the more customers that you are supporting, the more diverse operating environments. You spoke with Rob Humphries earlier. He'll have told you a little bit about that. The more diverse operating environments that they're flying in. That means that the engineers and the technicians and the teams here in Cambridge are experiencing lots of different problems with the aircraft and responding to those issues. And that builds up what I always call our history black box. So that special knowledge that we've built up over the last 60 years supporting C-130.
And I suppose that's why, you know, these countries are now coming to us for our maintenance because we have that experience.
Absolutely,
I remember one of the aircraft I was on and just so much more sand everywhere than kind of any other aircraft that I've worked on before. And, you know, they'd done a lot of desert flying. And the amount of kind of extra cleaning or different types of things we were looking for because of that.
Yep.
You know, it was just trying to put yourself in that mind frame of, you know, what extra things might need to be done. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What do you do kind of day to day to keep all these customers happy and continuing to put their aircraft at Marshall?
So the most important thing, in my opinion, based on the interactions that I have with C-130 operators all over the world that we support, is they need their aircraft to be delivered from a maintenance input when we say it will be delivered. Yeah. That's critical because there's a lot of operational planning involved for any Air Force around the world, critical missions, especially at this period of time with COVID-19. And I think that it's everybody here in Marshall, with the experience we have, and also the customers, everybody recognises that problems will occur. If you commit to a certain time frame when the aircraft's going to be worked on, everybody knows that there's unforeseen arisings. So it's important, I'd say the two things are, firstly, do what you said you'd do, but also have excellent communication with the customer, just to make sure that when things go wrong, we're aware, they're aware, and they can plan if there is a delay, which often happens, and it's unforeseen. And I think the customer service team that we've got here now, working hand in hand with our MRO team, has heavily facilitated that excellence in communications in recent years as well.
So you're basically saying it's that dependability, and being able to kind of explain why we can't meet that demand, or you know, and how we're trying all we can to kind of fix the problem and get it back to you. So
yeah, we absolutely must deliver on the customer's expectations. We generally set those expectations. Now, if that expectation needs to change because we've seen a problem that's occurred on an aircraft, we've got to be upfront. We've got to communicate that, but in a timely fashion, not keep it back and communicate that at the end. So the communication is key.
So right the way through the input,
absolutely,
we can kind of
and that's very much what we do.
Okay, brilliant.
How has that changed?
I'll take the easier question. Which one was the easier?
You go first.
So how has that changed now that obviously we're in lockdown?
Basically what I was going to ask.
Okay, there we go.
You're copying each other now.
Yeah, and obviously it was kind of difficult to predict, you know, if teams or if members of the team would have to go away and stay away off the team and kind of delay that aircraft. Also with, you know, people working from home, you know, so there's a lot of kind of communication issues there. How have you overcome them?
That was extremely challenging, as you can imagine. So I think what we did first and foremost, before we went into lockdown, when we could see what was going to happen, we immediately, at a relatively senior level, got in contact with all of our international customers. Naturally, we're talking international here, but naturally we did the same thing with the Royal Air Force. And we tried to understand with them. The C-130 is a critical asset anyway. It's a phenomenal platform that serves a very unique role, as Rob Humphries will have told you. Not that I didn't watch his interview, of course, I was glued to the screen, honestly, Rob. But I think with COVID-19, we anticipated that the demand on that aircraft would obviously increase. So we had the dialogue with all of our customers, and we got responses. We looked at the maintenance inputs that we had scheduled in for the hangars, and we had to prioritise. We absolutely, any business needs to prioritise. And I think that the MRO team under Marianne Bailey's leadership did a phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. All the guys in the hangars still today are doing a remarkable job in prioritising and delivering. And that's what we did. We dialogue, we prioritised, and we delivered. And we're doing that today.
So that preparation then was key. You know, you see that come in. There was a lot of rumour, which probably helped as well, that obviously we were going to go into lockdown, looking at other countries, and that kind of seemed to be the route everyone was going, so that kind of helped out.
Yeah, and I think it was also important, the communication that we had internally with those key workers that we would depend on as a business to continue to serve those customers who had critical assets that needed to get the maintenance job done to get back into service. We had to have a fantastic dialogue with them as well, help them understand the safety measures that we have put in place here in the factory, and it all worked. I think we've done a great job.
That's what brings me on to how have you and your team managed during lockdown?
I mean, we're the sales team, so generally we just put our feet up.
Yeah.
And we think. So it's been really challenging for us. So obviously sales is quite cutthroat. Mm-hmm. You've got targets, as everybody does. Yeah. But with sales, you're bringing in, as I said, the lifeblood of the business. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think we've been okay in terms of the opportunities that we've been pursuing for this year. Mm-hmm. But the dialogue, it's been difficult, obviously challenging, I would say, for the first month, 2 months, in terms of moving from that regular face-to-face dialogue on an aeroplane, popping out to see customers, to having to do it all on video calls. Yeah. So that's been challenging. I think the sales team across the group have done a fantastic job. It's difficult for the slightly longer term, not very long term, but the slightly longer term, so next year and the year after, where we are in dialogue with customers, discussing their needs and their requirements, because we're dealing with international customers. That can be quite difficult. Yeah. Also, there's some cultural barriers as well there. And not everybody's used to doing things on a video call. Second nature to me, and probably you as well. But yeah, it's challenging.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're handling it well.
Because you said about flying, flying a lot, I imagine, meeting customers. Is it weird not being able to fly? Do you feel quite, not trapped, but you know what I mean? You're in your own neighbourhood for probably longer than you have been for a while.
So now is probably a very fitting time. Can I do a shout out?
You can.
I've got to do a shout out to my daughter Emma and my son Adam, who are hopefully watching. Yeah, all right. I did 2 there, yeah. So they have realised that this weird man walking around the house, they don't know who he is, it's their father. Yeah. I think, joking aside, I do travel a lot. It is strange for me. I'm very much a touchy-feely, communicative kind of person. I like to, also if we've got any issues, or we've got any real challenges, I like to just get on a plane, fly out, and address that face to face. It's been difficult. I think I'm doing okay. I think everybody's having, when you're working at home, it's challenging in that family environment. We've got 2 big dogs as well. It's not easy. They're wondering who this weird guy is that's taking them for a walk now. But I think you make it work. It's been challenging, but I think I'm looking forward. And the broader sales team as well, to getting back on the road and keep driving to hit those targets.
You said you've got dogs. Have they ever jumped in on a call, or has the customer ever wanted to see them? I
was just going to say that actually. There's a few customers that I talked to that have taken the opportunity to see the changes that I've made to the garden that I've been talking about, and the dogs that I talk about all the time.
Do a tour.
So in a way, you're kind of getting to know our customers more on a personal level as well. You're inviting them into your home.
Yeah, that's one thing that I was actually thinking about the other day with a couple of the guys. That's true. There have been some calls where, with certain stakeholders that you're dealing with, where you haven't got that such a personal relationship with it. It gives a chance when you're sitting in your dining room and your son walks in. It gives that chance to kind of talk a little bit more on a personal level.
I suppose it brings you all down to that kind of same level.
Because, I mean, some of them are probably in their kitchen dining rooms and they've probably got their kids walking past as well.
Absolutely.
So, so we're hoping that we've got quite a young audience as well, kind of looking at, perhaps just looking at starting their career. If they're quite interested in kind of international flying around or sales, what what advice would you give them, and what kind of traits or skills should they be kind of practicing now if they want to go into that kind of role?
Okay, so I think foreign languages and cultural awareness are really important. Travel a lot, from a young age. If you're able to travel a lot, engage with people from different backgrounds, different cultures, and ask questions, try to understand their cultures and their way of doing things. Because I think in international sales, those that are more successful are generally those who are best at putting themselves in the shoes of the customer,
Yes.
and understanding why has he or she said that? Why is he or she thinking that and not understanding what I really mean? Because it's very easy to just try and think, well, I get that. It's obvious for me. So I think foreign languages, cultural awareness, and then also the advice I would give is expect to have to make sacrifices. Yeah, I'm sure my wife's watching and she's delighted when I travel all over the world because she gets a bit of peace and quiet. But I think there's certainly been periods of my life where, it's not that you're putting the work before the family, it's that the nature of the work means that you have to be away from home quite a lot. So be ready to make those sacrifices, and ultimately, if you want to succeed, you've got to make those sacrifices, get out there. And I think in sales, it's all about experience. It's all about that experience of sitting at the table, negotiating, being told no when you think the answer should be yes, being told to get out the room because they don't understand the price that you've offered, getting frustrated that you're not going to hit your targets, and then going back in a month's time and succeeding, because there's lots of reward in sales, but there's also lots of disappointments, and you've got to feel both.
And I guess kind of acting rationally with those decisions, because you don't want to drop to a too low offer or anything. You've got to keep your cool and kind of and keep up that level.
There's a lot of decision making involved in it. It's very easy. You've got to think that you're representing the company, you're representing people like yourselves, you're representing people that are slogging it out in difficult conditions during COVID-19 in the hangars, doing a remarkable job. You've got to do the right thing for them, and not just think because the customer is losing his rag because he's not happy, that's a reason why I should change my position, which is perfectly right and in the best interest of the business. So that's the decision making and challenge that you've got to have often in your mind, and you've got to come out with an answer there and then in a meeting room. And it's interesting.
It's nice to know that that's been that's been thought of in those decisions. It's like, well, actually, we've got these people back here. We can't make their lives incredibly difficult, and because at the end of the day it does come down to them, and so the right decisions have to be made. So.
Absolutely.
I think we have a question.
We have a question from Joe, who asked about your career path and what came before this for you.
Okay, so hi Joe, thanks for the question. So I've always been in the sales and commercial environment. I've always also from a educational background in terms of the degrees I did. I've got an English degree in European business. I've got a German degree in economics, and I went on to the graduate development program, the commercial route with BAE Systems. So I started out in BAE Systems, as many people in the defence and aerospace industry do. I then transitioned into Select Sensors and Airborne Systems, which was the avionics part of BAE Systems that was purchased by then Finmeccanica, what is today Leonardo. And I think the huge training ground for me really in my career when I was quite young, so I think I was 26 when I was thrust into it. I was given the opportunity to become the country director in Poland for AgustaWestland, what is now today Leonardo helicopters. So Emma and Adam were actually born in Warsaw. We lived there as a family, and that was a massive experience for me because I was suddenly at a very young age thrust into representing a top leading industry company with presidents, with prime ministers, with ministers, having very high level discussions, and I had to step up very quickly. And that was a huge experience for me of about 5-6 years. And then I transitioned into, so I'd worked in platform sales and then also in kind of black box sales. And I really wanted to get into fast moving, because it's difficult in this industry. Things are often fast moving. But I wanted to get into kind of civil aviation, where I had the opportunity to sell more platforms on a regular basis. So I was vice president for sales and marketing for a Czech aviation company selling low-wing sport training aircraft, so two-seat training aircraft. So we were selling around 50, 60 aircraft a year, and that was really good because we pushed. It was on the back of when they just got the EASA type certificate, so we could sell the aircraft to flight training schools. So from Poland we moved back to Slovakia, obviously lived overseas a lot. My wife is from Slovakia, hence the Slovakia link. And then we moved a couple of other things, and then we decided that we wanted to live as a family in the UK. So suddenly ended up here in Cambridge with Marshall and not looked back since.
I was going to ask, especially in kind of an aerospace industry where kind of one sale can take quite a long time, I imagine. Do you kind of build up from kind of smaller aircraft or even off aircraft and kind of start selling cars and then go into aircraft and just build up to something that's more expensive and that takes more time to sell?
So it's an interesting question. I think not necessarily. It's interesting that you say that, because fresh out of university, I did do a little stint selling classic and exclusive cars, Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Bugattis, and stuff like that, based in Paris. But I'd say that no, there's no rule of thumb like that really. I think it's more about the technical part of the sale. Really doesn't matter what you're selling ultimately. Selling is selling. It is convincing the person that they should spend their money in you. And I say in you because ultimately you as the salesperson, you're representing the product, the service and the company that you're offering. So,
So I think we're at the time where it's time for you to take on our challenge.
Very
if
good.
You'd be so willing.
I've never ever put rubber gloves on
on
the internet. And I don't know. Do I have to?
Clean your hands first, and then put the rubber. You do have to put the rubber gloves on.
Okay.
Just out of fairness more than anything.
We still do
put my sunglasses on when I do it.
You can try. I don't think it would help.
Right. That was a very controlled amount. We have had quite a few people
just people do too much. And
you've got to be careful. See, I've been watching everyone through the day doing this.
You know the best tactics now.
I'm not competitive at all.
I can tell. I get that energy.
You should look out the window then.
Right. So, are you aware of the rules?
There are no rules.
There are rules.
There are rules.
Oh, gloves. Don't forget the gloves.
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 Where are they here? Right, okay.
Small or large? So 10 washers and 10...
Small or large?
Nuts. Oh, you picked a small.
I've got very big hands. I'll take the large.
This won't go against your score. Yes, 10 washers, 10 nuts in the fastest time possible, and say cabbages once you're finished. Which
cabbages?
I noticed wasn't enforced with everyone.
What's all that about?
It's a bit of fun.
Having seen Rob Humphries struggling to put his rubber gloves on earlier, I think, is there a competition also for the
I think we should look over the live stream and
I've just won that,
rescore everyone.
I'll look at that.
Come on. Glover.
That was
Hey, you see how I did that? Hey, you like it?
And stop.
Good.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Phil,
so hang on a minute. So it's these. So I'll practice 5 before we start.
No, nobody gets practice.
So 5. So I've got to do 10.
10 in total.
2, 4, 6, 8. So it's 8 and 2, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That's the first trick.
Counting.
All right. Okay. Leave the jokes to me, lads.
Are we ready?
We're ready. Just look
That's
over
a 10-second penalty already.
Come on.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, bit of a fumble at the start there.
So I guess we can.
I'm not answering questions.
I don't know. So
try and sell us.
No, it's my time to ask you some questions.
Whilst you're doing this, try and sell us the board.
Have you guys ever worked in sales?
No, I certainly haven't.
No, it's something that might interest me in the future, I think.
Okay. Hang on, has Rob Humphries been putting glue in this? Because it's all stuck together. He's so competitive, it's unbelievable.
No, I think you were very confident behind the camera, but...
it's all boiled down now.
We're getting the excuses.
This game
already.
Come on, look at this.
Putting glue in.
I haven't been in sales, but I think the closest I've been to was working in a hotel. So I guess the closest would be convincing people to have dessert. That's probably the closest I've ever gone.
Oh, no.
Oh, come on. You're almost there.
Oh!
I noticed there's a couple of...
So what have I got to do? I've just got to go down...
Just past flash.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. Just shout, stop.
Yeah, stop, cabbages!
1 minute and 6 seconds.
Oh! Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Is that 9?
Oh, that's 9.
Oh, you.
Oh no! Hang on, 1 minute 6. Oh no!
So I would say,
right. give me a 2-second penalty.
Well, we'll have to be fair. We gave 10-second penalty to one of the apprentices for doing the same thing.
Oh. All right.
No, yeah, come on, yeah, negotiate with me.
Have you ever wanted to work in sales?
No.
Have I got an opportunity? I'm not interested anymore.
So Matt did 52 seconds. Wow, that's
52.
fantastic.
There we go. Yeah. So we're saying 52, yeah?
1 minute and 16 seconds.
1 minute and 16 seconds.
Oh.
And trying to bribe us.
Did I beat Rob Humphries?
Where's the pen gone?
Where's my green pen gone?
We'll have to go blue.
Go blue pen.
Oh, so I did beat Rob Humphries, but now...
You beat Rob?
Yeah,
no,
not with the time penalty.
Yeah, time penalty.
That is a shame.
We let him off a penalty as well.
Oh,
I'm not
we
happy
did
about that.
That is favouritism.
I'm not happy about that. Yeah.
Well, let him on.
So I think a 5-second penalty for me gives me 1 minute and 11.
Just, okay.
We agree? Yeah? Say yeah? Yeah? Yay!
There we go.
I'm not sure how I feel about
1 minute
this,
and 11 seconds.
1-1-1. 1 minute 11 seconds.
Yeah. That's a nice number as well.
That's good. Does that put me in third?
No.
Second, third from the bottom. Fourth. Yeah, well, in the middle.
In the middle.
Okay.
We'll be
all right.
different.
I'll get a medal. Will I get a medal?
Ask us later.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like Liverpool, who won the title with an asterisk. You know, so it's like I'll get a medal at least for that.
You get. You can keep the hand wash.
All right.
Keep the gloves.
That's good.
Keep the gloves.
Oh yeah. Good. Have I got to take these off now?
How much time have we got?
Yeah.
We're ready? Okay, so...
Have we got more questions, or?
No, that's it.
We're done.
Time's over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Matt, if you'd like to say something.
So next up, we've got the where we painted the C-130 tail for the 50-year anniversary of the between us and the RAF.
Our connection with the RAF and the C-130s. Yeah, so that'd be good. Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you. That was really good.
Hope you
Thank you.
enjoyed it.
You've done a great job all day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, that was incredibly short kind of changeover, but I think we just made it. So we're joined here now by Mark. So,
hello, Mark. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, Mark Hasted. I'm the Chief Test Pilot at Marshall Aerospace. So I'm looking after all the test pilots that work at Marshall. So we've got 6 guys altogether, including me. One who's part-time. And as part of the same part of the test services department now, which includes now ground test and flight test engineers under Harry Rajas. He's got another couple of guys working for him as well.
Brilliant.
So that's where we sit within engineering here in Marshalls.
Yeah, welcome. Right.
Okay, yeah.
So you learned flying after being awarded an RAF flying scholarship.
Yeah, that was a long time.
A long time ago.
I was going to say since 17. Yeah,
17. So what made you want to, start flying?
Well, I was in the Air Cadets
right.
all those years ago.
Yeah.
I joined when I was 15, actually, so quite late on for Air Cadets. But as part of the Air Cadet thing at the time, you could get a flying scholarship with the Royal Air Force, gliding proficiency stuff as well. You could do to get into flying. They used to do. I think they still do now. Air experience flying as well.
Yes. Yeah.
So the opportunity presented itself to try and get selected for a flying scholarship, so I managed to squeak in and get one. At the time, it was 30 hours worth of flying for free.
Oh wow, that's really good.
Which was almost your licence.
Yeah,
a bit different now, slightly different now, but yeah, that was it really. So Air Cadets had a sort of interest when I was a kid in flying, maybe the Air Force, and just that's the way things panned out in the end. So that was good. And there was a bit of a gap after that for flying, just in terms of money and whatnot.
What did you do
School and A-levels, and then I worked for a living after A-levels. I know.
Don't do that. Oh.
Shocking. All sorts of different jobs, which we better not go into. The last one was working for a simulator company down near Gatwick. And from there I sort of left Air Cadets with a really good record in Air Cadets, with a flying scholarship and a gliding behind me, and that was into the Air Force. So I went. when I felt ready.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I wasn't at 18 for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so what was it like? Because my dad's in the Air Force, and it's sort of, I know that it's changed over time.
Yeah.
How did, you know, from your point of view, what was your time in the Air Force like? What is it like, and how is it different now?
It's really interesting because, of course, when I joined the Air Force, it was, oh, well, you know, you should have been here 20 years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sure everybody says the same thing now.
Yeah.
But, you know, I had a very enjoyable time in the Air Force, actually. It was one of those times when I joined, but the training system came to a bit of a grinding halt for a while because of the first Gulf War. It was that long ago.
Yeah.
But the Air Force kept us on. We eventually came through the system. And it was a lot of fun, you know, and got to see the world. I was a Herc pilot from the get-go back in 1995.
Wow.
So I've been flying Hercs for 25 years now.
Yeah.
Old ones and the J's, the newer ones. So I saw a lot of the world. You know, took part in operations as well as humanitarian stuff, which was very rewarding, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Marshall's offered me a job, so I resigned.
Yeah. Here we are.
It's interesting that you say that for the first kind of couple of years after college that you perhaps weren't too sure what you wanted to do. We've probably, or hopefully, got some youngsters watching that are probably in the same position. What would you tell those people kind of at that level?
Well, for me, it was because it was always in the back of my mind to try and join the Air Force. It was just a matter of feeling ready, you know, yourself to go. Because you get a few stabs, I think, at selection still and aptitude tests and things. At least I knew at the age of 17 I could pass the aptitude tests for the Air Force at least. I think they do similar things for civil airlines as well. Obviously, there's scholarships, or there used to be, and cadetships available for that sort of thing. Just find out about as much of it as you can. But there are cheaper ways to go flying than flying at aero clubs or whatever, which is you know, the gold standard. But gliding is a great way to get into flying. It's good for your handling skills, it's good for all that stuff. And just try, if you are thinking of a career in aviation as a pilot, then maintain that interest, you know, build that CV of aviation-related activities. It doesn't have to be exactly flying, but Air Cadets is a great way to do it. And there's loads of flying scholarships to apply for as well around the country for different organisations, so look those up. There are good opportunities out there.
It's funny you should mention Air Cadets because quite a few apprentices that come on, I know myself and Ben included, where, you know, have been in Air Cadets and sort of had gone through that. And yeah, even in my time, you know, I got to go flying in the Grub Tutor and go gliding. And it's quite an amazing experience, even if, you know, you're not necessarily interested in flying. It's just something very unique and very different. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, good fun.
What do you like about flying?
What don't you like about flying?
I think I've always enjoyed flying, just being up and away and above the world below, I suppose. There are days, particularly in the UK, you know, when it's grey and rainy and horrible. And it doesn't take very much often to just get through the cloud and you're up in the sunshine. Which is a great experience, you know,
amazing,
which is great. And it's a physical skill as well as being, you know, when you're operating an aircraft, it's different to just learning to fly and just tootle around, you know, just trying to fly things. When you're operating an aircraft for a job, it's a different thing, can be more rewarding. So for the Herc example, you're doing low-level or airdrops, or you're dropping supplies to people for, you know, humanitarian exercises, or you're or flying in supplies for the troops or whatever. Then it becomes the job itself is then rewarding, as well as the activity itself, which is. It's good to be trained to do a skill, then to, you know, deploy that skill to the highest level you can possibly manage to get it to, you know.
Oh, definitely.
I always imagine flying to be one of the jobs where, you know, it's kind of always fun because you're always, you know, you're flying an aircraft. Are there sort of downsides to flying? Are there times where it's not maybe as fun as people would expect, or?
I suppose it depends on the job in the Air Force. There are moments where, you know, on you know, long-term operations where, you know, if you get into a routine, so stuff becomes too samey, too same way, same day, then the problem with that is complacency and the difficulty with that in terms of operating. But there's always an element of fun because flying is something I absolutely love. You know, I've been very lucky to have such a long career in flying, and you know, even though the days are hard sometimes and long, it's still a great job to be in.
What's it like? Because you said, you know, you're a test pilot here now at Marshall. What's it like being the first person to fly the aircraft again after such a deep maintenance? Like we've had some aircraft in for perhaps a year or over a year. You know, and a lot of components changed. So is that scary for you?
It's a different thing, isn't it? I learned to be a test pilot when I was still in the Air Force.
Yeah.
So I did 10 years or so in the Air Force as a test pilot before I came here. I was doing different things. That was more, that we do that sort of thing here, experimental, developmental, certification type test flying. So for post-maintenance, when I came for interview, and you get the usual walk around the hangars that everybody does when you first arrive to see what it's all about.
Yeah.
And I had a Herc here, and it was completely stripped back. All the paint was gone, everything was off it, the wings were over there, the engines were nowhere to be seen, the propellers, I don't know. So it was completely bare skeleton. Yeah, you'll be flying that in about 6 months. Really?
I always found it funny.
It's really interesting for me as a pilot to see the aircraft down to its almost component parts, you know, and to see the rebuild, and you know, the engineers here are great, so we have a huge amount of confidence in them. So to go and fly it for the first time and just going, well, it's ready, you say it's ready, we're happy.
I always remember the experience when we did our stint in the hangars, and when an aircraft ready for delivery, you, like the first one we ever watched take off, you kind of in the back of your head like, I repaired quite a lot of that.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, there are checks and balances in place to make sure it's all good to go. And for us, if an aircraft has been in a really deep maintenance, a huge amount of work on it, then we only get airborne in certain good weather conditions. So if something does go wrong straight off the bat, then we can spit around and get it on the ground. And all the testing is done in decent weather, to be honest.
Right.
We don't. You know, good test pilot weather is a day like today, this afternoon, rather than horrible wet rainy days.
Yeah. Have you been on a bit of a break during the lockdown, or have you been sort of business as normal?
Relatively speaking, I think we've adopted sort of mantra of only come in if you have to fly.
Yeah.
So to that end, we've sort of kept our flying to a minimum. There's a certain amount of flying we have to do to stay current, to keep the skills up. And to allow us to continue to fly the Hercs and you know, various other aircraft. So we've been working from home in general, which has worked out pretty well so far. Most seem to be pretty productive still, which is a surprise to me. But I don't miss the commute.
No. You don't sit there on flight simulators.
no, we get enough flying as it is. So normally once or twice a week to fly still. So that's all fine.
Yeah, I think we have a question.
Yeah, we have 2 questions.
Excellent.
The first one from RHP, who asked what your most memorable flying achievement or moment is.
Well, that's a very good question. There's probably the most recent one I can think of is we were conducting an experimental test program here for a business jet aircraft, special missions aeroplane, and there was a very high technical merit test point that had to be achieved for certification. That the European Aviation Safety Agency required this particular test point, and it required quite a bit of rehearsal and thinking about, because of the dynamics of the test point. It was a stalling test point, and we did manage to get it done, but it was quite exciting, putting the aircraft in a position where it would never go before, or had been before, probably in the original certification, but certainly hadn't been in service. So that was good. That was very rewarding, actually, because that was a lot of thinking, a lot of technical merit stuff in terms of flying skill, as well as all the background thinking about how the airplane would behave. So that was good.
Second question?
The second question from Paul, who asked if you've ever flown in RIAT, or I guess any other air shows.
No, I haven't actually. We did. The only thing I've done like that is years ago when I was still in the Air Force. We used to do. There was a pair of Hercs used to do a demonstration airfield assault thing. So we ended up, it was Londonderry, I think, in Northern Ireland, which I'm not sure was good at the time. But we did a demonstration, so we used to do the odd demonstration, that sort of thing. But I've never been a display pilot. Test pilot, thanks. Not a display pilot.
Never wanted to be a display pilot then?
Well, I think they do, but it's just not my particular sort of thing. It's a particular type to want to be a display pilot, I think.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So at Marshall, we've both got, we have a lot of maintenance on both the J and the K. Do you have a favourite between the two? Is there much of a difference between the two from a flight perspective?
Yeah, so for the older Hercs, obviously there's an additional crew member on board, the flight engineer, who sits in between the two pilots. The main difference is the power that's available for the Herc. So the old ones, they have no protection. on the engine. So if anybody knows what I'm talking about, the FADEC, so there's an automatic control from the computer that stops you, well, in theory should stop you damaging the engines. Yeah. So for the old Hercs, then you have to be very careful. For the C130J, it's significantly more powerful, and you can just wang this around, essentially. So it's fine. So it's in that way, it's easier to fly. There's less to worry about, I suppose, in a way, and the performance is better. But I personally prefer the old Hercs because that's why I was first qualified in the Air Force, and those are the ones I've been flying for such a long time.
Yeah.
So I still love those. It's like getting into an old comfy chair when you get on, and things are slightly different, but old dials and all sorts of things. So I'm an old and bold pilot now, and it suits me better.
Have you flown on the same ones that you kind of that you started on in your RAF career?
Yeah, because I suppose they all go through circulation. So
this is now really sad, isn't it? Yes, the Austrians bought some RAF Hercs years and years ago, and the ones they've still got are ones I first started flying on in the Royal Air Force. Okay. So I think as a family we went off and went around aviation museums and stuff, and my lab was small. And now, and some of my colleagues in the department are the same, they're now seeing aircraft that we've flown in the museum. Yeah. So it's you start to feel a bit older.
Compared to different aircraft types, what are the capabilities of the C-130? What can you do in a C-130 that you can't do in something else?
So the C-130 is designed as a tactical transport. So what that means is that it should be doing short haul stuff onto strips. So by strips you mean unprepared runways, basically, of one surface type or another. Yeah. So I suppose the concept for the Herc is that you have a bigger aircraft like a C-17 or similar will come in, they'll take stuff out of that, distribute it to the Hercs, and then they go into the sort of more forward areas. Yeah. So obviously the Royal Air Force use it for Special Forces activity, which is that it's flying, it's night vision goggle capable, so you can fly around low level, and it's obviously got the aerial delivery capability as well. Yeah. And some of the most fun flight in the Herc was doing fighter evasion, fighter affiliation training. Oh, so trying to hold them off while you're flying around ranges and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. It's not too bad until they go over there and shoot a big missile at you, and you're in trouble. But no, so it's so that's its sort of core role. Yeah. For the military, but certainly during COVID, I think, and the customers would agree, it's been used for humanitarian stuff an awful lot as well.
That's brilliant.
So we've been able to generate the aircraft here for the humanitarian stuff. And as I said, in the Air Force, I did an awful lot of that in Africa, in Indonesia, and various other places. So it's superb for that because it can get forward, because it's got a decent payload.
Definitely.
Yeah. And you can airdrop stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And people.
And people. Not so much these days.
Yeah. Right. So you may have seen before, we have a challenge.
No, I hadn't actually watched, so you better explain
so
what
the
I'm
rules
supposed to do.
Are simple. 10 washers and 10 nuts onto the pegs in the quickest time possible. However, due to coronavirus, you have to wash your hands and wear some gloves first. Luckily, that's not part of the timing.
Okay.
we have toyed with putting that as the time as well, but
that's probably not particularly appropriate.
Yes, yeah. Would people struggle? How do you feel? Have you done anything like this before?
Well, no, and my family would attest my DIY skills are pretty appalling. So I suspect it won't go that well, but we'll see.
That's what Chris said, and he is now second place.
Yeah, he did very well.
So, you never know. And soon it's our turn.
Yes, I believe...
Have you been thinking of tactics?
You guys should be good at this, shouldn't you?
Well, we had a practice with gloves, and it's definitely not as easy.
You had a practice with gloves, I'll just put that in there.
I haven't had any practice, I might add.
I did really well last year, and I was at the top of the leaderboard for ages, but this year I'm not convinced.
Yeah, especially with the gloves, that does add the extra difficulty.
And don't forget to ask questions. Don't forget, we're almost going to announce the winners of the competition to win some RIAT tickets. So
we're getting the thumbs up. So I think we've
selected winners, or we've still got time.
Okay.
So comment, and also don't forget to what was the Blue Angels competition? Oh yeah, subscribe to our channel to win some Blue Angels merchandise.
Yes, I think I'll subscribe when I get home.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Get some goodies, possibly.
You mean we don't get any free?
Oh, we should have asked them. Yeah, we should have asked them when they were here.
Right, are you ready?
No, but I'll go anyway.
Phil, are you ready?
Ready.
Okay. Now, I'm afraid you're going to have to put your hands
Oh,
by
you
side.
didn't say that.
You
You
can
didn't
now.
say that.
Right. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so to rate this challenge, we're going to be asking you a couple of C-130 questions. So what is the height of a Lockheed Martin C-130J? So the height.
Are you asking me?
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. You've got to add the pressure.
I don't know, it's really high, 60 feet.
Oh, so close.
Or not quite.
Yeah, no.
What's the maximum altitude of the C-130J?
Oh,
should know this one.
Depends on certified or depends on the number of people on board. It depends on.
Okay,
That
well,
doesn't sound like a number to me.
35,000 feet.
Okay, we've got 40.
But this has probably come from Wikipedia.
Yeah, well,
Yeah. So I imagine your
practically
answer's
speaking,
more
that's
accurate.
probably not
Yes,
quite
yeah.
true.
What's the highest that you've flown? Do you know?
Yeah, it's 54,000 feet.
Wow.
In a C-130?
No.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say. Hang on a minute.
38,
38.
probably in a hurt.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
That was for a specific trial we were looking at.
Oh, this is quick.
So there's only 8 in a row. She will have to do 2
No,
more.
two more. Keep going,
you
keep
didn't
going.
say
Oh.
I
Yeah.
had another test flight related question.
Yeah, go for it.
This is from Danny, who asked if there is any change in pre-flight between a regular flight and a test flight.
Yes, because you will have potentially flight test instrumentation.
Stop clock. Stop.
Flight test instrumentation attached, which would need looking at as well. So particularly for, I think when we're doing a bunch of stalling activity, they had to check the stall vanes beforehand. So that, if there's any other test equipment on board, otherwise the aircraft is presented for flight in the same way.
Yeah.
The differences will be any additional kit. So there's very often a flight test instrumentation console on board. There'll be an additional flight probe for proper free air temperature, pressures, that sort of thing. So very often there's additional stuff that needs checking beforehand.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So,
And the time?
how did
1
we do?
minute, 24 seconds.
Oh,
that's a bit slow.
No, it's not bad. It's not the worst.
Hooray!
So was that 1 minute 24? Right.
I can't count either.
That's all right. We did have an 11 earlier, so at least you didn't go over.
So you're not last.
Well, that's good.
You're,
It's
I'd
good.
say,
in
third
the
up from the
middle.
bottom.
Oh, that'll do.
And we did ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, we
so
did.
we did
That.
make it quite
We
difficult
threw
for
you
you
off.
as well.
Yeah, no multitasking.
You're used to high pressure environments, so that was the idea.
Good.
Brilliant.
Next up, we've got a Marshall Group COVID-19 video, and then I think it'll be back to us.
Yes, so that's exploring how Marshall has coped with the coronavirus and what we've done sort of during the period. And then we're sort of going to start wrapping up.
Yeah. So thank you very much.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. welcome back, and now I've got gloves on, which means we're going to do a challenge.
Oh, you've already got your gloves on?
I've already got my gloves on, you missed it.
That's cheating.
So I think we've also joined by first-year apprentices again, with masks on this time, because they're close together. So you're going to help us do our challenge.
Wow, help.
Berate us as much as we berated you, and if you want, you can try again. Because I feel like Harry didn't get a fair chance.
Oh, yeah. Give it a go.
Chance to redeem yourself. Okay, and if anyone has any questions for our first year apprentices or us, or Chris is over there still. He's setting up, he's packing up. Making a mess. Right, okay. Move the table.
Right, I'll get my gloves on while you're doing
now,
it. So if
I'm a bit nervous actually.
Phil is ready.
I'm ready for time.
I'm not ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. So we've got to put a little bit of pressure on, haven't we? So, I mean, I don't think you're going to be the slowest today. It's a good start.
Don't say that. I've lost count there.
You're going to beat Chris?
How can we tell which one's yours and which one's already on there?
No, I took them all off.
There's 3 on there.
Is it?
Right, okay, on the right. We're
oh yeah,
at the left.
ignore those. Ignore those. Mine are all on the left.
Should we do like quick fire questions for you?
You can try. I might not answer.
What's been your most...
Quicker than
what's
that.
the best moment of today?
Today,
today.
working alongside you.
Oh, way. Okay, I was going to say all the great guests we've had.
Oh, okay, yeah, all the great guests we've had. But no, I mean, you know, going from where we started and now we're doing a live stream together. But it's been a good show altogether, I think.
Come a long way.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've done 12. Stop.
You've done 12?
I've done 12, I think so.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, I've done 12.
He's got a good time, isn't he?
Jake,
57 seconds.
With 12. Yeah, I'm happy.
I'll still beat you. Even though I only did 10,
What's
I'll
the
still
fastest?
Well, that's fine. Where's my pen?
Oh, I'm going to drop everything everywhere now.
Right.
Yeah, well...
Oh, 135. Oh, it's 54 to beat.
Oh, actually, I don't need to do that, so I can just go down the middle. Can I go down
If you don't lose count.
Yeah.
Still Haydn at the top.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Right, you need to be Haydn. Are you sure you want to leave all of them on there?
Yeah. I'll go down the middle.
Okay. All right.
I'm not cheating. I'm not using anybody else's.
I am watching.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Phil. 3, 2. 3, 2, 1. Go. So Matt, what was your favourite part of today?
My favourite bit was Chris's live demonstration.
Oh yeah, that
which
was
we
a good
have
demonstration.
Which we have to give a big thank you to Tantec for lending us the equipment. And
Yes, thank you,
I
Tantec.
can't count either.
I have lost count which ones you're doing. It's all right. I trust you.
Oh no.
Do we trust him?
Yeah.
I'd trust me.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Of course, we've had a lot of practice with this as of last year from RIAT.
Well, last year, yeah.
How does this compare to last year's RIAT? Really, obviously, it's very, very
different. And
Yeah.
I'm hopefully looking forward to being back in the Techno Zone next year.
If they send us back.
If we get
After
sent
this.
back. Because, yeah, it would be great to see everyone again. And hopefully some people would have watched this year.
Will come and see us.
Yeah, and that would be great.
And whoever wins the competition.
Right, stop.
Oh.
Oh,
hang
how
on.
many has he
Hang
got?
on. I have. Which ones have you done?
So I've done those there.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh.
56.
Oh, just... Oh.
So
well done,
close.
though.
Yeah, no,
well
thank
done.
you.
Okay. First years, would you like to try again?
Yeah.
Do you want me to take some of the washers and nuts off?
Yes, I think it might be best.
Throwing them
Might have
everywhere,
lost a few. I'll let you have that.
Okay.
So, who's at the top? Hayden at the moment.
Hayden, world
54.
champion, which is as expected, is still at the top. If anyone beats him, again, his medal is up for grabs. How have you felt this has gone? You've been behind the scenes watching the whole time.
It's looked very good.
Yeah, good. How was
Very
it?
professional.
What was your favourite interview? Who was interesting?
The
I think they've all been really interesting.
Blue Angels are cool.
Yeah.
Quite cool. I quite like the demonstrations, like you were saying,
Yeah.
Chris.
You're
I
like,
thought
yes,
really
it was
good.
very scientific. He wasn't wearing a lab coat like we suggested.
No.
We've
we
said
won't hold it
perhaps
against
that for next year. Right, I can't get the bottom one off, but...
That'll do.
There you go.
Okay.
Do you want to go first?
No, you go ahead. You've got your gloves on. You ready? In fact, I'll do it.
Okay, Harry, how are you feeling?
Feeling good.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Phil, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so while Harry's kind of finishing off his run, it'll just be nice to say thank you to all the guests that we've had on today.
Yes, definitely.
And giving up their time and
allowing us to interview them as our amateur talk show hosts.
Yeah, and hopefully the people at home have kind of got something out of it, whether it be kind of as younger people looking to see what they could eventually, what role they could potentially kind of work towards. And we just want to say that Virtual RIAT is on tomorrow and Sunday, and that'll be airtattoo.com/virtual. So we can carry on the kind of live. I think they're kind of replaying.
It's like it's an air show, so they're showing the best bits of a previous air show. So we've got the Techno Zone with us, and you've got the air show with them. So it's almost like the real RIAT.
Yeah, not far off. Yeah,
close enough. Yeah. Hopefully everything will be back to normal next year. You never know. Oh. Whoa. Oh, Harry.
Whoa.
Cool, blimey.
Pardon?
101.
101. Oh, no, it's still.
Well, you know,
did an
it's not bad.
Oh, do you want me to take them off?
No.
It's
thanks.
You beat yourself by 1 second.
And that was with the penalty.
That was with
the penalty.
Well, yeah.
Got a bit rusty.
Oh dear. All right, Emily, how are you feeling now?
Well, I feel like I've already got a decent place in the scoreboard, so I'm not too nervous.
Of course, if you get worse, we'll rub your old score off.
Hey, no, you keep the best. Keep the best score. It'll make me nervous about doing it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also thank you to our comms team, as well as the crew. You haven't seen them, but they've been behind the desk helping us all day.
Yeah,
I think they've had less breaks than us.
Maybe before we start, thank you guys for hosting as
Oh,
well. It's been a pleasure. It's been so good. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Okay.
Anyway, back to seriousness.
Ready?
Are you ready?
Where? Yeah.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so while Emily's doing her last run, we just want to announce our winners. I think they did do a kind of pull out the hat method in the end, so we managed to figure it out. But we've got RHP as a winner.
Well done, RHP. See you next year.
So some fantastic questions there. B. Gar and Danny D.
Danny D, well done.
So they're the 3 people that are going to get pairs of tickets, and hopefully you'll get to see you next year. Yeah, in the
Techno Zone. If we're there, we might not be.
Okay, look in the chat for info, is what I'm being told.
Email us.
So, yeah, hopefully...
Oh, how are you feeling, Emily?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Go. I'm on the last one.
Oh, it's always the last one.
Ah, it's stuck.
Come on.
Oh my god. Cabbage, stop. That's what we said last time. Oh, is that last?
57 seconds.
Oh. Again, unchanged.
It was that last one.
That's good though, you're consistent.
Oh, yeah.
So you remain 2nd place. Oh no, sorry, not 2nd, I'm sorry.
Third
place.
4th place.
3rd. There's a joint 2nd.
Ah, joint 2nd.
Well done.
Thank you.
So I think that basically concludes everything we have today.
Yeah.
So I guess all that's left is to say goodbye to everyone. Again, thank you to everyone that helped out. Everyone who's been commenting. Thank you to Matt.
Yeah, and thanks to James
hosting
as well.
with me.
And yeah, hopefully we'll see you next year at RIAT.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.